What's up? What's up? This your boy Slugger, man, with another episode, man, of Keeping It Real, man. I'm gonna do the intro and then I'm gonna come on right in, giving a lot of people a lot of time to slide in the living room and have a seat, man, for a minute. I know a lot of people will be working right now, and I kind of figure that because I'm supposed to be doing that, but at the end of the day, this is an off day. So let's be blessed with what I gotta say, man. It's kind of freestyle moment and then a wake up moment. So y'all just stick around and let this intro go, and let's just play it how it go. All right?
Whoa, yeah. Say everybody come on. Whoa, yeah, my sister, family, boyfriends, all my bills paid. The niggas still need more ends. We say fuck a nigga. It look like we need more friends. Blame me for participation. It come from both ends. Garfield niggas only in for their own health. You got it on your own, but watch out for the wrong step. Keep asking for the shit. Nigga get the wrong help. The recovery process can make you take the wrong left. All that shit held in. I hope you got some long breath. Admitting to your wrongs like you wrong. That's a strong step. I'm hanging on with all my might. From my life a strong built. Pistol in my face, but I can tell you how the chrome felt. And through the storm and through the weather and even through the rain, I don't think they understand the underdog thing. And through the struggle and through the hate and overcoming pain, there's a blessing at the end of your tunnel, man.
From my heart to my back, I can feel the pain. Nobody really trying to help, the game remains the same. Too much pain, too much pain. From my heart to my back, I can feel the pain. Nobody really trying to help, the game remains the same.
You're doing great
too much pain, too much pain.
Now we living in the ghetto, riding metros, hanging on the shaky life, walking on jello. I used to want to be the one to say hello. Did it ever make a real friend, nigga? Hell no. I feel like I was better off mellow. Then I went and lost my cousin, thinking where the kill go. I tried fast, but I had to learn to sell slow. You did your job and took the rap, but homie, where your bail go? Now everything is just seeming like a mystery. It piss you off every time thinking about your history. We was cool, now you wanna throw your fist at me. All this because your girlfriend blew a kiss at me. Now he dissing me, I'm wishing he'll really stop motherfucking pissing me. Cause you don't want my recipe. You don't even wanna try to bring out the best of me. Cause I'm the real deal and I don't even need pedigree for real.
From my heart to my back, I can feel the pain. Nobody really trying to help, the game remains the same. Too much pain, too much pain. From my heart to my back, I can feel the pain. Nobody really trying to help, the game remains the same. Too much pain, too much pain.
Now it's a hair thin line between love and hate. And it's about the same distance between real and fake. How the fake love that you thought was so real can leave you living with hate that you thought you could never feel. Leave you having to deal with emotions you ain't never felt. Too hard to bluff, but you can't fold from the hand you dealt. Heart in my back pocket, trusting nothing but God in my gut now. Relationships is barely conversation for a nut now. 8 years down the drain, thought I was giving my everything. While the drained of everything and walked away without a thing. Except the one thing that God gave me to remind me. Part of growth and development, leaving some things behind me. Whatever time I've got left is invested to make it sure before I leave my 3 C's of debt and stress free. Yeah, I done walked in the sun, so I appreciate the rain. Cherish every battle scar, why I survived the pain.
From my heart to my back, I can feel the pain. Nobody really trying to help, the game remains the same. Too much pain, too much pain. From my heart to my back, I can feel the pain. Nobody really trying to help, the game remains the same. Too much pain, too much pain.
Welcome. Appreciate everybody for their patience. Let me go and drop this also. Boom. How's y'all day going? Catch you up on what's been going on over here. It's always something going on over here. But got my yard together, man. I still got a couple of things I need to do to it. Get ready for that summer and entertainment and just relaxing a little bit while we got time to do so. Before it's already straight business, but you still can't lose the focus on what you got to do in your life, man, to keep everybody, sanity. The craziest part is it's all kind of, I say distractions, but I think that word needs to be elevated. And the simple fact is more to the point of a lot of people don't know where to put their energy at. So I put it on yard, and I'm gonna start all that growing and all that. What's up, Cross? Appreciate you coming in. But I'm gonna put it in the yard, man. And the sprinkler system went this morning, so I went out there to check the heads, right? Those that's doing good in life and those who's trying to do good in life, eventually you'll come to that point where you have a yard that you got to upkeep. So every day, all day on this tube, and is not my position. So when I come on here, I'm definitely going to try to bring some insight to the situation. The point I'm trying to make today is people are losing their focus. Ain't nobody perfect. And I ain't saying nobody's perfect, right? Salute, man. Prince. I'm going to open it up in a minute, but I definitely want to get this dialogue. Have y'all been seeing what's going on in the world? As I do my yard and I'm checking them sprinkler heads, I see, man, a lot of people ain't privileged to have them problems in their life, right? A lot of people ain't privileged to think about in your refrigerator what you gonna cook tonight, or your wife gonna cook tonight, or significant other gonna cook tonight because you ain't got no food. And I know everybody, and I'm saying that to say this: a lot of people spend their time on this YouTube and ain't taking care of their priorities. My thing is take care of your family first, and then you have time to get on here and what they say, speak your piece or goof off. However you gonna push their agenda, but your legacy is what you leave. So what's your legacy? Staying focused is my point of I want people to understand, like when I'm on this tube, yeah, man, some people, like I said, people ain't perfect. And you're going to have dialogues with some groups, and then you're going to just let it out and be done with it. It's crazy because a lot of people say they don't pay attention, but they do pay attention. Only thing I'm trying to bring across this YouTube down here in Texas and around the world is, it's a lot of people that got some good insight. I'm not the smartest chip on the block. I ain't never said to be, but I know about life. See, that's the whole point. From a lot of these people who just get on here and try to distract you with the nonsense versus somebody who's really trying to have a conversation with you. I might be slow in delivery. I might ain't got all them theatrics, but man, I say what I say and I mean what I say. So change your ways and change your actions. If you don't, a lot of people say, man, why you entertain certain things on this tube? But have y'all been outside lately? In the real life? Have y'all been outside lately? So when people go out and try to enjoy their day, half of the world had already paid attention to YouTube, whatever channel they have paid attention to. So the point of the rhetoric that might be on other people's channel reflects on how you say what you say on your channel. And that's just hands up. But one thing I've noticed, and I don't think a lot of people catching it, man, we're at war, man. And there ain't gonna be no goddamn small-minded, sandbox playing individuals, woman or man, that's gonna be on this tube that's gonna distract me anymore. I can't hear you. You so far down there at the bottom of the pole, I can't hear you, man. You feel me? They hitting us with that weather, man. So a lot of things is coming to a point where they say this never happened before. Right? This never happened before in the United States in a certain area, Mississippi. This never happened so much in Texas. Weather, they call it a ice tornado. Never happened before. But all these people reaching for these high tech, everything, fingertip, quote unquote, to promote this PC where nobody's really held accountable because people just jive, right? We got some real situations out here in America. We have things that people are not paying attention to. Now you can go, I'm gonna give shots out to Google, right? A lot of people say conspiracy theories. Man, come on, man. I guess y'all gonna believe it if the government tell you, right? But the average Joe on the streets, they looks up in the sky and we ain't got them corporate jobs. We might have a corporate job, but we noticing things. Yeah. See that? Had a tornado come through Alabama, man. That's weather war they doing on us. But who cares, right? They trying to lock up Donald Trump. They trying to push their agenda in the schools for these kids, warping their minds. Then you got, just part of the circus, man. Is you got the wanksters, the pranksters. Everybody want to play a joke on somebody. You know what I'm saying? Everybody think they got dance moves now. Boy, I say, if these people are not so far out the loop, I don't know what's wrong with us, with them. And I'm gonna say this: a lot of people can't be saved, and I keep saying this, man. And it's gonna be family members and everything because they priorities are all messed up. And it's sad to say, man, because you got love for certain people, man. You will hope they catch their candle, but sometimes a guy like me, they find me intimidating because I get around the family or I get around my friends and I start talking about that other stuff they don't even talk about in their household. So we got to be careful of that, man. We tend to run away people just because, quote unquote, you talking more knowledge or understanding about what's going on in society than they are. To all those youngsters that's really got, a lot of things. What's up, Fofo? Yo, 448. Yo, what's up? What's happening? 26 people died. Look at this. And 26 people died, man. 6 tornadoes touched down here yesterday. Prayers go to you, man. Cross. Salute, man. I know the struggle is real. Everybody want to play like, because you go outside in your area, that tornado ain't coming your way no time soon. We don't have no more control over this weather. We don't have no more control over our food. We don't have no more control over the water. But we still got time to play around on this tube. Boy, if this ain't a lost cause, but certain soldiers staying ready, you know what I'm saying? I dropped the gym, and those who I really mess with got that Dane Calloway. He was breaking it down today. So subscribe to him, man. I can't even talk that talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to even perpetrate like I know all that he know. That's the point. We deal more with outside entities and try to get the feedback on our culture when we have it all. Our network need to be flawless. Our network need to be solid, just like theirs is. For me to find out about that title, right? I was trying to find a good old thumbnail, clip, however they say on YouTube. And when I picked up focus, it ain't nothing but, we all human, but it's just like when you look in the dictionary and you see the word white or black, the meaning. You never see nothing of our culture up under certain things. And I said focus, and I got all these other races with they got the key to focusing, right? And that always throw me, man, because I say, man, why do our guys, our people with these channels ain't doing a good light? And I had a youngster tell me, shout out to Killer Queen, man. And that is I'm doing shout out, man, because that's what we don't do enough. Awareness of those who say something when I'm on a platform, or those who has a enlightening channel like my boy Cross. He always talk about some current events and like more to the fact of he's saying, did you know where they do this at, right? I like that, man. And then you got your boy the Prince 432 that talks about guns and cigars and life, real man talk. And there's a couple of other ones out there, man. But you know, we got this. I got this thing that I'm gonna start doing right now, man. If you ain't talking real talk, and you know, I ain't got time for all that extra because our time that ran out, y'all. Our time that ran out. Oh yeah. That's good look, man. I'm a man. Like I said, Dane Calloway. He been doing it for years, and I'm just trying to figure out. He didn't went through a lot of religious groups. He went through a lot of theories, right? He breaks it down, you know. But he on that level. I'm on this level. Cross on this level. Dewberry on this level. The Prince is on this level. But one, boy, we are a force to be reckoned with. Because I think I ain't gonna say more than the other guys that I mentioned. Man, I'm tuned in on these streets, and I'm tuning in my awareness that Yahweh gave me. He only gonna allow you to see certain things. Everybody else gonna have to handle their thing and perfect it. You know what I'm saying? My whole thing is this. If you haven't started focusing on what's important in your life, it's never too late. Like I said, a man is a man. If you seen that focus point that I did on my screensaver, and you look into it, a man is a man, and a woman is a woman. Man, it's not no either or. You know what I'm saying? I think at the end of the day, I ain't gonna talk too much on that, but that's what's wrong with the world now. Why we so confused? Well, they confused. A lot of people confused. And I seen this clip with this black lady talking about indigenous to this land. Let me say it like that. My people talking about why are all the other humans, right? And we're gonna say other humans if they're white, Spanish. So you know, everybody got their feelings. 2023, everybody got feelings, right? Why are they speaking so hard on BLM? Why are they coming to our community trying to incite, right? You go to their community, gated community, they ain't got none of that. People walking, they dogs, talking in the yard. We ain't got all that hoorah. But in our community, it's in a disarray. Why is that? They want it like that. Confusion in our community. And you know, I said this a while back, man, and I'm gonna stay focused on what I'm saying. We don't have each other's back for real, for real. It's only a few of us that have. I'm talking about, you know, give you your shirt off their back. Hey man, I'm ran out of gas, man. Can you come holler at me? Yeah. I got you. Where you at? You only a few can do that, man. Man, I'm waiting on, you know, my check to come through, homie. Can you yeah, I got you, man. You ain't got to make it public. You just do it as a man. If you mess with me, you mess with me. If you don't act like it. It's a lot of faking. And I see a lot of things with these rappers, right? I ain't got nothing against rap, but I'm saying stand on something, man. Because if you don't stand on something, anybody can infiltrate your mind. Yeah. Cross talks a lot about his people in that VA, man. Dane does. Yeah. Dane, I'm telling you, my philosophy and understanding of life, you can catch jewels from everybody. You ain't got to just listen to me, man, but still come through and show hit them like buttons when you come in. If you just breezing by, because you know I'm on that positive, I ain't gonna start clowning. It's easy to clown, but that's not even my character no more, because I done matured, right? And I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, you know, whatever your hobbies are and all that, man, say, man, you can cut your camera off like that. You know what I'm saying? So you can really get your mind going. And I understand that's, man, say to some, that's when they find their intellectual skills. You know what I'm saying? When they on another, you know, herb or something like that, you know. But when you get on here, don't act out of character as a grown man, because regardless of what you're saying about entertainment, our community is being entertained a lot. We don't need no more entertainment, man. We don't need no more Hollywood. We don't need it, man. You got to tell these youngsters. I went to a fight party this weekend. It was a bunch of youngsters in there. I'm watching them. They're watching the fight. And I started talking about the fight because I'm a fighter. And that corny fight. Crowley, I think that's his name. But I haven't been in boxing, watching boxing in a while. because I've been concentrating on my real life. It's good to be entertained sometimes, but you don't let that consume you. But back to the matter, these youngsters were sitting there and they wasn't disrespected. Everybody was holding holding their own. Just, ain't no disrespect, man. That's the type of environment I'm from. I didn't hear nobody calling nobody out their name because it's real life. So when you get on this tube, people say whatever, like they don't have no vocabulary, they're not educated, like they don't know how to respect a man. Okay, bro. If you don't know how to respect me, what the hell you on YouTube for? Trying to say any bull crap that you trying to portray that you know. You don't know nothing, because the first thing in the matter of manhood is respect. Let your feelings get aside when they see you on this tube and you present yourself for your family. I don't think they got that memo. Let me say it again. When you present yourself in front of the world, let it be respectable. Stay focused on what you're trying to do, because everything else is clowning. And like I said, we got so many clowns on here. It's sickening, because I only see it, other cultures trying to incite and trying to make the weak-minded just wild out. And, everybody learned that, right? Didn't y'all learn that from Adam 22? He used us and abused them boys. And then he came out years later like, man, I ain't really cool with you, man. See, one thing about somebody who been through the struggle, and that's why I tell y'all youngsters, y'all got a channel, y'all got to understand, man, years brings productivity, right, in your character. Don't think you can talk that wisdom and you ain't even got to that level. Now, I understand there's some sharp individuals like that. I seen this one dude, Max. He be on Cross page. He be on Dewberry page. That boy, when he talk like he got common sense and he respect the order. It's a bunch of youngsters when I get on there, like Pico. Yeah, he respect the order. Quinn, he could probably claim I haven't really just been checking him, but he respects the order. It's an order in his life. You can't jump pieces. How's a pawn gonna try to take out a king without the king coordinating everything for that pawn to do so? You see what I'm saying? Y'all boys out here playing goddamn checkers. And y'all think y'all got a lot of time on y'all head. Y'all don't, man. Stay focused. Stay focused, man. I'm gonna do an intermission real quick. Before I do that, I'm gonna do that. I didn't even share this thing. Cross, I'm finna get it together, man. I got my other computer that's gonna make me go off the chain, right? Getting worked on right now, man. But yeah, I got some. It's major things going on behind the scene. Hold on, let me get this. Where are we at? Y'all hold on for a minute. Appreciate y'all, man. Slide through, man. In the middle of the day. Hold on. What? Let me get this. No, I'm just gonna do it like that. All right. Let's see if it pops up. Yeah. Now, but check it out. That's for all those the analytics, right? The trolls who really go to real people page and try to find the smallest thing. Think about what we dealing with, y'all. The smallest thing to strike us, right? But I see a lot of bull crap that go on this too. They're allowed to go through because it's a distraction, right? So we got to do this. Make sure you do this. For one, this is educational purposes only, right? And I'm gonna do a highlight. I don't know how this is gonna react, so I definitely didn't want to put We can talk about the news. We can talk about the storms. We can talk about the weather. We can talk about what's coming, the economy. We can talk about how all these banks are closing. You better get your money up out the goddamn bank. We can talk about that. Silicon Valley going down. You know what I'm saying? They saying technology is a new thing. How is that? Y'all just crashed out on the crypto. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so much they don't tell you, so they come with another distraction to keep you in that web. But the next one, I just did this because I don't know how this live gonna go. I'm off today. I got time today, y'all. I got time today. I hope y'all got time. This is my nephew, man. I definitely wanted to put him up. He's doing good. Just understand the struggle is different for everybody. So however a person get to where they need to be in life without showing too much, you know what I'm saying? I'm a promoter, man. He was on No Jump and all that before they crashed out and all that. But yeah, he's an artist in Austin, man. I got a couple of nephews. I'm just trying to get them to do the right video, man, so I can put it on here. Because I don't want the wrong message. Now, what people do on the street is a street. But if you have a message, and I know, these guys are church affiliates, but back in the day, I don't know if they go to church, but then I just give some entertainment for the youngsters who come through, so you don't be too bored. So here's your point of entertainment, man. Right here, man. Do the 2-4, man. Check them out. It goes live. Let me see. Hey, but I ain't gonna let me let my stuff catch up. I start pushing buttons and stuff. This goddamn PC over here started doing all kind of things. I tried to blow it up for y'all, man. Let's run that back, man. I ain't gonna disrespect my youngster like that, man. I'm definitely want to put him out there. Like he earned that, man. So let me go and shoot that. Man, y'all catch that, man. Y'all catch that. But like I was saying, man, I like giving shots out to my boy, man. MB, man. No sound. Oh, that's bull crap. So that's why I'm working on this computer. Can y'all hear my voice right now? Right now? Everything good with my voice right now? Hey, that's that bull crap. Give me a thumbs up if y'all can hear me, man. God dang. See, but that's why I've got my other computer, man. It's getting worked on and stuff like that. Loud and clear. EB, man, say, man, what's up with that Bella? Hey, guys, we're going to come back to the conversation and the topic later on in a few minutes. Man, that's crazy, man. Oh, so listen, if you, I'm going to do it for him. I'm going to do this for him, y'all. I'm going to slide that screen. I'm going to add it back to the screen. Man, go check them out. Do the 2-4, man. 2.4, man. Go do that, man. Do the 2-4, 2.4, and just watch how he rocking, man. And you know, some music might not be for you, but he got some stuff out there, man, for the youngsters, man. And that's the grind they own. It ain't, you know, it is what it is. You gotta connect with the youngsters before you really start, you know. That's how you do it, man. Let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all something. Y'all already know. Y'all G's, and y'all understand this. Let me pop me on the big screen. Let me tell you something. A lot of people don't understand how to reach these youngsters. You can't go in there. You can, but see how far that take you. You know what I'm saying? How I go in, I got a lot of youngsters that's in my family that I know from my homeboys, kids, and everything, man. We get together, man, and that's the time to have dialogue. You don't want to go too hard. You want to just say a little bit of Jews. You know what I'm saying? And it so happens, and I'm gonna get back to you, EB. Appreciate you sliding through. I ain't seen you in a minute. What's up? Okay, let me do this. Let me do this. Y'all remind me what I was talking about. But I'm finna go holler at EB. EB, what's up with Bella, man? Where y'all trailers at? Huh? Y'all still over there? Y'all hit that like button in here, man. Let's go and get it and subscribe and share. Let's do that. But what's up, EB? You still on? What's up with them trailers over there, man? Y'all still serving them that good grub over there? I might have to come holler at you, man. It's on I be moving on a Friday and stuff like that. We're not there no more. Where y'all at? Okay. So y'all got a location? Yeah, man. Yeah. Man, I'm gonna drop the link real quick. We can chop it up a little bit if you want to just slide up, man. So you look. One thing about me, when I'm off and I'm going through my my motion, man. Like, what is wrong with this? Our culture. Like, why we keep falling for the okie doke? I don't understand it. Let me pull this up. Gonna get my boys up here, man. If y'all want to come through and we chopping it up, man. We riding the afternoon. I know y'all got things y'all need to do, and we'll go do it. Because right here, it's almost like a Friday, man. I ain't got nothing to do. You know what I'm saying? And we can bring up any conversation. That's one thing I want to start doing, man, on my off days. But I'm gonna tell you something about my off day. I love working. Because that money ain't nothing like that money, man. You feel me? If you ain't out there on the grind doing what you do, man, and man, you like seeing that money, go to work, man. I know early in the morning, that's the hardest part. Once you make it to work, guess what? You made it. All right. Just tell y'all that. Food for thought. That's the hardest part for everybody, man. Just get up. Just get up. Okay. You can't say, all right. Just jump on here. Let me see how you doing, man. Like, what's going on with you, man? Say, what's your work schedule? What's happening? Anybody want to jump on here? And then I'm gonna just continue until somebody jump on here. But that's the thing. When you get around them youngsters, man, you don't want to, be like you. I don't know what it is. It's more like confidence for me. You know what I'm saying? Not arrogance. You know what I'm saying? Not arrogance. The whole issue is, just say what you know. Don't talk outside your neck, thinking about what your opinion should be, and the world is looking at you. What the hell are you talking about, man? See, it's a lot of people get on the tube and they say whatever, thinking that, hey, that's your household. However you run your household, but please do not say that on the internet. You sound retarded, right? So I open panel if I'm not an argumentative individual. You know what I'm saying? I say what I say and I mean what I say. And if people have a problem with what I say, come up here. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no bullying. Let's talk about it. Let me see if you make sense to my audience. You know what I'm saying? To the mature group. Let me see if you make sense or if you talking outside your neck. That's what I'm gonna start doing. Watch this be a trend. Watch this talking outside your neck. Yeah, that way. Stone, see what's happening, man. Long time. You must be on break, boy. I know you working. Everybody in here is a worker. That's the blessing. That's a blessing. It might be a lunchtime. It might be a day off. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But everybody in here is a worker, man. And that's who, either way, however your working going. But I know you ain't focused on the goofiness, right? But one thing I definitely want to say to y'all, man, let's pay more attention to our surroundings, right? It's not just about our culture right now. This worldwide stuff, man. And then I hate to tell you, man. Yeah, appreciate. Y'all hit that like button when y'all come up in the living room, man. For real. I hear our people trying to make it about our people, right? You can make it about our people, but it's to a sense of it's not all about our people because our people already know what to be doing, right? How to stage up stuff, not to implement themselves in some bull crap, right? I think our people, that's because we got, we feel like the world is so much on our neck. We always quick to go to defense mode, not offense, but defense. Because I'm gonna tell you something. If somebody start talking about you in this world that we live in, you're doing something right. But at the same time, you always watch your character, no matter where, because people be lurking. They got this thing, and I never knew about it. I've been on here about a year. Appreciate over the 3,000 subscribers I got, man. And we moving. We getting bigger and bigger, like my boy do say. And I didn't see it at first because who am I? Why would somebody chime in if you ain't talking about that? Why would somebody chime? So you got, all right, it's two kind of settings I see on YouTube. And I'm trying to get in the brother consciousness, right? I ain't got all them elegant words. I don't have I got suits now. Don't make me pull out the closet. Y'all gonna see me in a minute. You know what I'm saying? With the suits, man. I be out in the back for real. You know what I'm talking about? How I present myself. But if I got my laid back gear, that's what it is. Like this is all my laid back gear. Nina Ross, that's a label too. Pimpin' Pen, salute, man. Go check out Nina Ross. You know what I'm saying? Like Pimpin' Pen. Did videos and all that back in the day, man. That's just when I was a youngster, though. And we was on that mission. But y'all guys got to understand, it's two different lanes on this tube. It's the real, wanna be real. No, it's three then. It's three. Y'all hear me? It's three. And I'm gonna break all this down. I'm gonna give one seminar on this, which you should know, but you might have forgot, right? It's three. The real, wanna be real, and busters. That goes from the female category. That goes to the man category. It doesn't even matter what race you in. It's universal, man. It's straight up universal, man. Like, I'm going to call him for what I see. Adam 22, he a buster. Quote unquote wannabe, right? So I'm going to leave it like that because he already going through a little tornado over there by itself. Until you find out the value of yourself, you never know your worth. Like you really don't need to be on nobody's coattail. I'm going to tell you this for real. When I came from the projects and I moved to the hood, it was two different levels. That was two different levels. And a lot of people don't even understand this, right? They don't understand it. So let me expound on that. When I was in the projects, you didn't even know you was in poverty. You had your homeboys in the hood. Y'all just did what you did, shoot pop marbles, and deal with that managed stuff that we did growing up. But when you go to the hood, that managed stuff is on a whole different level because you got more money. You understand what I'm saying? Now, it's crazy because things have changed since the time we was coming up. You understand what I'm saying? Let me walk you through it. Back in the day, Section 8 housing was not part of the hood. Let me say it like that. It wasn't. They didn't have that housing where I didn't know of it, right? But they didn't have that housing where in the 80s, you could come into a neighborhood with government assistance. Now, you might have assistance with the food stamps, right? That's assistance. But that wasn't no housing arrangements. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Housing arrangements, I don't know when they came into play. Where these people from the projects can move into the hood and they wasn't hood ready. So they turned the hood to the projects. You understand what I'm saying? I hope I'm not losing y'all, and I'm trying to keep it slow, right? I'm gonna keep it slow for you. I ain't gonna keep it slow like you don't know, but I'm gonna act like you don't know. Man, you gotta follow that, man. Because a lot of people think they do know, but they don't know, right? So like I was saying, back in the day, you didn't have nobody with these vouchers moving in the hood. It's either you had that money or you didn't. You had that money or you was in the projects. That was it. It was levels to the game. I'm gonna tell you what them folks did though. They took the level to the game and made everybody think they was the same, man. Do you understand back in the day? I'm a 70 baby. I'm born 73, man. Yeah. My day finna come right now, though. And it's gonna be a celebration. It's gonna be going down for real though. But that's where the twist came. That's where the twist came. Because I'm finna tell you something, man. And it just came to my head. Like, where did the change come from? Salute, chick. I mean, Chuck D. I call her chick too, man. I call her Miss D. Man, she loyal to every channel, man. I swear to God, there's 100. Yeah, I'm a 73 baby. So I seen it right up off the civil rights, man. So all these youngsters that talking about, they done seen the struggle, bro. You ain't seen nothing. That's what made us act the way we acted back in the day. Y'all acting that way right now because y'all spoiled. Let's have church. But anyway, let's go back to the hood. Theatrics of the hood. Back in the day, hood was hood, man. The hoods ain't the same no more because they got these vouchers from people that can come into the hood from the projects, right? So the mindset that people from the hood got that money, that's middle class. You have poor, middle class, and rich. So what society did was change it up in a simple fact of not the rich, but the poor and the middle class, they merge. They merge. Boy, it's a sick game they did, man. Because some people wasn't ready for the hood. Hood moved a different way. Yeah. We moved a different way because I been through all, let me see. So I've been through all 4 levels, man. You understand what I'm saying? The ghetto, the projects, the hood, and the subs. Man, catch up and get left, man, for real, for real. Don't do all that talking on this goddamn channel or all on y'all channel like y'all understand. I swear to God, they're going to start saying there's 4 levels to this, man. I just gave y'all some insight so y'all can get your heart right. Okay? 83, yeah. So, with you being in 83, no, hold on, let me catch up with y'all, man, because I love conversating. And I do have that link up there. To read the comments, it takes a lot, man. I just wanted the show to keep moving, but that's what's wrong right now. Well, we trying to figure out what we went wrong and what happened and how is it so easy for these people to do this gentrification and all that. Man, say, hood ain't the hood no more. It been infiltrated years ago, decades ago. When they start putting them cameras in the hood, no. They got cameras in the projects. They got cameras around everything. You thinking you still active? But like I say, God bless a Morris hard. Without a moral, a real nigga show starve. I'm gonna say it like this: for those who don't like that N-word, and I'm doing better, right? God bless a Morris hard. Without a ninja, a real ninja show starve. How about that, y'all? Huh? Because the world that I'm living in, a lot of these women, a lot of these guys ain't even playing in their position. We'll talk about that in a minute. Man, y'all stay tuned. Y'all stay tuned, man. And you know what? This is what I'm gonna start doing, man. I'm gonna say, man, wait till I get my computer out the shop, boy. I'm gonna say this. We finna ride so hard today. We finna ride so hard. And it ain't gonna be long. But I definitely want to put this back on you, man. All right. Everybody go get your drink. Everybody go get whatever you got to do to, to settle your nerves, right? If it's a drink, if it's that herb, whatever, man. Man, listen. We having church, but it's a comfortable church because the churches are just one or two people, right? Coming together, having a conversation. That's not no blasphemy, but I've been through that, right? But this is one I'm gonna play my wife with the vote.
Say everybody come on.
No, but me, you might get to the end when I was a youngster to hear some of that dialogue.
This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want.
Everybody got that.
This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want.
We got about 3 minute intermission, y'all. Maybe 2. Y'all do what you gotta do. You gotta go whatever. Right? Okay. I'm here.
This ain't what you want. What you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. My nigga, this ain't what you want, boy. It's some problems over here. If you need some help with your, we will solve them over here. We evaporate and make them dissolve over here. We don't need no vote to get resolved over here. It's ready in the train, but we go hard up over here. You say you ready over there, but oh my God, up over here. I got a school of motherfucker like some cars up over here. And we do this every day cause it's our job over here. We robbing over here, but we ain't starving over here. I get daily every report like we got Marvin over here. I got last standing Mexican who be carving over here. Oh, by the way, your girl, she like me and she jogging over here. Don't you come with all that petty, we brawling over here. I put my mama on them 20s, cookie crawling over here. Ain't no slacking, ain't no it ain't no stalling over here. With ATM and underdog, we hauling over here. But this ain't what you want, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want, what you want. This ain't what you want, this ain't what you want. Now ain't no way you ever see me slaving over you, my unity and loyalty. I done gave it unto you for real, my nigga. Please hold me, pay me what is due. If you want, then why you fucking with me? Stay about my suit. Please believe I will achieve with these blessings I receive. One day maybe you will see. One day maybe you will be. One day maybe we can meet. One day maybe you can see. One day maybe you can eat. Until then you won't retreat. Now don't repeat another word from what that whole nigga done said. If you do, flip I switch. Watch me go across your head, but I won't trip. I flip this bitch. Watch her go across the bed. This shit repetitive. Baby like a book already written. Now that is true. Plus it's church. I make it sting and plus it hurt. You ladies see me, I made a flirt. But I ain't worried about a skirt. Boy, I'm worried about this work. And if you got it, nigga, flaunt it. Chances after chances, nigga, you ain't really want it. Boy, this ain't what you want. This ain't.
So we're gonna do that, man. We're gonna do that. Let me catch up with these comments, man. Let's get it. Oh, Chuck, you missed the last live. Yeah. That live. It was just clearing up some things, man, that over this internet. A lot of people say, and that's our culture, though. You don't hear no other culture doing it. You don't hear no other ethnicity doing that. But you see them taking over. You see what I'm saying? You see them taking over what we got going, man. What's up? Salute,
My
Cross
brother.
up. Man, what's
Salute
happening,
to you,
man?
big
What's
dog.
happening?
What's going on with
Man, it's been a minute since you boys say Hollywood,
Hey
man.
Hey man, you know how it is, man. When it need be rolling, man, I'm on the slab, man. I see my boy Stone, see Mr. Smith, you already know. Prince, I see y'all. I see everybody in there, man. You know I gotta come on here and support you, bro. Come on now. You know how we move. Salute to everybody in the building as well, man.
There we go. I had too
You
much.
got it?
I had too much running.
Yeah, I do that a lot too. Salute to everybody out here in the chat, man. Salute to everybody coming in here, man. Support my man Slugger, man. Please do that, man. Also follow him on the gram too. I appreciate you sending that to me because I get the notification for Dane, and I've been a member for him, man. Like I'm like a big supporter. You know, he more or less he deal with a lot of stuff. What up, Jen? He deal with a lot of stuff from the East Coast, like VA. You know where I'm from. So, you know, about the whole indigenous and the Indians and, you know what I'm saying?
I love that, man. I wish I could break it down like that.
Nigga, you can. You do it and I heard what you said earlier. You do it in your own way, Slugger. Exactly. What you tell us to do is to stay prepared. You're telling us never be on the swivel. Always keep it on the swivel, but never have your head on the swivel. You feel what I'm saying? Like, always have your pivot going at all times. Because you can make any shot at any time. So I respect what you're saying on that. Everybody, what it is everybody has a certain delivery, but you know, yours over time, and like you say, you trying to do, and I always tell people this, and this is one thing, even with me, and I respect the hell out of, and I want to give you your roses right now, because you said, man, even you Cross, you got your channel. Even when I thought my channel, you know that when I ain't had nobody there, I just trusted the process. I think with you is the fact that you have a lot to say, and we all do. But don't forget now, when you say it, it goes into the algorithm. Okay. And I think it's almost. Let me give you some. And I know this sounds crazy, but I'm gonna give this analogy. It's like when you're giving tithes to the church, right? Now, that pastor could be corrupt. That church can be corrupt. But when you're giving and you're tithing, right? You're tithing for a cause. You're not tithing for that person. So I'm going to use the analogy as far as your YouTube. You're not tithing to YouTube to get anything from it. You're tithing. You know, it could be corrupt. It could be a lot of different things. You're tithing because you want people to get your point across. It's your purpose. And your purpose, to me, is bigger than anything. You feel me? Appreciate that, man.
Appreciate that. The same as I was telling the people that don't know, you go subscribe to my boy Cross. Y'all probably slide in later a little bit because I know y'all working group. You know what I'm saying? Those who just have off days like me. Hey, let's talk about it. But go subscribe to my boy Cross, man, because he be alerting me for things that I don't even know what's going on around the world. I'm not hearing about this, but he digs deep. Like you ever told yourself it's that stuff they try to keep in the basement? Cross got it. That boy got a key.
And I appreciate that, Slug. And there's a lot of stuff. That's why, you know, I try to get into that mode of, you know what I'm saying, like going live all the time. The problem is I don't want to just give anything, and I don't want to give my opinion. So I put it out there. And, you know, I always ask people, what do you think? Because, again, a lot of this stuff, it blows my mind. Just like with you, they don't realize, like, some of this. I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm going to give you your flowers while you're on your show. Hey, I've been wanting to do it, but maybe you do it, and I'll give you the information. I got it. Now, Slugger says something y'all don't realize. Myocarditis, right? He sent this to me y'all couldn't even understand. He sent this to me, no cap, about 2 months ago. He just sent me a link. I went into it deep. Oh man, it blew my mind. He said, "Man, I want to do this, but hey, let's do this on yours." And then I got to read, and I was like, you know what? I need to give you the credit because, man, when I read into that, I'm the type of person when I read into that, and you threw that to me, and what it was, I'll tell everybody, it was a short clip of some guy talking about it. So I went into it, and I don't think, and I'm just going, I know I'm segueing, but I've been wanting to talk to you about it, but that myocarditis, people don't realize that's the effect of inflammatory of the heart and the respiratory system when you take that jab. Now, now, all right, now, once I read that, if anybody is on this in the chat, please Google athletes, right? A lot of people don't know that whole thing from the jab, what it does is it causes respiratory inflammation, which it targets our young community and our athletes. So when you sit back and you watch that game in the NFL, when a guy got hit in the chest, or if you guys ever Google young teams falling out on the field or on the basketball court, which they did on the East Coast, you will notice a lot of it was inflammation of the chest and the heart, which is a product when people realize back when it first started with the jab, remember, the first thing they did was come towards our culture. Now, you got to ask yourself, how many people in our culture, what is the percentage of our culture dominates sports?
Almost the whole goddamn sports thing. Right? You know what I'm talking
about? 80% of our culture is in sports. It was deep. You sent me that one reel. I've been wanting to put it out. Bro, I did, like, you don't understand. Like, I had a part 1 and 2 of it. And it was like, I was going to call you and be like, bro, off that link you sent me. So it's not, and what I'm piggybacking off of or doubling back is, it's not what you say, it's how you present it. And when you present it to a person like me, that's why I told you, man, I appreciate it because you gave me something that I didn't know. And that's what we need to understand. Us, iron sharpens iron, right? And ignorance can be destroyed, but stupidity is to the bone. Exactly. That's a dumb nigga. Ignorance, you're supposed to every day, you're ignorant to a lot of things. Every day, you're supposed to destroy ignorance. I tell everybody, it's all right to be ignorant because you don't know. But if you know and you keep doing it, that's to the bone. That's just stupidity. You feel me? So you destroy some ignorance that might, bro, I constantly, I ain't gonna lie to you, I constantly watch updates on that. Just based off you sending me that. And I'm gonna tell you, I took that segue of what you sent me, and it's only like a couple of people that have sent me stuff. Even Jen, salute to Jen, she sent me stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's the fact that when you sent me, you opened my world to a whole nother world. So what I'm saying is don't think you're from the littlest to like you give me my salute and I give you yours. Don't never think it's lying on deaf ears, dog. Cause you gave me some game, and I always that myocard. I know it, and if anybody would, I want you to do a segment on it. I done did about 2-3 days of research on it. That shit blew my mind, and I thank God as a man, and no disrespect to nobody out there. I didn't have my kids take that. I didn't take it, and my wife didn't take it. And the reason why was I just felt like something wasn't right. And I asked the average brother, hey, man, when you take that first one, you got to ask yourself, if you take the first one and the second one and the third one, why do you got to take fourth and fifth and sixth?
And they saying that right now, not to say too much on that, we're going to call it the ooh-wee, right?
Yep. Okay, the ooh-wee, I'm with you.
The ooh-wee. Because, you know, the aneurysm be listening to certain words. You already know because you're a tuber.
Yep.
What it is, it's almost like, let me say it like this because you can say this word, the flu shot. A lot of people start figuring out, why would you want to get something if you ain't never had it? You know what I'm saying? So people are living
Facts.
their life. People are living their life in fear because they don't know, right? And what you do know, your life was already written out. So written out. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
at the end of the day, I tell people this: God somewhat made you perfect.
Right.
So people will be like, "Oh man, you remember that saying where people say, you know, God, why you never came and helped me? But I was helping you when I was sending you all this." And the craziest thing is, you got to find out who's really your friend, not acquaintances, none of that. Because I seen
Right.
a lot of people fall victim over friends telling them to do certain things, and I don't hold it against them. I just say don't do it no more, because a friend is not going to lead you into nothing that the people tell you to go. See, so now we're talking about the Trail of Tears. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Who's the first one that told all them boys to take that blanket? You know what I'm talking about? With all these
Facts.
diseases in it. So history is going to repeat itself. What's up? What's up, phone check? Appreciate you sliding in.
Salute phone check.
So what?
Here's my thing too. Here's one thing I learned, and you've learned this too, because I've talked to you even at work, and I use this use a scenario when my man was talking to you, and you had to pull him to the side. You know what I'm saying? You had to pull him to
Yeah,
the side and say, "Hey, bro, I ain't liking the way you speaking." Right?
yeah,
What it wasn't necessarily, and I tell people, it wasn't necessarily the the color per se, right? It was the I always tell people anybody can empathize and sympathize with people. You don't have to know what they go through, but the empathy has always got to be there, because you probably know there's a lot of people in other cultures, and I don't care what nobody say, the empathy has surpassed who they are because their character tells them, oh, they empathize with you. A person that don't empathize with you don't sympathize with you, and they don't care about you.
yeah. I'm still here. Yeah. That's the facts. That is the
That's
facts.
like with me and you. Like when you okay, and I tell everybody on here, like one of the things that I talk to Slugger all the time, and Slugger mentioned something. Hey man, this, that, and the third. Now, if I didn't empathize with Slugger, I would not have changed or altered anything about me. You see what
Right,
I'm saying?
right,
Because I always say, criticism, if it's coming from the intent, it's the intent. And where is it coming from? And if the criticism is good, it's all criticism, whether it's bad or good, is for you. Because
right,
you got 1,000 people you can probably criticize. But if you criticize me, obviously I have your attention. You know what
right.
I'm saying? To the point where you want me to do better. If
Exactly.
that makes any sense for anybody.
Yeah. No, it makes all the sense, man. Come on, I wouldn't have you up on the panel if you don't make sense. See, I would have been clipped you, man. Talk your talk, man.
Right, real spill. So that's why I said I respect what you're doing, and like even Dane, I ask myself, it's a lot of people I look at, like you said, Dane Calloway. Man, I look at people like y'all couldn't even imagine some of the people I look at, and like Spencer, this one dude. Shout out to Urban Politics because I rock with him too. You know what I'm saying? I've
Yeah,
been on
yeah,
his
yeah,
panel.
yeah.
Yeah, I've been on this panel many times before. It's certain people, the way they carry themselves, and the empathy and the sympathy that you reciprocate back and forth, whether it's recognizing the same sympathy or recognizing the same empathy. Like me and you, when we talk, when we say, most people use the word quote unquote organic. That means
Right,
just because
right.
when you talk to me, I empathize. When you call me, my nigga, I want to know what you got to say.
All right. Let me pause real quick. That's that should. You know what I'm saying? Out of Funky
Salute,
Town,
Chug.
man. Salute, man. Yeah,
Salute.
y'all. I guess I found the right time where y'all just at lunch and just chilling, man. Hey, man, I'm trying to get better. You know what I'm talking about?
Already.
Appreciate you slide through, hit that like button, sit in the living room and just chill for your lunch. We're gonna keep
Fact.
it uh office friendly. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna
Come
keep it
on now.
office friendly. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
definitely
We gonna
say something, just listen to us, and then we ain't gonna, cause awareness to what you're listening to. But if
fact.
somebody is listening to it and you got on the loudspeaker, man, we gonna talk right, man. We got y'all, man.
Yeah. So
Go ahead, Cross.
no. I'm just saying, like, as far as that's why I'd say when it comes to any culture, you could deal with anybody. I've seen people deal with people that most people say, man, that's a hateful person, man. He's this, that, or whether the first thing people might use is color or something. But the average person, if they be lying, if somebody ain't said, regardless, that most people use, if they deal with other cultures, this is what they use. Man, ain't the fact that he don't like black folks or white folks, he respects me. They use the quote unquote, the word respect. But I always tell people, take those certain words out because those words are controlling words, right? But if you empathize and sympathize with somebody, that's a whole different meaning. That means you are on the same page.
Okay. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Certain words will cause certain vibrations, right?
Exactly.
So I give you, and I'm gonna give you one. Like I was working when I used to work contract and stuff. I had one guy, and I'm just using an example, y'all. It's a white guy that said, I asked him, I said, man, what do you like to do? He said, man, I'm a true country guy. I love fishing, hunting. I love all that stuff. And then he came back. He said, I guess what you would call a redneck. I said, whoa, don't say that. He said, well, why not say that? I said, because you got to remember, you have to empathize and sympathize with what another culture might perceive that to be. I said, what you just detailed to me sounds like an outdoorsman. He said, well, I am. That's what I love to be. I said, well, then don't call it a redneck. Call yourself. I said, if you approach a black man and say, man, I love to hunt and fish, and you say, man, I'm a true outdoorsman. I said, guess what'll happen? He said, what? Another person would agree with you.
Exactly.
He said, it messed his mind up, right? Yeah. And I tell people this, it has nothing, again, that is something from a general, I know it sounds crazy, but I'm just asking people to look at it. It's a general layer, but again, emotion and logic is two different things. Emotion deals with more of what the detail is, but logic is, it is what it is. Because to me, it's weird to say this person is this person and they hateful. But then if you look in the average places of family, they have some type of mixed diversity to it. So then that kind of discredits the whole thing, because if your family believed in it, or you believe in it, or your lineage believed in that, then it wouldn't be no. You see what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying?
Exactly, man.
So I try to keep everything, and I know people think I'm crazy, but I keep everything black and slow. Because if I add detail to it, it's adding your validity versus what it is. You see what I'm saying? I can say it's dark outside. You're going to say, well, it's 78 degrees and it's a light overcast and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Humidity is that. Now I'm going to come back and say, but is it dark? And you say, well, yeah, it's dark. Well, that's all I care about. Everything else don't mean nothing. You see what I'm saying? It's like we get so caught up in the little things instead of, to me, what really counts, right? Is having empathy and sympathy for people.
Yep, you're on point.
That's it.
You're on point.
That's my soapbox on that.
Yeah. My thing is, you so much on point, man. It's crazy because that's logic. And that's understanding for a mature mind type person, right? And
Salute, Big Rez. Yep, you're right.
Appreciate you, Big Rez. Y'all hit that like button, sit in the living room. Let's talk about it, man.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people, that's the division, though. You see what I'm saying? That's the division, man. Because I got brothers that like hunting. I got I say human race, because we'll stay weak as a nation if we start keeping color like them folks put in. Man, do you know they don't even call us black folks in Africa? They like black folks. Y'all was in slavery. Right. You know what I'm saying?
We're the only one that put stigma to everything. We have, you know what I'm saying? Like other countries don't do that because they understand that we all have to coexist. You can't it's almost like it's like how can I say it? It's like if a child is born, right? They don't get the option to pick and choose what they want to be. So that's God. That's human nature. So for somebody to come back and question they upbringing based off of they never, you know what I'm saying? Whether it be mixed kids, whether it be black kids, whether it be white kids, whatever. Now their upbringing might change their outlook. But what I'm saying is it's because what happens is they isolate people, you know what I'm saying? It's almost like a grooming thing. I go back to the word grooming because a lot of kids when they little babies, they go to daycares with each other. They black and white. They play and you know what I'm saying? All that shit. But for some reason between the ages of the adolescent or them becoming preteens, that's when most families start grooming them.
Mm-hmm.
But in actuality, color never played a part until then.
Exactly. And then at the end of the day, we're gonna say it like this. So everything that you're saying, and I understand, and I think the group understand too. But the level is that I'm on right now is more to the point of saying we already know it's distractions. We already know, like the things I be seeing in you, things you see in me. We so advanced of the simple mind, and that's the third eye that opened up, and we got other eyes opening up. You know what I'm saying? So we are so past our time right now. I'm gonna say it like this: we can't give them everything in one show. You know what I'm saying? And
That's real.
yeah, it's like Andre 3000. Why he stopped rapping with Baby Boy? Well, boy, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they was on two different levels. So
right,
when we dealing with this YouTube,
right,
we understand that people came over here didn't even understand our intellectual skills. So
right.
I'm not gonna scare them off, and that's why the network of people I have is the network of people I have. You know what I'm saying? It's for a reason.
Well, and that's why I always go back to say for you is to trust the process, and because a lot of people depict you in a how can I put it, in a more of an organized, not necessarily militant, even though that you might come off or you might say certain things that could be more militant. It's more of a controlled type, you know, like they say, the P's, poor preparation prevents piss poor performance, right? So you're
Right.
that type of person. And most people won't see you outside that box. I don't see you outside that box. I love when you get on there, like when you sent me the thing about Dane Calloway, like that's what I'm on. You know what I'm saying? I think what it is for us is we're still finding our niche, and it's going to come. I think what your niche is that you have a way of conveying direct truth, but and you don't, it ain't like there's no sarcasm in it. You ain't joking. It's straightforward. So we got to learn to try to change that algorithm. And I know sometimes the algorithm don't work, or sometimes they're like, when I first started, I was like, this ain't gonna work. Me going from being over there and getting into it with people to coming over here talking about stuff, man, where this dude come from? You see what I'm saying? I had more people call me like, bro, I didn't even know you was on that type of time. It's like I've been on that, but what happens is I just wanna do something different. And because at the end of the day, people got to realize if you're not playing ball, you're not gonna make a lot of money on it. Like some of the stuff, the time that we take out from our family, and
hey, hold on. Repeat what you just said because you kind of froze a little bit and then it came back. I don't know if everybody else seen that.
Okay. No, what I said was, on this YouTube world, if you're not playing ball, you're not making a lot of money, right? That's a fact. Right. You're not making no money.
That's them doors, though. That's them doors.
Right.
You gotta know more. We know too much.
Right. But here's the thing. But the time that we put in for the research of it, That's why I said once you weigh out what you make versus the research, it's like almost hustling, right? It's like a nigga give
Right.
you something and say, bring me back 1,200. But you only make
Exactly.
1250, but you only making 1250. What is you hustling for? Is you hustling to put your name out to start off, or are you hustling for a big? Exactly. So that's where we at. We all rounded to 1,200, and we making the 50. But the grind and the character shows that we really about getting this money, and eventually somebody gonna let us in. But you know, that's just what it is.
That's what I'm saying though. Like,
yeah,
we say it's not so much. I say it all the time, man. It could have been my fault that I didn't jump out here and start getting the minds of these youngsters, like actually being out there in the streets, other than worry about family, right? I was more focused on my family. And hey, man, they some sharp individuals.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't paying attention to their friends other than if they came to the house, and then they got some of these gems. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, the reason I got inspired, there's a couple of reasons I got inspired to do YouTube. I wasn't paying attention to the YouTube other than the funny clips, right? Back in the day.
Facts.
I found out Dan Calloway by just browsing. And then I found out a couple of a lot of other professors or people tight in their traits, like Greg, like the black doctor who got killed because he found the first cure AIDS, and he helped. See, a lot of names. I'm not good with names. I'm good with faces.
Right.
So when I say this, it's not to demean me, but I be authentic with the matter. I say some people, like people always ask me, Slugger, do you remember this individual? And I be like, I probably know him by face, because I twisted my mind when I was younger because the way I was living. No, for real. This is real facts. The world was so crazy back then, I didn't care about your name.
Correct. No, you're right.
If you disrespect me, we're gonna handle it like you disrespected me. You know what I'm saying? Like you should have never known. I don't see names. I feel. Go ahead.
But that's like how you just use the example. Like I tell people here, you know, I came back here to the city. I came here to the city where I'm at right here, right? And a lot of people like, man, I know you. And the first thing I ask, you know, who is your peoples? And did they and it's because when I came up, did they get money? Like if they didn't get money, I don't know them. Like I got those are the I'm just and I'm not knocking nobody, but I'm just saying, because as a street dude, when I came up, that's what you had to be known for, right? So once I came back here, I know a lot of people, they know me, but unless you like connected to people I know, but that, like you said, that's where my mind's warped. I might not know your name, but you know what I'm saying? If you tell me one of your peoples, or I can see somebody, oh yeah, I remember you. You know what I'm saying? But no, you're right. It's totally different. Totally different.
It's totally different. And you know, the thing as I get older, right? Or wiser, or however you want to look at it. I'm not shameful of my age, because it's like some people ain't gonna never live to this age because the decisions they make before they develop into this mindset on maturity, like really maturity, not so much just the act, like you're of an age and you got the maturity to survive in this world. So that's how I was back in the day, and I still have that trait. If I haven't kicked it with you in a period of time, you know what I'm saying, that we had a dialogue or whatever the fact, you just come through. Who are you compared to who I am?
Facts.
What have you put in my life to make me remember you? I just don't remember every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Look at the obituary. All them people pass through the world every day, and I never knew them, or I might know them.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the name calculation and understanding of what these people have brought to our culture, since they didn't teach it in history, I got to go back and research.
Correct.
But then one thing I found out with the research, they didn't tell us our history.
Facts.
So we're at the age right now, man, the internet got all the information, but you got to watch what you listen to because some of it is falsified. They still taking care of their business on, the wash. Let me say it like that to make everybody feel comfortable.
But you also got to remember a lot of times is, again, we go back to accountability is like even when the whole internet thing was going on, a lot of the people our age like, I ain't messing with that. I ain't even touching that. Man, that's the internet. I don't fool with no computers. Right. The problem is they don't realize we can't never get nothing out if we don't make the transition to put it out. If they create it and that's their way of putting it out, we have to make the transition. That's why a lot of people are distanced from these young kids because these young kids, I just on the phone with my homeboy. He was talking about his son doing Twitch and video games. And I'm like, bro, he's like, man, I don't really get in your street. You don't really get into that. I told him, I said, bro, can you please just take the time? You don't realize that's a lot of money in that. We're looking at it from the old money, the shoebox money. These kids don't get shoebox. Man, these kids make good money, bro. And his son's pretty known. I told him, I said, I watch him. He's pretty good, bro. Like, he gets a lot. I said, ask him about the diamonds and stuff. He's like, diamonds? Like, yeah, diamonds and hearts, all that stuff that come on these different apps. He had no clue. Now, and I told him, is that his fault or is it your son's fault if he don't blow up? Because your son is on the same page, but in our culture, like whether it be the old folk, man, I don't mess with no computers, man, I don't do cell phones. They ain't gonna have me doing that. I'm just saying we have to transition as the world transition. That's where we're failing at. Because these kids, like my kids, man, they know more. I learn a lot more from them than they learn from me, to be honest. When it comes to this electronic stuff, man, I be hating. Yeah, man, because we only gonna look up what we think we want. But they might show you something. Like one little kid said, hey, let me show you this real fast. You want to learn how to do this video? I'm like, yeah, how you do that? And he sat there and he did the video and did it like it was nothing. That's regular to him. But for our age, if we were to do it, man, we get props for that. That's why I tell everybody, go learn from these young folks. Because at our age, we have the stories, but we don't have the technology or we have the advancement to stay on their same mind link. That's what we got.
It's a lot to what you just said, man. It's like more to the point of saying it was a thing, because the way we came up, if we came up not in a good situation, but came up in the hustle, and then you seen your parents go through what they got to go through, you will want more for your child. And I think that's where we're at right now. We wanted our children. You remember the whoopings back in the day, man. You swear to God they forgot slavery was over with. Listen.
Real tough.
But we didn't want to do our kids like that. And that's crazy, because sometimes you can communicate with your child without the rod. But then you know what the Bible say, because everybody that listen to it, spare the rod, spoil the child. And the whole thing is we didn't want them to have the same childhood, but what says our childhood was bad?
Exactly. Or what says if we go, a lot of parents will say, I don't want to do my child like that because I was raised, and that's cool. But then you got to do a lot of stuff different, right? Like I give an example, like the old folks, and again, I'm just speaking for my peoples. Like I got family members, I got aunts, uncles, and stuff, right? That country folk that are in the church, they say they believe in God, speak in tongues, fall out, all that shit, right?
Right.
But if you ask them niggas, and I'm just saying, y'all, I don't care if nobody, you ask them niggas to get on a plane, them niggas get scared. I don't get it. But you say, God got you. God got you. But baby, you know your auntie or your uncles ain't gonna fly. But wait a minute, man, nigga, like,
what, hey, man, hold on, Carl.
Hey, man, I'm just going keeping it real.
Listen, we can go all in, right?
Yeah.
Go all in, because it goes back to that ooh wee.
That's what I'm. Yeah, and they quick to jump on the ooh-wee, but won't get on the plane. I'm like, God damn. I told my aunt, I said, hey, I need you to come down here. I gotta go out. I said, I'm gonna pay for your plane. She said, well, baby, you know I already. She said, you know, baby. I said, but I thought you said God got you. She said, yeah, God got me, baby, but I ain't never flew on a plane before. Well, then that's when you supposed to test your faith. But then,
Yeah.
and she didn't come. She told me to get her a bus to come down where I was at. I said, man, that's going to take 2-3 days. She said, yeah, but I'll take the bus. And I was like, man, you know what I'm saying? It's just that our faith picks and choose when again, that's just speaking for my family, when we want to, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Believe.
it's crazy.
Believe. Bruh. Hey, you know what? I'm going to tell you this. You're hitting the nail on the head. Let's talk that old conversation, right? You don't even hear that right now. Like, man, you hit the nail on the head, man. So that's what we're dealing with right now. It's a lot of distractions that goes toward the wrong thing, right? A lot of people, what's that saying? Do as I say, not as I do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of people going to church with that. When I say church, y'all already know because I'm from there, right? That means you talking a little facts. You know what I'm saying? Your opinion is hitting strong. And I'm saying, man, bro,
facts.
Even if I have a direct conversation, like you say, I come direct, and a lot of these people are used to the shenanigans. Like before we even hit on this goddamn page, I told everybody when they got introduced to me, man, I'm gonna tell you about a little bit about my life. At 9 years old, I question things, right? So then we can really get into, ooh, that boy going deep. So that's why I say sit in the living room, kick up your feet, man. We're gonna talk about it. That's like thinking, like, why do they believe in what they believe in, right? And anything to say, you go back, I hate to say this, you go dig up anybody, it's a skeleton with a soul at. So they came up with this theory, it's another place. But how do you know? That's what I'm saying. Everything that's written, how do you know? You believe, faith. So what you said about your auntie and they're not jumping on the plane, how your faith really is. Is it just one of those?
She on some bullshit. And it made me mad. I'm gonna be honest, because I always looked at it like, nigga, if God got me, nigga, it's my time to go, it's my time to go. But when you say, well, baby, you know what I'm saying? Well, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? You know your auntie will want to come. No, you lying, dog. You not. And that's what I'm saying. We make, like I said again, in our thing, we pick and choose. And I hate that. And again, when, like I told my homeboy, just because you don't like me, think about it with us, right? We never even thought about social media. Like, I'm not a social media nigga, but I get what I'm called to do. I get it, right? Yeah. So instead of me being prideful, because if you go back to what the words say, pride is the first step to a downfall, right?
Exactly.
So, right. And your testimony ain't for you, it's for somebody else. I get all that. That's the reason why I don't complain no more. My thing is, again, when it comes back to, we have to be zoned in. I don't get it how a parent can be zoned in with a song with their child, but not zoned in to know who their teachers are. You see what I'm saying? What happens is we give too much credit to the child, but when the child mess up, we blame the child. But then we go back to what it says: a child brain ain't fully developed to the age of 25. So between the time that child's raised to the time that child's 25, even if your child is in college, your child, even though you give them that grace of leeway, your job is still to guide them until then. We, on the other hand, I'm going to say it, when our kids, or if a kid mess up and a kid get pregnant, in our eyes, quote unquote, that child is grown. That child still ain't grown, dog. It's just a baby having a baby.
Hey, bro, I want to ask you something, man. I ain't too proud to ask you neither.
No, that ain't good.
So when I do my lives and to refresh what I see on the page, or so I don't want to miss on comments and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say refresh your page while you're on live? How you do it?
Well, what's going to happen is when you refresh, of course, it kicks you out. For me, it kicks me out. You just got to go back into, so people will still be on there. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. So you can
So
do it.
that's the
It's
only
like
way.
a second
Yeah, I
picture.
don't know too much about. I just, me. I'm like you. I keep it simple. But
I
every
keep
now and then, if I want to know, but like with me, I have a problem with people's like, well, do you share your stuff? When you go on YouTube. No, I don't know how to share. So I just go through the long process of downloading the clip, redoing the clip, and then uploading it and then download it to play it for everybody. You see what I'm saying?
okay.
Other
Okay.
people said it's an easier way to do it. I don't know. I have no idea. But then I'm glad you said that. Now, you just use an example of what the Bible say, pride is the first step to a downfall. The
Mhm.
difference is you didn't know and you asked, and I just said I didn't know, but I didn't ask. See the difference?
Yeah. So, but like I said, like we all say, man, as we grow up, and you don't know everything. Like I say, this is my theory too. I say, if you think you know everything, you might as well stop breathing. There's no reason to
Well,
live.
and that's where pride comes in there,
Yeah.
because you have to be a very prideful person to think that you know everything.
Yeah.
That's just that don't make sense. There's not one person in this world that can say they know everything. There's no logical explanation or claim of that. So that's
Or
why I
you
say,
like,
well, right.
or you
So
like
when
what?
right,
Go ahead, finish off. I got something.
no, yeah. So when people say that, that just blows my mind, because again, growing and okay, let's use the chart, the evolution chart. Take the damn little animals or whatever out. Evolution is walking upright and walking with a purpose. Take the little ladder out, or however they do it, the ape thing. We know that's bullshit. But
Yeah.
let's say upright and evolving is exactly that. It's going to the next step. So we have to learn to evolve. The problem is, again, you talking about people that got $3,000 phones or $2,000 phones in their hands. The same equivalence that it is that you can buy a vehicle if you needed a vehicle. These kids have that. And do you know the average kid, if you ask them a question, you know what they say? I get mad when people say, or they'll walk up to me and say, hey, does such and such and such. I said, bro, don't you got a phone? Hey, what you mean? Bro, do you realize that's the fastest computer in the world? Your phone is? Why are
Right.
you asking me something that you can just find out on your own?
Yeah.
See,
Exactly.
this is where we still lose, bro. The only people use shit is the goddamn Instagram and Facebook. You ask nigga a question, you say, hey man, where's the best place to find food? I don't know. Bro, pull it
Like
up
Yep.
on your
Like
phone.
they ain't got an app like Yep.
Come on, man. Because guess what? In the other cultures, that's what's acceptable. Not talking about go ask Geraldine and them down the street where to go get the best food at. They don't know because they
Yeah.
ain't got the phone. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like my
Yeah.
homeboy, we went to go to a thing last Sunday. I'm in Birmingham. He tells me, yeah, this little food thing. And I done drove all the way down there to go meet him. Now, this nigga tells me to follow him. Man, we driving for 30 minutes. I'm like, God damn, what did you? He said, my bad. He said, man, I thought it was another place. I said, why didn't you put it in your phone? Well, I ain't think about that.
Right.
Man, I was like, bro, right, bro, we got to, if you knew better, you do better. There should be nobody asking a question about shit when you have a phone. If you in 2023, if you own a cell phone, you are connected to Google. There should be not nobody who ever asks a question. And if somebody tell you some shit, you're supposed to Google this shit. It's okay to pull your phone out. You pull it out for everything. When people tell me something, for real, I put, what you doing? Man, I'm Googling that. I didn't know that. It's
But
okay
you
to
know what?
Google.
Hold on. No, you know what? I'm gonna tell you this. And I knew, bro, I'm gonna tell you this, man. It's real life. You know, we had them Nokias and all that back in the day. And then
Well,
when it was start trying to spell check you and stuff like that. And I say I had pride in I don't need nobody to spell check me. I know how to spell, right? So then they came with the smartphone. Look, man, I know everybody said. When they came with the smartphone, they made the human race dumb.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you don't have to think no more. You got AI thinking for you, helping you spell your words, helping you come up with these ideas. You might have the vision, but it already got the vision because another class clown had a vision too. So now it's perfecting human vision. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, what had happened was, like you said, when people got to complaining, you're not the only one. When you was like, I don't need no spell check, and they like, so many people might have said that I'm smart. They like, well, damn, you're spelling it wrong. And then we say, I'm smart, and you can't tell me how to spell. And they're like, you're right. Smartphones.
Exactly.
Think about the irony in that. A smartphone. They had to tell you. Come on, man. It's no longer, think about it. It's no longer a cellular phone. Cellular phones work off cells. Smartphones, this shit crazy, bro. That's why
what you put in it. Look. Smartphone only gets it more advanced on what the humans put in it.
Come on, man.
So this is
Tabernacle.
what I'm saying. Like, let's go back to your quote unquote your family member, right? Scared.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Use them niggas. Go ahead. Yeah. I don't care. Them niggas. Nah, man, that shit is real life.
I'm like, I got something that's close and dear, Cross. And it's like, a lot of people talk tough, but they scared to kill bugs. You know what I'm talking about? A lot of people talk that talk like that's what needs to be heard when you come with stuff that comes out your mouth. But people that really know you ain't living that life. You feel me?
Right.
That you scared of bugs. Right. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm going to tell you the truth. A bug can catch me off guard, but then I'm going to deal with it.
Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, brother. Man, you done hit a nerve now. I don't fuck with no bug. Now, I knocked my homeboy, I just knocked this nigga down. I ain't gonna bullshit. Now, this nigga just got in an accident, right? He come to my house now, and it's a true story, I swear to God.
No, Carl, don't do
I
it.
didn't know in my house. Listen. I didn't know. I never knew anything about wood bees. Do you know anything about wood bees?
Yeah.
I did, nigga. I'm a city nigga, dog. I don't know shit about none of that shit. So I moved here and I'm outside, nigga. I think I was on live one day, nigga. Scared the shit out of me. My homeboys there. I got wood bees at my house brick, but on the top is wood bees. I didn't know them motherfuckers huge. Like they're huge, bro. I never seen no shit like that. So I thought my homeboy just told me just the other day they don't sting. He said they're aggressive, but of course I feel like my mama said, when they used to say,
hold on. Cross.
Yeah.
Let's go. Our people's in here. Our family from cross your heart. And, I don't know what we're gonna call Chuck. She on every.
That's Jen. Now that's Jen. Now that's Jen.
She gonna be a universal. I'm gonna come up with a name. She a universal, real lady, man. Like for real.
Yeah, that's Jen right there. That's my own girl, Jen. Salute to Jen right there. Yeah, that's Jen.
She said we scared of bugs, man. I'm trying to look.
Let me finish.
No, Cross. I can't.
I'm scared of them motherfuckers, dog. You ain't finna get me on this motherfucker. No, because if you was in the car with me, my nigga, and there was a bee in the car, nigga, I'm the type nigga jump out, nigga, with the car rolling. I'm just gonna tell you, nigga. I don't play that shit, bro. I'm just gonna tell you, anybody that know me in real life, listen, the wood bee came, listen, bro, the wood bees came and I was out there and them got to swarm me. So I went to the store. I'm the type of nigga that if wood bees come at me, I would probably go to your local hardware store. I'm gonna spend $200-$300 on whatever I can. So I got the jet stream stuff. I'm spraying it. But I didn't know that I never heard of wood bees. I didn't know wood bees burrow in the wood. I didn't know that. I thought they was, but bro, they aggressive. Yeah, bro, my homeboy was out here, just got in an accident. He walking and she walking all slow. So I get to spraying, man, the nigga in my way. I'm not gonna lie. So I kind of I forgot he was there. I almost knocked the nigga down. Like I told the nigga, like, bro, you gotta move out the way, bro. Shit get dangerous out here. Yeah, he thought I was crazy. He left my house. He left, right? Yeah, I don't play with no shit like that, but you can't get them.
Say, man, that's a
Yeah,
classic.
I don't
Look,
care. Whatever
look.
Jen say, you call me pansy, all that shit. You fuck around, and Jen, you standing there, anybody standing, you let a thing of bees, and you're a female, you might fuck around and get football tackled down. I ain't thinking shit about you at that time. Nah, I'm all for self. That's the only time. Niggas shoot at me, all that shit. Niggas shoot at me and everything. I'ma shoot back. Nigga, you pull some goddamn bees on me, dog, or some shit flying around. I can't control it, dog.
No,
Yeah, I can't control. I ain't gonna lie, nigga. That's
it's
the only
okay.
thing.
Say, Cross, you look, homie. It's okay.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody perfect. Look.
Yeah, I don't give a
trying
fuck if they don't care a lot. I'm being honest. So
No, for real though. That's good. I appreciate your honesty and your humbleness.
yeah, now if you talking
Yeah.
about some old gangster shit and
Now,
doing
hold on,
something,
Cross.
niggas,
Hold
I'm
on,
cool with that.
Hold on, Cross. This is what we ain't gonna do, right? We ain't
Yeah.
gonna do that.
No, I'm just saying. On some anything else, nigga, I'm a ride or die. But nigga, if you talking about you gonna when we go to a field,
Hey,
I'm a city boy. I don't do that. I'm just learning to adapt to the South. I don't do the outside.
We hear you, Cross.
Okay.
Listen, only thing I gotta say is last night in the house, I'm sitting back, kick back. I'm talking about like I do. You know what I'm saying? Baby come through and I say, baby, it's a spider over there. But she said so calmly, right? And I say,
Yeah,
all
I
right,
ain't worried
kill
about
it.
that.
Look. I say, kill it. She say, I ain't messing with the big spider. Say, bro, I go over there. That motherfucker was big. You hear me? Excuse my language. Look. So I'm like, everything that I killed in my life, the next person passed it to me, right? So I'm like, man, there ain't nothing, but it was just in a crazy angle. But I knocked it out, man. You know, I think about people attitude. This is what I think about.
Yeah.
It ain't got nothing to do with the gangster, right? Because the first thing we say is, man,
Hold
yeah.
on before you say anything else. Because Mr. Smith in the chat, I'm gonna drop it down. Mr. Smith, I saw you laughing, and I'm gonna get some mice on your ass. You keep on, nigga.
Hold on.
I'm
Listen,
gonna get the mice. Yeah, that nigga, that nigga straight G. You put some, throw Ben on his ass and see what he do. Yeah, Ben gonna make that nigga run, dog.
No, for real though. The curiosity and understanding what an insect would do to you is your caution. But like say for instance, I ain't tripping. It is what it is. Man, I don't like wolves. I don't know the difference from a yellow jacket until it gets too close. And if it got too close, guess what? I waited too long to act. You know what I'm saying?
You preaching now.
Now, I will swat it. You know what I'm saying? Because that's my reaction. Like something fly in my face, I'm like, ha, 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 ha. You know what I'm saying?
Now, see, I'm gonna say something on that, Slugger. Now, if you make that movement and we standing there, and you haven't, if I hadn't saw it, first thing on my mind is, I hope this nigga don't swat. Now, if you swat, bro, I love you to death, my nigga. On this live, can't nobody. But nigga, if you swat and if I run, I'm not responsible for what I do. I don't give a fuck who around. You're not finna set me up to get taken out. Nigga, I had a bad experience in the Carolinas. I fell on a goddamn wasp nest when I was young. And nigga, I got stung like 30, almost 20 times. I had to go to the hospital. Nigga, I don't play with that shit, dog. That shit work. And I know this sounds crazy. Nigga, I'll show people. I've been stabbed before.
Appreciate you sliding through.
Yeah, I dealt with a stabbing before. Nigga get stabbed before, nigga. I don't know what it is about them damn walls and shit. I don't know.
Ross, let's ask her. You know she thinks she a professor. Listen, let's ask her, how do you get these spiders out the house? Huh?
Yeah.
You know how to get these spiders. I know how to do fog. You know what I'm saying? Everybody leave for about 2 hours and get everything out the house. But
I thought you could put down like mothballs and shit. Was it mothballs or something like that?
A lot of people say that's that old school thing. A lot of people say mothball, but that's mouth balls, right? Like it's for mouths.
Yeah.
A lot of people use it
or
for
you can put down like stuff outside. Like I know Well, I don't know about that because my homeboy, because like I told y'all, my backyard, I got a big. So I'm right now. I got my homeboy that's gonna help me. I got to put up like citrus. I didn't even know. I just found this out last week. Citrus plants and spearmint plants ward off mosquitoes, bugs, and all types of insects. So that's something y'all could think about. So if y'all plant those citra plants and like spearmint plants and things like that. Plus, you can pull the spearmint off if you're making mojitos and shit like that. But yeah, I like mojitos. Or
All
you
right.
can take the spearmint. No bullshit. You can take the spearmint from the leaf. I was at my homeboy house. You take spearmint from the leaf and you can rub it right on your skin, and it'll attract you from mosquitoes.
Hey man,
That's
hey, I'm gonna tell you this. See,
yeah.
I'm against a lot of things, and that
Oh,
was that,
marigolds.
huh?
Okay, I didn't know marigolds. Jen said
Okay,
marigolds too, but I do know spearmints though.
experiment. And have you heard about ivory soap?
No, what was that? Is? I mean, I know
They,
Irish soap, but what?
yeah, they say Irish. No, I'm gonna say Irish Springs. If you bathe with Irish Springs before like the summertime coming around, mosquitoes are plentiful. You get less mosquito bites.
Yeah, I
If
don't.
you
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't want none of that shit though. That's
listen,
what I'm
if you
saying.
have, I don't know. I'm finna try to. I'm gonna try to enlighten y'all on what I don't, what I know,
Yeah,
and y'all can enlighten me on y'all know. Look, get away from these bugs. Look, nobody like. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. This is real talk, man. And a lot of people say, "Oh, the reaction from that individual at that time was funny." Now, bro, you gotta understand. Say, man, something just flew in my goddamn mouth or my nose. Listen, I'm gonna do some investigation,
sure.
and the whole table might move. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So.
Yeah, I don't
Look,
like that shit. Though. I don't
look,
like.
dry sheets. Look, dry sheets.
Yeah,
Dry sheets.
yeah, I don't like none of that shit
Now
flying
you hear
around
me?
me,
You hear me,
dog.
bro?
Yeah,
Bro,
you fuck
you hear me?
around, dog. Like I said, I didn't. Man, the motherfuckers be laughing. Oh, hold on, hold on. Put my garage up. Hold on.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. There you go. And that's what I like starting these channels for, doing my channel, man, just to bring awareness, man. Because, hey, man, ain't nobody perfect out here, man. But look, I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. I don't do that cross thing. I ain't finna run, shoot down the street. No. We're gonna handle that right then and there. You know what I'm talking about? Because look, I run with a family, and then if I don't get it, then they definitely ain't gonna get it. So, man, I taught my son how to, I ain't gonna talk about no cruel and unusual punishment, but anything in the yard, man, I showed my son how to kill it, from a turtle to a snake, all that, man. I done became a marksman with rattlesnakes with a BB gun. Don't play with me. I just look like this. Say for real, for real. But yeah, man, cross say. All right, so before I forget, okay, I got you. Before I forget, you take dryer sheets and you put it in your pocket. Like you chilling. You already know dry sheets gonna make you smell good anyway, right? You put that in your pocket, you ain't rub it on your skin. Matter of fact, and you ain't gonna have no mosquito bites that night. I swear to God, you can wear shorts on. They don't like dry sheets to a washing machine. Like for real. For real. I'm just giving y'all some insight what I've been through and what I noticed, especially going to all these like Juneteenth and all that. Man, I better have some dry sheets. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. Did I drop it? Oh no, I dropped it. Appreciate. Put some peppermint oil on some of your cotton balls or pads and keep them away. Pads? What pads? Say, man. Yeah. That's a good one. I didn't know that. Yeah, for real. Like dry sheets are very important, man. And you'd be amazed. Like, and then I found out through the old school, my father-in-law straight up said he don't put lotion on in the summertime because mosquitoes are attracted to lotion. Look, this is one thing. And Cross, I was young and thought like this, man. Salute coming back to the channel.
Already.
I asked my mama, back in the day, that's when they found out about that word AIDS, right? I always
Yeah.
been a curious child. And I say, you know what, Ma, tell me if this makes sense. And I sit down with my mom. She was doing dishes, so I walked in the kitchen, looked over the bar, and I say, so if AIDS is attracted through blood and all that, these mosquitoes going around poking everybody, and it's a dirty needle. So they was like that Dauphine area and era and the mosquito era. I'm like, so don't they? That's a dirty needle. It ain't like they clean themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm like, is that how the government's gonna push it? You know what I'm saying? The craziest thing is now, when I was young, I was active. Now I got a consciousness of being in by the time mosquitoes come out because I don't know what they playing.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Now, did you get that? Did you get that same thing? Like mosquitoes can, shoot out the AIDS.
Yeah, but you remember back in the days with the whole HIV thing, nobody really knew, really what was going on. The problem was the fact that I just felt like they pushed it like anything else. You know what I'm saying? And most people don't realize whether it's that ooh-wee or whatever. If you ever want to know if something was created, whatever bad, you can Google the patent, right? So it was a patent that was out. Everything that's ever been created has a patent, whether it's been to cure it or whether it's to give it, right?
Yeah.
So my thing was, my mama used to tell me like a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, you sit back, you think about it. A lot of people back in the days didn't even take some of the shit they took. Polio was created back then when it had when I did the 1868 or 1860 London stink, right? A lot of that stuff was created because of how people was living, right? Think about it. There's no documented disease per se, allegedly, that we have created. I'm talking about us as a culture.
Not us.
Us as a culture. The only thing I tell everybody this, and if you can Google this, the only thing that anybody can cure in this world to today, until that one, salute to that black woman. Y'all want to get a chance, Google it. I was going to do something on her. I might still do. Black woman that came up with, I think she came up with the cure for cancer. But
no. Hold on. Dr. Sebi came up with that. And he said,
no, Dr. Sebi. I'm a follower of Dr. Sebi. Dr. Sebi said one thing that I tell everybody. You're right. Dr. Sebi said one thing. In order to cure any disease, you have to remove the mucus. Mucus is everything. So I'm gonna tell y'all this: when y'all getting sick and y'all get a cold or you get phlegm, find some extract, right? Something that extracts or thins the mucus. If you thin the mucus, what happens is, if you ever look at from AIDS to cancer to the flu, everything you cough up, AIDS, everything you cough up is mucus. So mucus takes over the body and then comes like Slugger was showing through the pores. That's what mucus is. Mucus is nothing. So it's a built-up respiratory infection. That's like with the ooh-wee. It's a built-up respiratory. Like anytime I get how some people get the itch in their throat. A lot of people don't realize that's bacteria. It's going to build a pocket to create mucus. If you destroy mucus, you destroy the disease. And that's in any disease. Dr. Sebi said that, and that's a fact. I live by that. So when I get sick... No.
And that's sad, man. Let me tell you how smart we really are. We so goddamn smart, even though everybody understand. I don't know. Let me chime in on the chat. Do y'all understand how smart we are as a human race? Because at the end of the day, like I said before, division is about race and color. We so far behind the curve.
And I'm glad you said that. And I'm gonna piggyback real fast before you continue. I want everybody to get a chance to look up the definition of what race is. Race does not, in a definition, does not identify color. It says the opposition or a competitor, whether it be running or anything else, has nothing to do. Race is an opposition. It's a competition. That's it. Has not. We have put in and we have exerted that race has something to do with color or ethnicity. Has nothing to
Right,
do with that.
right.
That's not what. Go look it up. I'm not lying, y'all. Go Google what the word race is, and you'll see what it is. It has nothing to do with no culture, bro. It's not. We get caught up in that.
We caught up in the web. We caught up in the web, man. Yep. And you know what? Guess what? When you start hitting on something, and look, this is one thing I got to tell my family, and they understand. Why do a lot of people don't speak the truth, right? A lot of people don't speak the truth because there's consequences to the truth.
Correct.
If they can't find nothing on you to make you seem like you just a liar and you kind of crazy and all that, that's what the media do. That's what Hollywood do. And a lot of people don't even know how to play the game, do, right? But they part of the same circuits, right? So it's crazy how me and Cross will get on here 9 times out of 10. You already know we got a pass. Okay, that's good. But why is our human race so on somebody being perfect? It ain't nobody in this world perfect. You understand what I'm saying? And once we understand that, I think at the end of the day, we can find out it's some scholars around here. Like the news is not making you a scholar, but then when you're talking in your community or your school, man, they think highly of you, right?
Correct.
What I noticed with the marathon, let's talk about Nipsey briefly. Why did he say marathon? I'm gonna tell you why he said marathon. Prior to Nipsey saying marathon, I had a song and I played on this channel. Before Nipsey even said it, I met Nipsey before he passed away. He came down.
R.I.P. to Nip.
R.I.P. to Nip, man.
Yeah.
And, but first he was kind of, I ain't gonna say shy. A lot of people say people are shy when they try to figure you out. You better try to figure a sucker that you don't, environment that you ain't never been. See, that's the clown crap. You know what I'm saying? And I talk down on that. Like, the craziest thing is society see the world a whole different way that they ain't gonna see themselves when they're inside that world. It's very easy, and I'm gonna catch up. I want everybody to catch up. It's very easy to be outside the box and look at somebody how they supposed to act in a certain situation, and you wasn't there.
Facts.
So Nipsey came down here, and guess who was standing in front of him, man? Your boy Slugger. Your boy Slugger. I was making sure he stayed safe. He already had an entourage for real. But the importance of when people say certain words like a marathon, that's a whole run. It ain't no fast run. It's a distance run. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people will try to use that concept and don't even know what the meaning is. I said that in my rap. This ain't what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody out here that's conscious is running a marathon. Some people are acting like they start the marathon. You see how many people start the marathon and how many people finish.
Right.
You follow me? So as we laughed and joked, talked about the buzz, and we laughed and joked talking about these people that say they got a lot of faith, but really ain't got no faith, only what's comfortable to you, to them, as fear. You can't go in life with fear. You got to be courageous but cautious. You see what I'm saying? Like, you go into an environment and you don't know these individuals, that's a cautious state. But a weak individual say you scared. Bro, you don't even know life.
Well, and that goes with the whole contradictory of in our culture if we basing everything off faith. You know, faith is a substance not seen or heard. You know what I'm saying? So you can't see faith. You can't hear faith. You just know it's there. So, you know, when you stepping out on something, you stepping out. It's not even, I'm going to even go further. It's not necessarily even faith. It's the fact that it's a belief that you believe in yourself. I tell a lot of people, think about it. When you go get a job, you're sending your representative, right? And the whole time you're hoping that these people pay your representative. Because once you get into there, they get to start learning you and know who you are. So you're bringing a representative to the plate and saying, hey, I'm selling this guy right here or this woman, and I want her to get this X amount of dollars. The problem is people got to realize when you're bringing something to the table, you know what I'm saying? Like you're building, and that's what we got to start getting into. We got to bring something to the table, my nigga. Like everybody got to bring it. We can't no longer play. We can't blame. My whole thing is we can't play the blame game.
Right.
If we already know, that's like if you say, hey, that person right there cheating to make hundreds a whole time. Well, if that person don't get caught, if we keep telling on that person, ain't that snitching? Unless we just do it ourselves. Other than that, we just telling. I'm just saying, I just be telling people, if you're telling on somebody else that's doing something else, whether they doing you wrong or right, and you won't fix it, you basically just telling.
Exactly.
You just repetitively every year. Well, the reason why we are where we at because of this. Well, we tell it. All right. So what we gonna do? Then 2 years later. Well, the reason why we are because of this. Well, we tell it. Then what we good, like you said earlier, what are we going to do, my guy? Like, what is we going to do? Are we going to? Here's the thing. It ain't even really. I'm gonna be honest with you. To me, it ain't really about what we can do collectively. It's individually be accountable.
Exactly.
If we can all individually just be accountable of our actions alone, that's it.
Yeah. And you know, just like Chuck said, Cross, you see that one with Kevin Hart's and The Rock in it. Stuff just happens, right? And when stuff just happens, it's your response to the situation that makes you better, quote unquote, player, or should I say character in this game of life. Like
correct.
A lot of people don't understand. Like I used to have I still got it. I say, man, this is your own movie. Now, do you want people to pay attention to your movie? You keep the series going how people expect life to go. But once you alter off that, like quote unquote, like Hollywood been doing, they always put that extra in there. And then that makes me stop watching the show because that ain't my movie. That ain't what I'm part of. You know what I'm saying? And the scene is what's real. Real is how can you look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm making a difference. Like you say, individual struggle. Like everybody used to say, man, they don't want to come on YouTube because then they get targeted. But I tell people all the time, become the gray man. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to tell everything you know on this goddamn tube. Right. You're just trying to bring awareness. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't understand that, man. I ain't got to show you my necklace, my watch, a lot of people was talking about the hat. You're so materialistic. Listen to the message. I'm not trying to distract you with the jury. I'm not trying to distract you with these obscene things that has no relevance. I'm trying to get to your mind, like Dan Calloway, right? He say, I'm here to make you think. Okay. That's so right. As we go through life, a lot of people don't understand that quote unquote word we said marathon. They thinking everything is a quick thing. You can't get where Cross is. You can't get where I am, Dewberry is. Anybody of this statue overnight. It takes hard work, dedication, man. And that's why I said we got to entwine ourselves with these youngsters because they got some hidden gems dealing with this AI stuff that we don't really know about. How to go through the algorithm, how to do all this, how to get the message out there. Because if Clucks, I'm going to hear my words and I'm going to let you go. If Clucks can get their message out there and they ain't talking about nothing, man, we got to do better. We got to hook up with the youngsters that know how to infiltrate that algorithm. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. I'll give you a prime example and salute. And like I said, salute to Mikey too. Because like I said, at the end of the day, he'll hit me and be like, yo, Cross, I don't know how you do it, how you have the energy. I don't know how he do it, bro. Because see, I'm the type of person that I have a grind, but then I got to stay consistent, right? Like with him, I give him his roses. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, he stayed consistent. I told you that a long time ago. The thing about it is when people are tapped in, like everybody's tapped in, what happened is in our situation, we've been grinding and trusting the process for so long. When people start getting aboard, like at that time, they don't realize they give us back that life, right? Because by that time we're so drained and we've gave so much that a person like him will rejuvenate me, right? He always do it, boom, he bring me back. Because the simple fact is like, damn, okay, our words are not on. That's why I told you earlier, your words don't fall on deaf ears. Because, but the problem is a lot of times, again, in pride, is the first step of downfall. Is most people in our culture won't give the roses and the flowers they need to give, and be like, "Yo, you're doing this thing, just keep doing it." Like I had a lot of people kept telling me, "Yo, Cross, just keep doing what you know." I'm like, "Damn, this shit ain't working. This shit just like ain't nobody listening to me." And then eventually it was like, okay, and I'm like, I'm not saying the same thing everybody else is saying. Yeah. So but I understand, at the end of the day, I still got to keep going because exactly. I'm not looking if it fails or not. That's the whole thing. Like most people care if it's. I just know that, man. I just put a stamp in life that somebody heard what I said, whether it was 1, 2, or 10, or 1,000, or 2, 4, whatever. I don't care because I got to the point was I've said it enough for free in life. So at least it's recorded and people can hear it. That's the way I guess that's the way
Exactly.
You feel me?
And what Max say, I wish he jump on the panel because like I said, he an educated youngster, man. And don't take the age because you ever heard them sayings where when you was young and your auntie or somebody in your family, elder say, right. But old woman or old man, boy, you old before your time. The knowledge that you have, and that's why I come to the concept. Like when we open up if we go back and open up the graveyard, right? We just see skeletons and memories, right? Of the person that came through, but you don't know where they're at. How about if they got reincarnated? Let's talk about it. Because
it's real.
Some of these kids come back with a mind of an old person, like the way they acted. Us humans, hold on, Cross. Us being human and not understanding how actually the universe working, we all try to figure it out. And then you got these Scientologists and everybody who think they know more than you, but you can see life in front of you and say, oh man, that baby act like they've been here before. Bruh, you just hit it on the neck.
No, you're right. I think too, at the end of the day, like I like I said again, like I said, salute to the young king, salute even to Mr. Smith. When you're talking to people that are younger, the thing about it is you got to ask yourself, us as old niggas, right? Why do you want to listen to me? You can listen to 1,000 other younger niggas or niggas your age. The problem is they understand, and that's why I salute them. They understand empathy, and I go back to what I said. Forget the color. It's in the age. It's empathy and sympathy. You know why? Because they know they lane. They understand their lane. They understand, regardless of, if a person look at you different. Like when I first met Mike, and Mike told me straight up, he was like, bro, most people that see me, they run from me. They don't want to be around me. They think I'm weird. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because he said that off the rip. So what he did was anything else after that, then I'm full of shit. Excuse my French. You see what I'm saying? Because
hold on. Pause right quick. Pause. So when we say things like that, excuse my French, is that really a French word? I always want to know.
Yeah. I'm on the Western culture right now.
Yeah, let's get it. I say the same thing.
Yeah. I'm just trying to stay diplomatic and on the Western culture. But I'm just saying, like, far as those people, like I never forget, and salute to Mr. Smith, right? He said something a long time ago. I used to always debate him, and the way he said it, it was the fact, it was almost like nobody else would listen, right? He said, no, y'all don't understand. It's y'all that don't listen. So you know how many times he been on the panel and said that? And I couldn't understand it. So, I talk to him all the time. Salute to my little bro. So when he got to explain it to me, he was right. We don't listen. Like, we don't listen because I can get Mikey on here and I don't care, and no disrespect to nobody on here or whatever. A lot of times they will come, a lot of people, like when they explaining something, there's many different reasons why people don't listen to them. It could be, oh man, I don't know what they talking about. Oh man, they sound like they fucked up. All this, all that, all this. But the problem is you're still not listening. You need to give them the opportunity to finish to then analyze what they said. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. Even with young kids, we always cut them off. We should allow them, like, even, that on my panel, even when, with the one dude that was on that, I said, speak. I'm allowing you to speak because what you're telling me is you don't get that opportunity. And then you get to analyze from that. But when I got to listen to Mr. Smith, even like Mikey, people don't realize, he's so diplomatic how he handled it. He tells me how he really feels. But what I respect about him is he still has empathy enough to understand the game and understand our culture, where no matter what, right or wrong, he respects his elders. Now, he might disagree, but he's still the respect factor.
Yeah, and that's what matters.
Yeah, I think we need to get back. Again, I learned that from coaches. Like, again, I'm going to say this too on your channel. Shout out to Kane. You know what I'm saying? People don't realize that's his homeboy, right? Like, Kane's a cool dude. Like, I'm going to give him his props. Kane's a cool dude. But what's so sad, and Mikey agreed, in the social media world, because of the demographics, he might not be accepted. Then let's get.
I don't know if y'all can hear me. It seemed like, when you start talking real, it might pause for a minute. Y'all just give it a minute to come back.
Slow, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. I was just letting them know. I don't know what happened.
Saying that I was going to say I'm going to give my roses to Kane too as well, Mikey homeboy. You know what I'm saying? Different cultures. The fact that both of them two are able to put something together, it shows that color has no issue. The young folks are showing us every day color has no issue. It's the empathy and the sympathy. How then two different people from two different worlds that grew up in two different cultures come together and have the same agreement. You see what I'm saying? It becomes like-minded people. And then just because they look like you don't necessarily mean they like-minded. That's where, and I think in our culture, because let's be honest, in other cultures, like you said something earlier. You said they got that gate in their culture, right? You said they got that security gate. Well, is that gate to keep us out or to keep everybody out? Right. Because they even discriminate against their own culture. Rich folks don't give a fuck if you're either rich or poor. Had nothing to do with white or black, because if that was the case, then all white people would be rich.
Exactly.
See, exactly. So that's why when dealing with people like Mark and them and me being in my relationships or relationships previously, what it made me look at is like we're wasting too much time on shit that we can't. God created that. We are more, how blasphemous it is to hate on somebody because they look like something that God created. Let's keep it. Now, I want to go deep with that because I always wanted to go deep with that.
Talk to it. Talk to the church.
Do you realize that's blasphemy? Do you realize thousands of millions of people cannot have a child? So when God creates something that's precious, the world will criticize something God created. And you can't change it. When a child's born, he can't change what they look like. So it bothers me to see somebody hate somebody because they look like something that, one, they claim they part of God, but if God created creatures, you don't see nobody saying, damn, look at that zebra. That zebra ain't taller than the other zebra.
Right.
But that zebra ain't got as much. He ain't no real zebra because he ain't got all the stripes.
Yep. but then how do you know the stripes? The stripes is actually on every zebra. Is it a certain count?
Come on, man. Now you on some tabernacle shit right now. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Now you on some offering plate type shit. Yeah.
Yeah, for real. Like this is how I look at life, though, and I have questions about life. Like everything that we have learned is been taught to us, right? But who's to say the teachers had genuine heart when they was teaching, or was it for a manipulation purpose? Because I know at the end of the day, think about it. A slave is only set to his master beliefs. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if you're not opening up your wisdom and understanding, how can you say that you are part of knowledge? You know what I'm saying? Because knowledge comes from the Heavenly Father, period, point blank. And for when I say open up your third eye, that's what I mean. You don't go with the theatrics that the world puts in front of you and say, oh, that's a good feel. That's what I'm going to push. No, it's your inner spirit. Everybody got an inner spirit. In case you, what? Black-hearted. What?
Right,
you wasn't called. You know what I'm saying?
We're going to go even deeper. I'm from the message here and give you a crossover. Here's the thing that I have a problem with people too, right? We all acting, right? We were taught to be actors. You know why we was taught to be actors? I'm going to give you certain sayings that old folks used to say to us. You acting like you grown. Why you acting like that? You know better, right? Now I'm going to ask you something. In a professional field, if you're an actor, are you compensated?
In some sort. Yeah. Some sort.
Okay. Yeah. So how can you ask somebody or a child if they're acting like something and they're not compensated? So are you training them or grooming them to become into another character? Because you should never tell. See, it's certain words that we shouldn't put out there because you say, man, why you acting like your daddy? Well, we know the word acting is to become a character. You can't tell somebody they're acting like somebody. So if we keep saying that to each other, we're raising a bunch of actors, we're raising a bunch of characters. That's why a lot of people go through identity crisis because they don't know who they are, because they're acting. When they get to acting like themselves, or they feel like in their DNA who they supposed to be, what they first say, you acting just like your daddy. You better stop that shit. Why you acting like that? I'm just saying, bro. But in real life, acting, you get compensated to be an actor. That's a professionalism. Right. So we are training our children to become characters. That's just me. I just be looking at shit so different. I tell people I don't look at it with everybody else. I just have a problem with what certain words carry certain things. You know, it's like they say, certain phrases hold the test of time. Well, certain words do. So if you say, for instance, girls say, you acting, or the women say, look at you acting all mannish. You acting fast. Girl, you acting like a hoe.
And you know what? Hold on. So that is one of those things in our community nobody really talk about, right? They could talk about finances, they could talk about the economy, they could talk about everything else up under the sun. But the whole thing is the wording. First, it was sticks and stones won't hurt my bones.
Come on, man. That's what I always said. That's a lie.
Yeah, and then you got that when your spouse is into y'all into like your girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, and y'all got a child together. The first thing you do is look at that child when they're just moving through life. You know what I'm saying? But you see one another in these children, and that's the first thing you say. Man, you act like your daddy. He got them ways. But what's the difference from going outside the house and see somebody else had them same ways?
Right.
So at the end of the day, I say we put everybody in this up under this umbrella, but it's universal. Because if you're around somebody, say for instance you're around me, right? It's a lot of skill set that you're gonna learn, right? If it's taekwondo, if it's boxing, if it's wrestling, just football skill, athletic, whatever. Knowing how to cook, knowing how to survive, you learn all that about your environment, right? So your child is gonna feed off of that, and that's gonna be a reflection of you, period. So if you see a white,
you're right, but listen, also like you just ran that down, right? You said that you would teach Like, you know what I'm saying? If a child was there, you'll teach them all that. The problem is, it's not really that they don't want to learn. A lot of times it's the presentation, right? Let's use example of you could be a sports person, right? You're a Texas bound guy, right? You
Yeah.
Texas, you know, everything Texas. Well, it depends on your presentation to that child. Because what happens is, if you're so Texas, they'll be Texas. If you say, man, I'm so police, they'll be police. If you say I'm so scientific, or I'm so this, I'm so that, it's how the presentation go. Because you can show them, because like with my son, he loves hunting. But when I took him, or I tried, allegedly how I tried, it wasn't what he expected, but he likes it. But it's not everything, whether it be, no disrespect, allegedly. If you buy a sack, or you buy anything, or you buy a woman, or whatever the case, whatever you like to buy, whatever your fetish is, it's not about what it is, it's the presentation. It's how it's presented to you. So I think that's where we as a culture got to get into, not the same presentation, but come in with a different, but not to be their friend. I want to clear that up. You're not supposed to be a child's friend.
No,
you don't.
But that's the thing with today's parents, because at the end of the day, and listen to what I'm saying, a lot of these parents wasn't about nothing back in the day, but they kids might have a little spark. You know what I'm saying? And they try to live on their accord. Salute to Max, man, coming up on the panel first time ever. Salute.
I would like to say, I just had to tap in. I'm at the gym, but man, in the gym, getting it in right now, worrying about everybody. No, worrying about nobody, worrying about myself. But look, though, I just had to come in because I just recently found out Slugger even created content, because he's like me. He support everything everybody got going on, but he forgets to tell everybody about himself. So I had to come in here, salute, represent, and say the reason that what changes me from most cats is they come in here and try to say what sound right, so there's no room for correction. Just because you say what's right doesn't mean you stand on it. So I speak truthfully what I feel. I might not say certain things for respect reasons, but I'm gonna say how I feel so I leave room to be corrected. We got too many people recycling the same shit, making it all sound like it's right, when really they truthfully move wrong, but they speak right. It's just deceitful. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's real. And that's why I said there's a lot of things that you say, like we've spoken, and that's why I use example to give you a roses, is the fact that, again, you speak in truth, but the truth, again, comes back with having sympathy and empathy for other people, and say, you know what? And like, even when I spoken to you, I said, hey, I don't think that person meant it like that. You said, no, but man, my way, this. But then, you know what? Your empathy and your respect, it's not about you bowing down, but that's what people don't understand, is that empathy. You come right back as a king and say, hey, salute. And then guess what? That person got to recognize the fact that you're not that person. You see what I'm saying?
That mind.
Yeah, because like when you first told me, one thing I tell everybody, I mean, you couldn't even realize it. And even Mr. Smith in the chat, even Slugger right here, like behind the scenes, when it came to you my dog. Like everybody have a question. Well, man, what about this? I don't know. Hey, bro, that's my dog. That's my little homie. Slugger right here, he'll tell you, that's my homie, dog. Y'all give him a chance, because you know what? The man great. He great at what he do. You know what? Slugger came back and told me, man, you was right, Cross. He good dude. Like, this is stuff that I do because I had, as the age I'm at, I had to respect the fact I was disconnected. When I started going to the schools, I got what you said. It blew my mind.
What y'all did was the perfect thing, though, because you see how you said y'all talked about that behind the scenes. Too many people are way too reactive, and they don't speak out on the inaccurate depiction that they have of that person publicly, and that's what causes a bunch of emotional stir-ups. And it'll bring something out of someone, but it's not the way to go about it. You're supposed to have preconceived notions. If you don't move with your wisdom from the history you went through, man, you're just gonna go through the same thing over and over again. Exactly. But you got to give everybody a chance. For the first time, once you grow, you don't get second, third, fourth chance. Once you show what you show, that's what it is, man. And there ain't no sorry. No, I stand on what you did. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. You stay over there. It's just like dodgeball. You don't got to be on the same team to play the game.
That's right. And that's why people don't understand. And with this internet thing, the fact is you got to have a spirit of discernment. Okay, if a person is there and they say they want to see you win, If anybody on this internet don't want to see you win, they want to see you fail. That's
Exactly.
where, to me, that's where you make the decision, and then you build from there. Now, if you want to catch up, then catch up. Like Marcus said, I'll meet you. I'm gonna keep going. I'll meet you at the finish line. Either way, I'm gonna get to the finish line. My motivation and my stamina won't allow me to give up.
And you see it. The blessing is this. You know, I feel like everybody's a pilgrim, right? And we just traveling through this earth, right? So you're gonna meet people for seasons, and you definitely gonna meet people for reasons. But at the end of the day, you can always see. You try to give people the benefit of the doubt and say, "Man, that boy a clown." And then you like, that might be the first thing before I open up the book. I'm just looking at the book. So you open up the book, you see chapter 1 is this, chapter 2 is not consistent, chapter 3 is all off. And I'm like, dang, this is a clown book. Why would I even endure into this? You know what I'm saying? Because our time is limited. And as real ones, you know what I'm saying? Only 2/3 gonna make it. You know, however, I show my youngsters, you know what I'm saying? I do their videos and all that. I say, man, don't misconstrue their heart. Don't misconstrue they struggle because you're not part of it. They're just trying to get out of the same situation.
By you saying that, you just put something in my head. Think about it like this. If every author, the book that they wrote, they knew what the critics were going to critique before they released it, they change it. But that's the thing in life, man. We don't get to sit around and we don't get to see what somebody did to people back when they were younger. We don't get to see what they went through. So you really don't have a lot of knowledge. So when they start coming out in the first impression, you don't want to make it the worst impression because I don't even know what you did in the past. I understand we all grow. But the first time you start, forget actions. People can portray certain actions to get a certain reaction out of you. You got to pay attention to patterns, man. Patterns never lie. Patterns never lie.
Come on, man. Come on, man. That's why I said
we at church right now, Maz.
Yeah. No, you're right. If it's the blueprint laid, my nigga, it's gonna stay that way. It don't never change. There's no revisions in the blueprint, and that's what a lot of people. And that's why I tell people like Mikey, he stay the same. He stay consistent. Like I told him, you know. And again, I'm gonna say this too, and I know he don't. This is what another thing. Like people don't realize to be exonerated, you have to have humility, right? And one thing about him, and a lot of people don't know, is, and I'm gonna say this because he don't want people to say it, and I done hit the like, and I done watched it. Mr. Smith watched it. Y'all, please, man, subscribe to Maki and Kane, man. He don't even really tell people that. You know why he don't tell people that? Because he understands his mission, and that's why I'm trying to say that with the empathy and sympathy when it comes into that thing, it's a respect factor that he understands. Man, this ain't about me. But at the end of the day, this is what he needs, you know what I'm saying? So we got to, again, and like to tell you, man, we got to start supporting Maki and Prince, you know what I'm saying? Regardless if it's a short reel.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no, hold on, dude. I gotta give you your roses, King. Because you know why? You don't even say nothing. The other day when Dude was on there, and I'm gonna tell Dude, and Dude don't know that. That's the thing about it. Like even when I had my channel, even Slugger tell you, most people didn't even know I had it. You know why? Because your purpose is bigger than you. So you're not really tripping about that. You're tripping about being a part of something that's bigger than you. So we need, and I'm gonna start telling Dude, and then we need to advocate that, bro, because regardless of whether people, and here's my thing to anybody on here, whether you like it or not, whether you hate it or you don't, all criticism is good criticism, just like y'all do us. Please go over and support that man, because you know why? He don't ask nobody. He don't ask me. I had to go look for him. He didn't even tell me.
Real quick, Cross. So I know you got more of an intelligent state dealing with this YouTube. It's crazy because I started before you, but I don't be on it like that, bro. Right. But how do I put the names up? It seems like nobody's name is up in case y'all seeing it different.
Well, you got to take Jen off. Take Jen off, and it'll come up.
Oh, okay, cool.
Just hide Jen. It should come up.
It was up at first. Okay.
Yeah, you got Jen still hit. Just hit the part on the top. There you go. There you go, right there. So yeah, Maki and Prince. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's on there, anybody that's a mod, please pull it up.
Okay, cool. So
Well, you want to? Can I share one thing real quick?
Go ahead, please.
The reason I don't talk about that is because I'm not here to take from you to give to me. I'm
Yeah,
genuinely supporting.
you're fan.
But here's listen, listen.
Wait a
With the
minute. Hold
humility
on,
aspect.
youngin.
Okay,
Hold on, youngin. I gotta step in for you because I love you to death. You are family. You do things people don't realize. You do things, just own it. So I know that. That's why I'm gonna say something. I know he don't. That's why I love. Again, I go back to what I said. Humility is powerful than a motherfucker. Y'all don't realize. Jesus loves humility. So again, humility is powerful because he doesn't do it. He don't talk about it. He get on everybody platform. He supports the platform. Like I said again, we gotta support our family. You know what I mean? And I'm the first one on here to say that. You know what I'm saying? Please subscribe. He's not asking nobody. I'm asking on behalf for him. That's what I'm doing.
This is how it's supposed to be, and I really appreciate that, Cross. The thing about me, man, is everything that I got and obtained was no trick, was no strategy. It was through hard work. So
Right.
whether it succeeds or fails when it comes to statistics, I can't control that. But all I can control is what I put out. So I give a damn if it gets one view. Because guess what? When you talk to people, only 2% is really going to make a difference. I'm talking to 90%, and that 90, maybe one day they'll come back and say you're right and change. But it's about the ones that I impact. So I can't be sitting around saying, damn, man, people are going to look at me crazy if this many people aren't here. I don't pay attention to things that I can't control.
Right.
Anything that I can improve, that's what I focus on. And whatever you say, that's subjective. So I don't talk about myself because I'm working on myself. I
That's
support
right.
you guys, and I mean it. And when I don't support you harder than I plan to, I'm hard on myself because I know what it's like to not have someone sitting around and truly being there for you, trying to be there for what they can get from you. You see, I've dealt with so many people doing music. That was what I was mainly known for. But I dealt with so many opportunists that would pretend like they were rocking with me, but they was really just trying to take from me. So that's why I let people know that I really care about, hey, homie, this isn't about me. This is about you. But I appreciate when you guys show the assist, because one thing about me is I practice my corner three, and I can dunk too every now and then. So I'm just trying to win. I can care less about the
he one of the most. He one of the more light skinned point guards that you put the back door to him and he do the finger roll on your ass. I like that type of nigga. That's why I said.
You know what? I noticed Cross, he been around the old schools for a while now. You know what I'm saying? And not to take anything away from his mentors before he met us, but he was schooled. He learned the game, and he been hurt, and he been used, and he been abused. And this right here is what I see somebody who really take their pain from the past or whatever and learn from it and become a better person. It's called being humble.
And you know what's crazy, Slugger? The reason that when you saying that makes everything amazing, because a lot of people think just because I conduct myself like this that I came from a stable environment. No, I didn't. I grew up in the streets. I was in the hood. My father was doing what he did. My mom was doing what she was doing. But I said, I see the trajectory of where my life is going. This is where it leads to. When you're younger, you look at your parents like superheroes. You look at everybody like heroes. But when you get older, you start seeing, man, I respect my pops, but this ain't a man. I love my mom, but she made irresponsible decisions. Exactly. What can I do? I'm not gonna sit here and knock them, but what can I do to be better? And that's right. A lot of people, they look at me like, oh man, he came for this, he came for that. One thing about me is you don't know what I came from. What I can tell you is nothing was ever easy.
Nah, you're right, and that's what I always tell you.
People say that they don't understand how ignorant they sound.
Right, and
I can sit in the room with anybody.
And that's why I told you, Maki, you make me better because again, when you came in and you came at me like that, a lot of times in our old school ways, what happens is, and I can tell you, we're ignorant in our old school ways because the first thing would have been is stay in office. And because that's what we were raised. I give you an example, right? And Slugger right here, because that's my nigga. Slugger told me he broke something down to me that I had to respect because he said something about Big Red, you're gonna have to mute it real fast.
Big Cross. Hey, y'all hey, that's crazy you say that about Moxie, man. I know he from OKC. I'm from OKC. Man, man, I got a lot of love for Max. I don't know if I saying his name right. I got a lot of love for that dude right there, Slugger, Cross Your Heart, Dewberry, CW, man. I watch y'all dudes.
I appreciate you, Red. You already know I appreciate you,
man. And I got nothing but love for y'all, man. For real. Keep doing what y'all doing.
Now,
Yeah,
you know, with
that's
the face.
Oklahoma, man.
Go ahead, Matt.
Hey, come
No,
on,
man, for real.
Mute up. Big
I'm
Reds,
from
mute up real fast.
yeah.
Mute your mic real
Okay,
fast.
see,
Big.
Lawton, Oklahoma, man, but it really ain't about where I came from. It's about what I evolved into, you know? A lot of people, man, they look at unfinished products and they put labels on them. We got to give these kids to see a chance. You see, social media sensationalizes what they talk about, but they don't show the actions of what happens when they do those things. And if a lot of kids could see what it led to, they would change their if they started realizing, man, this ain't cool, they would switch their trajectory, but they think it's cool. And they think that they're going to become successful with something that has a probability synonymous with the damn lottery. It's not very likely, but they think it is because their favorite rapper singer.
Right. Nah, it's real. But yeah, nah, that's the reason why I said, man, y'all support Mike because he's a part of the team, man. He, you know, he does things, and he you know what I'm saying? He almost like the reason why I respect him, he like how I was Slugger, like in the background when it started with with CW, with Dude, just wanting to help, wanting to see somebody win, wanting to see somebody that was like-minded like myself. And like I said, even though no matter what it is in this world, in the world, he wants to come in and he wants to get the understanding and he respects, we got to give him those flowers and we got to push that. Cause like I said, I watch their stuff and no matter how anybody might look at it, perceive it, the point of it is that, what I'm saying, I got much respect for him. That's a little bro. Like I got respect for him and you know what I'm saying? And I want to see him win as well. Like he want to see me. You know what I'm saying? So I respect the hell out of him. I respect the heck because what he did was when, like I said again, when we talked the first time when he came out, he said, man, people look at me because the way I look like I'm funny. And what he did was he killed that. That was so, he don't realize it was so gangster because he killed that. So when I'm like that too, I'll say something and kill a conversation so you don't have to go into, hey, I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying? So when he said that to me, it was nothing for me to rebuttal. So now I have to listen to him as a person because other than that, now I'm just like everybody else. So he fucked my head up. So then I started listening to him. I was like, damn, this motherfucker's a genius. He really understands. He really wants to help. You know what I'm saying? And from there, like I said, right then, that's when at that time I was making a transition into schools. And then when I went into schools, I started seeing more people like Maki in the schools. And I mean, you'll be amazed. Those are the people that the reason why they do certain things is because really they are in their own world. They see shit differently and nobody will respect their world. But they okay with that. But they just don't want to be looked at fucked up. And I respect the hell out of that. But if you tap into those type of people, those are the people that's, I'm telling you, moving forward is going to rule the world. Those are the people.
Well, this is my thing with him. First time I'd seen him just popping on the page and stuff like that. And I think it was on your channel. And then I seen him on Dewberry channel. I said, hey, everybody. But see, Mozzie, I'm going to tell you this, Mikey, Max, how you say it, man? I don't want.
However you pronounce it, that's how you say it.
All right. So,
but the way I pronounce it is Maki, but I can understand it looks like Max.
Yeah, that's that throwback respect right there, my nigga. How you acknowledge me, nigga?
Yeah, it's like, okay, Max, I'm just gonna call you Max, man. Maxky. All right, so the first time I see you on the thing, this is my perspective. I'm like, who are you? You know what I'm saying? Because we didn't had, and I'm not, it's just one of them books, right? We didn't have, what was that dude that you had to roll out on your live, James.
Yeah.
Right. Not to mention so many others, right? And then I always, because I'm not on here often like I would like to be, but when I have something on my mind, I just I got time, like everybody else got time, then you'll get on here and just share some things. But I was just watching you, and you was consistent with your verbiage, right? I'm gonna say verbiage because it's a lot of opinions and theories and thoughts and stuff like that. So this is the platform where we say open dialogue. Let me hear your mind. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, a lot of people can talk like they're intelligent, but you watch their conduct, right? And nobody's perfect. right? But then I see you on Cross and you was talking. Then I see you on Dewberry. He was like, hey, yeah, we're going to get the show. Anytime Dewberry or Cross give you the show or let you speak more than 5 minutes, oh, man, you somebody. You know what I'm saying? Because they let clowns speak 5 minutes, then they smash it. But when you spoke and I seen all this, I just saluted you, man, because if that's how you vet people, right? It goes by that's just a street thing too. We can bring streets to the internet. I'm not gonna mess with you because you know him. I'm gonna watch you too. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm trying to get a liking to you, and it seems like I'm cutting for you right now, man. Appreciate you coming through and understanding, man. You play a big part in our minds for the simple fact we don't know a lot of things, but I hear you conversate about a lot of things in the right perspective. You know what I'm saying? So it's never a threat. It's always congratulations. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Because everybody can't come on these platforms, like for real, for real. So, man, I'm glad. You was a jewel. You was a jewel that I put into my, on my shelf, man. That's one of the real.
Yeah, and out of respect, you know what I'm saying, even for Slugger, you know what I'm saying, he old school G, you know what I'm saying, on the seat, and he hit me up, hey, but hey, man, that's the little homie, dog. Just give him some time. I promise you gonna like him. Then he hit me back and was like, yeah, you're right, bro. Yeah, man. Ride with his green light, bro. This is good family, dog. We don't let everybody in our circle, but at the end of the day, this is somebody that want to see. See, here's the thing about it. When in our era, it's more people that didn't want to see us win, so we won anyway. So even with Slugger, how Slugger look at it, even with Slugger, when it come to certain things, like he didn't came to me and said, "Hey, man," da, 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 and I'd be like, "Bro, I didn't look at it like that because I know his era." And how he moves, but then I had to explain to him too at the same time. Nah, that ain't what it was. And then, you know what I'm saying? Versus, but nowadays, hey, a person like yourself, that's why I learned about Mark is like, hey, I'm gonna be me, no matter what nobody think. And that's why I respect Slugger. And he said, man, I'm ready to make that transition to not just like, not necessarily like watch them, like he said, watch somebody, but give them the benefit of the doubt. If that make it.
And to be honest, you know what I'm saying? Because we real with this game, and there's a lot of lames that's trying to catch on to the frame. Listen, we say a lot of things behind the scenes just to get clarification. Like, what the heck? Because we come from different environments, Max. And I might take some offensive and Cross don't. He just listening. And I'm like, bro, that's gonna slow down everything. That ain't, you know what I'm saying, or something like that. But then you might see something on my page and say, hey, man, why did he say that? We got this network where we can go behind the scenes without addressing it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think our whole community is lacking. You know what I'm saying? When to say something, when not to say something. When to sit back and just observe and then just, sit in the shadows. And that's what I think that grew you, Max. Like, the coming, like, bro, I ain't got to tell you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a genuine guy, and I don't like trusting a lot of people. So it's like, if I'm starting to trust you, man, what you doing to me, man? You know what I'm saying? It ain't no homo shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, you talking that wisdom. You talking that wisdom. Let me see. You know what I'm saying? So, it salute to you, man. Like Chick say,
salute to y'all, man. That means a lot. And the way that you guys are going about, you know what I'm saying, running background checks on people, that's how it was raised. That's how you're supposed to do things. You're not supposed to just allow anyone, because it's easy, man, to say you rock with somebody, and it's easy to agree with everything. The quickest inconsistency I notice between when someone is a groupie and when someone's genuine, homie, if you come in and you say something, then the person that you came here for says, nah, this is what I think, and then all of a sudden you agree with them now, I'm already knowing what you came here for. You came here for some pom-poms and you wanted to join the cheerleading squad.
Right.
I came here to bring something to the table. Like Cross said, you got to start bringing something to the table. What am I sitting down for, putting a handkerchief in my lap and sitting around grabbing a fork and a knife if I ain't bringing them to the table? You don't come to the barbecue without something and ask, hey, man, who cooking? So the way that I'm looking at it is, I'm understanding so many things, but I didn't think that the elders looked at us like they want to understand us. I thought they looked at us as a lost cause, because, man, when you sitting around here and you got to keep everything within, because the world on the outside you're not a part of, you feel like, and when I say not a part of, you don't rock with the way everything's going. You feel alone, but when you see that you have a community of people that understand, and not only understand but explain why they think the way that they think, and also I get
Yeah.
history from you guys, not the history that they want us to learn about in school, but the real
Right.
history, which y'all were actually going through in recent years, not prehistoric dinosaur years. So I get to hear this and I get to listen to everything, and it just gives me a new insight, and I'm also understanding even more that guys got to stay out of their feelings. I would be wrong if I came onto your platform and I said I don't like what you said. Every TV show y'all
Mhm.
watch, you saying
Exactly.
you don't like what they say, don't change the fact that that's their TV show and the show can go the way it wants. So I learned, hey man, get what you can get from there, and what you don't like, throw it away. That's what you got to look at, you know. So that's what you guys really teach me a lot every day, and even on the character aspect, I've never been one to play a character, so that whole new thing, understanding, because I've understood for a while what kids do for shock value, but look at it now like, okay, how can I implement this within my game, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying? When I look at Charleston and Dewberry, how can I combine the two without being too extreme of either one? And that's what I look
Right.
at. I want to be somewhere in the middle. But the ones who know,
That's
who are
right.
supposed to know, they know. The ones who say, but he said this, but he said that. If you're going off anything I said on the internet outside of stuff like this, you don't know me. You caught up in the antics. So that's why
That's right.
I don't feel the need to explain myself. So when I do explain things, it's because, man, I just want to let y'all know I appreciate you. And everything you're saying, I already know you said it before you said it. So it's overstood. Yeah, I
Right.
appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. For real. You know, I didn't
Nah,
want to
that's
make this live
awesome.
about me. I wanted to join though because I'm at the gym
No,
and I never
nigga, this
connected to
live
Wi-Fi. I
ain't
didn't even
about
know we
your.
had
No,
Wi-Fi. I'm up here walking the
no,
track.
nigga. Look. No, nigga, this live ain't about your ass, nigga. We
No,
just
no, no,
nah,
no. This
nah,
no,
it's
hell
bullshit.
no.
I just
Yeah, we was
bullshit
talking
with him.
so much.
That's my
Look,
dog. That's my dog.
hey,
Nah, man, we getting you roses, dog. You need it, man. You know what I'm saying? You do a lot of shit, bro. Like, I know this. Like, when you be hitting me, like, I haven't called you, and I've been trying to, and I'm gonna talk to you about some other stuff I got going on too. That why you know me, I'm busy, but again, I just want to say, please support what we doing, no matter what it is, whether it's small, big, whether it's somebody we close to, because there's power in numbers. And like I said, regardless of what anybody want to say is, Margie is a good dude. And if even if you don't like what he's saying, just commenting and shit to say you was over there. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to build something bigger than us. The purpose is bigger than us.
and you
So
know
just
what? You already know, right? Cross. People might be at work right now, Max, and they gonna see this. And by the time you look at it, it's gonna be a couple of hundred, maybe a couple thousand, because they like hearing the dialogue and they be hating that they missed the whole conversation. How a youngster just breaks down. Look, man, I probably slipped up when I was stepping, but then I caught my grip and I put a caution sign down so everybody know how to approach situations. You know what I'm saying? Without getting their feelings involved. Because positive criticism always enhance my understanding in life. Period. Point blank. And that's why I say I'm not a follower, I'm a leader. So me being a leader, I'm gonna bump my head sometime and get my, people that listen to me not hitting the same goddamn stone. Ain't nobody telling you about this stone. So that's why you see me on somebody else's platform, and if you part of the YouTube soap opera, I address something when I heard something. I'm like, I ain't never disrespected nobody that deserve it. And I'm like, God dang. So that was a youngster. And I was just trying to get part of his world to understand that's not cool to say that. That's not loud, bro. It's a whole different meaning to say that. You know what I'm saying? I might be a little bit too old school for the internet. You know what I'm saying? But everybody got their messages and their purposes. And that's what is a good thing. The network that we socialize with, we understand each other once it's an understanding. You know what I'm saying, Max?
but the good thing about it
Yes,
is,
sir.
Slugger, the thing about it is you have people like the Monkeys on here. Well, we can't say that, right? Like we can't. And I was quick to say that we too old school. We want. That's why I was saying earlier. In our culture, we don't want to learn that. And I don't want to mess with the computer. You got to remember that this is more of a blessing, right? Because you have a person that is computer lit that is going to show us all it takes is, again, I tell you all the time, you can buy a watch, but you can't buy time. Which one would you rather buy? So that's the thing where we got to start picking the young folks' brains, because even though he got a lot of stuff going on, it's more of a like, he looks at it like, damn, they taking time to fuck with me. And that's why I said, like,
We gotta start fucking with him. Yeah, he go on late. I start noticing, Mark, you gotta tell a nigga what time you going. Cause nigga, I gotta be like by that time I'm blow. Nigga, this nigga go on at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. God damn. I'm trying to catch. I told my wife called it the other night. She wanted to tell you, she told me to let you know. Black Widow called it the other night. So she did catch it.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing I'm gonna give you guys a precursor, man. If you tap into my
Yeah, I
shows,
was
like I
glad.
said, I'm combining the best and the worst of all I get from y'all, and in order to get a message out. So I get a little bit of crunk, you know what I'm saying, with my message, because you got to be entertaining, you got to be alluring. I wouldn't like to do that because in real life, I'm very to the point, very, very, you know what I'm saying, mindful of everything. But on the
And tell
internet,
you,
man, you got to be a little bit
what's your
entertaining.
one homeboy name? The black dude, I like
Oh,
him.
Rich, yeah, he from Delaware, man. Yeah, he
Yeah,
told me
yeah,
that.
yeah, I like him.
One thing I like about Rich is he disagrees with me. You know what I'm saying? I can't
That's what I was
have,
about to say. But
yeah,
tell him, and this is my critique. Hey, Rich, if you're listening, be more part of the thing, bro.
yeah, he ain't
You just
consistent,
can't,
man.
yeah. You can't
That's
just
my
come
dog,
out.
you know.
Yeah, you just don't come out shooting with the gap, bro. Like ease into the goddamn
Yeah,
non-agreement. Yeah. Just tell
yeah,
him ease. Yeah, Rich.
yeah,
See, that's
man.
what
You
I'm
know, I'm
saying.
throwing you the
I'm starting to
alley.
be a fan of yours, bro. I'm
Yeah,
starting to be a
you done
fan of
shouted
yours.
him out several times. So here's some character development, feedback. And
Yeah.
here's the thing, though. You know, I can throw the alley oop, but if you can't finish it, I'm still gonna rock with you. You're still on my team, but I might think twice the next time I throw that
That's
ball.
nice. I like that.
You know,
Hey
he's my
Max.
guy.
Hey Max. So it's Max and Kane Rich, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's
I'm
the
on it.
page.
I'm on it.
I appreciate that. That means a lot, man. And
Yeah,
I go
man.
live at weird hours, so you might not
Oh,
ever catch it, but you might catch it afterwards. But I just get on there
Hold on.
and speak about what I'm
Hold
speaking
on.
about.
Say that one more time for the people. See, this is why I love him. He's so motivated, but he understand the game. But he just said something that was deep. He said, if I throw the alley oop and you don't catch it, bro, I can't do nothing about
Okay,
it. He's
yeah.
still running the point though. Listen
I'm
to
gonna
what
say
he's
it one
saying.
more
I
time.
still
Yeah.
running it.
I don't know how I came up, but here's the thing. You're on my team no matter what, win or lose. I'm gonna throw you the alley oop and I see you wide open, but it's up to you to finish. I don't care how beautiful the pass is. I could throw like LeBron, like Stockton, like Jordan, like whoever you think of. But at the end of the Chris Paul, but at the end of the day, if you don't finish it, that's on you. And I might think twice the next time I see you wide open. And you can't be mad. That just means you need to get in the gym and work on your game. That way you can finish. I can't solidify your contract by just being who I am. You my guy. You on my team. I'm gonna put in the work for you. But if you don't put in the action to align with the words, then that's your fault, not my fault.
That's
And you
real.
gotta have accountability if you're around me. I'm
That's
not gonna
real.
talk down on you. We all been through seasons. But at the end of the day, I don't feel like doing a damn thing. I just do it. I don't feel like
So
I can't go off what I feel because what I feel isn't
we're gonna
real.
say that for we're gonna say that for the team that's over there. He can only pass you the alley oop. It's up to you. He can't tell you how pretty it's gonna be because I done watched him. And this is why I said I love this guy. I watched him throw alley oops. They wasn't that pretty, but he did throw them. He did. And I'm just gonna say this to everybody. I watched him. He didn't threw them. Now, whether y'all thought it was or not, that ain't on him. That means you don't know how to play the game he played. That's all. So I'm gonna say
Facts.
that part. Yeah. I'm
Facts.
gonna say that part. Yeah. I gotta say that because I've watched him. I'm a fan of him now. So I
Yeah.
watched him throw the alley oops, even on other areas. He threw alley oops. He actually threw it cross court. Yeah. You see, you're laughing because you know I watch. Yeah. He threw it cross court. Listen what I'm saying, Slugger. He threw it cross court a couple times. Bro, they wasn't ready. But then when they in practice, they saying what they gonna do when they catch it. I'm gonna keep it
uh-huh.
like that. Yeah, tabernacle. I'm gonna keep it like that.
That's 100%
Oh man.
fact.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it because I watch him. He doing a lot. That's why I said I need to get him to the point where he got to get a recognition. Because sometimes as a point guard, even though he the star, it doesn't matter. If they lose a game, he's got to blame himself.
Well, the most thing that stands out about YouTube is however you are anywhere else, you're gonna be in your own space. And when nobody's around, you're still gonna be the same. If randomly a million people join, you're not gonna start acting a certain type of way. And that's why I tell people, man,
Right.
if you can't perform when nobody is there, what makes you think you're gonna be able to perform when somebody's there? So that's why I say, man, when no one's there, you got to present yourself how you truly are. Because when people are there, it's only gonna come out more. So you might as well get comfortable with yourself. Otherwise, you're gonna be very
Right.
uncomfortable for people to expose you.
So you use an analogy if a tree fall and nobody's there thing, huh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
You use a tree analogy. I like that.
yeah, man. I don't know. That's just the way I look at things, and we're gonna keep doing what we're doing. We're gonna keep pushing this, and
Well, you got
people are gonna
to.
keep falling into the mousetraps. You know.
You got to keep, and that, you already know. I say that because me and you ain't never, we ain't talked in a minute. So I just want to put something on the ground for the hungry hounds as a fight. Yeah. I just want to let him know because we both speak the same language. Yeah, we on alien time right now.
Yep, yep, yep. However, I throw you the ball, man. If you don't finish, it's not my fault. It has, like my shirt said, nothing to do with me, everything to do with you. So go look in the mirror. And what
That's
you see in the
good,
mirror
man.
might scare you, man. It might scare you, but that's the truth.
Right.
That's good, man. And like I say, Max, is like one of them. Like I tell Cross, because a lot of people, I'm talking about a lot of people say, Slugger, why you ain't on as much? I say, man, every day I ain't got nothing to talk about because it's the same bull crap. So I kind of do a little break and watch as the YouTube turn. I don't want to be part of that character, even though, like Cross say, and we all say that we all part of a character in society. So what character do you really want to portray in real life? Because I don't do no, I'm the same way. You meet me, yeah, we free world. You know what I'm saying? So I don't never get out of line or disrespectful because I know one day somebody gonna have to answer to that. You know what I'm saying? So that's how the world really moves. But since they did this PC, I call this PC protective custody. Anybody and everybody can say something on here and be anybody that they want to be, right? That ain't right though. You know what I'm saying? Have the President Kennedy showed you he could be touched. Reagan has people in hip hop culture seen that everybody could be touched. Why would you play with your life and that character like that? Because you never know who's around you when somebody want to check your character. You see what I'm saying? So,
To me, that's the facade. That's the farce, right? Because if you can touch an ex-president, anybody can be touched. This is why I tell people, like, come on, bro. Like, a lot of times, like, even Mr. Smith said, he said one thing. He said, you two, and I believe him. That's why I'm trying to change it up, and I tell people, please change it up. Because YouTube is going to end up being electronic RICO. At the end of the day, you keep on playing on YouTube, it's electronic RICO. You're telling on yourself and you gain nothing from it. Most cats that hustle and went and got money, if you went and did a transaction, you look for something back. If you sitting there, you talking and you telling on yourself, bro, like that's crazy. And a lot of times with this whole keeping it real, that's why I don't like that. That's why I talk about other stuff because I don't need that. No boy and no disrespect nobody on the internet. I don't need nobody to solidify who I am, bro.
Exactly.
All you gotta do is come where I live at. You're more than welcome to come. I swear to God, I ain't gotta lie. Like they say, you know what I'm saying? I can't lie. You know what I'm saying? I don't lie to kick it. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody know me, I don't lie to kick it. So I'm not gonna push too much of the agenda of who I am because it doesn't mean that much to me. I earn that. Once you earn something, you don't need to, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no renewal fee of earning it. You earned it, that's it. Yeah, I don't got to reinstate my realness. And I don't got to reinstate it every time I get online.
No, that's true, man. And I ain't gonna. I'm just moving my whole goddamn desktop. So continue, Cross, until I
Nah,
get
you good. Now I want to see what, and again, on the other side with Maki, I want to see how Maki look at it with this whole thing, perception of, how people play the internet to perceive realness. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just being a real person and putting out to get a name out for themselves versus I'm gonna keep it real. But what is real when it comes to the internet? Because nothing on the internet is real unless you see it in real life, right? So I just want to hear Maki's perspective on it.
One of the realest things that I've heard many of you say is the truth isn't the truth no more. It's what you can get someone to believe. So a lot of people that want to bring, the things that they're doing that they shouldn't be telling, all in the name of impressing somebody that they really haven't done a background check on, just goes to show you how gullible people are. And it's people that have done credible things, maybe in the real world, but at the same time, they don't have confidence. They don't even truthfully believe they deserve what they have from the work that they put in. So they feel the need to come to the internet and say, yeah, man, I did this. And when I see this person, I'm going to do that. And what did you do? And it becomes a conversation where it's almost like, okay, you might as well get a law enforcement officer here and just start testifying. And that's the situation that comes in life, man. In real life, I don't do all this. Like, I don't do a lot of talking. I just do a whole lot of working. There'll be people in the gym want to come over and shake your hand, want to come over and talk. Homie, I'm at the gym. This isn't social hour. And if you're the same person as me, meaning you're a man, you shouldn't be walking over to me no way. So that's how I see it. I see in real life, I keep people away from me that I do not have knowledge of. So on social media, I keep people away from me that I do not have knowledge of. You see, it's two different games, but at the same time, I'm still the same character in both games. Yeah, I'm doing a crossover like Cross. I crossed over into another game. I'm still being me. I'm still coordinated with the people that I rock with, and the ones that are saying, "Man, you didn't do this. Back in the day, you did that. Back in the day, man, that's been going on forever on Facebook." But nowadays, it's to the point to where people feel like they got something to prove to people that will never believe them. No matter how many times you tell someone who doesn't believe in Santa Claus they're real, doesn't mean they're going to believe they're real. But people think that they can get people to believe it, man, and they want people to like them. They're not accepted in the real world, so they want to be accepted on the internet. That's the way that I do it.
So do you think in this culture, in this age, it's crazy to say this. Is it beyond low self-esteem is to the point of shallowness?
Yeah, I truthfully think it is shallowness because the more and more that they're consumed with social media, the more and more they lose themselves. They truthfully don't have anything uh, to go, to go in accordance, anything, no routine, nothing. So when they come to the internet, it's like drugs. It's their fix. It's how they get their fix. So without that, they have no sense of fulfillment. So they're completely empty. It's not even about self-esteem because they don't even indulge with themselves at all to even deal with that, to deal with themselves because they're always connected. You leave any electronic system on for too long, and guess what's gonna happen? It's gonna get overheated. Back in the day when I was growing up, the PS2, if you left it on for too long, it started getting loud and it was unplayable. You had to turn it off for a little bit. They never turn off. So when you don't turn off, how are you gonna update? How are you gonna restore? How? There's no way. They're not recharging. They're not no. So that's the way I look at it. It's shallow. It's shallow.
So is it so as far as like so in your era, right? How do y'all distinguish what's real and what's fake, or is it just a 50-50 chance?
So, like I said, the truth isn't the truth. It's what you can get people to believe when it comes to internet game. So you say whatever you say, and I'm going to use my judgment. I'm not going to use the fact that a bunch of people are agreeing with you as a determining factor. You hear what Slugger said? Everybody said you might have said I was cool, and you're his homie. So what you say is valid. A lot of people might say I'm cool, so what y'all say is valid. But until he gets his impression, he doesn't believe it. So a lot of people are going to say, "Hey, this, hey, that. That's cool that you said that." Now I'm going to take that more into account, but at the same time, until I believe it, I don't believe it. But too many people are group thinking, and whoever says it's true, if it's somebody they like, now it's true. Now it's a fact. If you go to Google and you type up, "Hey, how can I do this?" The first result, somehow that's the truth. But you can distort and you can alter Wikipedia. So what makes you think you can't
Facts.
alter Google searches?
Facts, without a
It's
doubt.
all about popular opinion now that becomes fact. The last time I checked, opinions have nothing to do with fact.
So again, it goes back to the question that I have for you is that when at your culture and your age, when you're dealing with whether it be to build friends, quote unquote, or relationships, how do you? Because like you said, I said this, like I always tell people, the truth is the truth. If you walk in truth, but the truth with a little bit of lie is still the truth. You just got to walk in truth to know which one is the lie, right? So on the internet, based off of all perception and how everything is presented on the internet, because everything is peaches and cream on the internet. My question in your era, how do you guys figure out if she a real female, if he a real dude, if he talking about getting real money, he ain't trying to scam me, she ain't trying to scam. How do you guys perceive that? Or not just you per se, but in your culture or your area, keeping it general.
See, attention and detail is very important, and what you said is how do we. I can't tell you how I do because you're gonna see that it's correct. I'm gonna tell you the problem and how I used to think. Man, if they said it, they did it. If they showed it, they did it. If someone else told me they did it, they did it. If they got a lot of
Right.
followers, they did it. If they got a lot of money, they did it. So now it's about perception of status. It's not about validity anymore. It's about how many people said they did it. And whoever said they didn't is just a hater nowadays. So
Okay, so hold on
there's
before
no
you go deep,
validity.
because I like the way you did that. So elaborate on, because that's where I think in our generation, you just said something, you hit something hard. You said, see, in my generation, if you got the we're still stuck on the old generation. If you got the followers, if you got the cars, if you got everything, you're posting everything on there. Well, it might hold to us, it might hold validity, but we don't know the next step. So I love the way you went there and you segue. So how do we segue like y'all did into that next step?
So you saying what's the next proof of verification after that? You saying what's the next step? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, because like you
Like
said,
how do they get you to continue following
well,
along?
well, no, like you said, man, at first, the first thing was if a motherfucker got that many followers, he's really valid. If he show a car or he got like shoes or whatever, he's really valid. And then you were about to segue, and I said, I just want to give you kudos on that because that's where we're at. Now, I just want to acknowledge in our culture, that's where we're at. So how do we segue to the next step like you about to elaborate?
What was the next step? Could you refresh me a little bit more? I want to
The
make sure that
next
I give the right
My
response. I'm
bad.
kind of
The
thinking like
next
that.
step will be once we see that, say for instance, me and Slugger, right?
Yeah.
If we see, say for instance, your Instagram, and you got all these things, you got celebrities on there and all that. How will we not know if that's not valid? How do we know that you ain't running the
Okay.
game? You get what I'm
Okay.
saying?
So, like I say, man, you can manipulate things to look like you really got it going on when you really have nothing going on. When I went to Hollywood for the first time, this is a kid coming from Oklahoma. A lot of people think it's just open land and cows. It's really not the
Right,
truth. But there's
right,
nothing in Oklahoma. So when I go out here and I come to reality that people go here to rent shoes. And oh, your favorite rapper? Yeah, they come here to rent shoes. They rent cars for music videos. Yeah, if you walk down Hollywood Boulevard, you can buy fake money. So all that money that you see in these music videos is really fake. Um, so like I say, it's easy to show an image that has been altered. It's like what people say about the moon situation. They feel like it was really just a projection. You can make people see and believe that something happened. So that's what they continue to do is to show you the lifestyle on the internet. And then after that, man, it's just
right,
all hey. You know what I'm saying? There's really you never see them talking to these celebrities. Okay, they might follow you, cool. Man, a lot of people follow people. But at the end of the day, what connection you have? But you can't see that because all you're seeing is they follow each other. All you're seeing is a blue check mark. All you're seeing is a lot of
right.
followers. So you're sitting there saying, man, they got to be a millionaire. They got to be a billionaire. Nah, they're just trying to fool you because the people that they really want to get money from, if they were doing this and if they were doing that, they'd be able to get it. Why aren't they getting it? Either they're going against what the people want to give them money or doing, or maybe everything's a little fraudulent. And me, I'm the first one. I'm going against. I had opportunities. I sat levels. I sat top of the Capitol building. It was very, very tall. Never seen nothing like that in my life besides the Space Needle in Seattle. And when I went and sat up there and they told me that I need to alter my image, that I need to put tattoos on my face, that I would be fake beefing with rappers, and that I would have to do this and I would have to do that, then I end up at Scientology centers and I'm seeing and learning about a whole.
Hold on, Mikey. You giving some great game, man. Let's slow it down now. So you said, so when you went and they saw you, the first thing they saw you said, man, you're it, but these are the things you need to do in order to be able to be what they perceive in the industry great, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what was the so when they said you said tattoos and what was the other thing? Fake
So
beef?
face tattoos. Basically, this is the type of girl that you need to be talking to, and these are all valid things. You know, I had my right hand man Kane with me, and at the time I had another artist.
Right.
I'm not going to say
Salute to
his name.
Kane.
He was down to do all that. He from Chicago. Just goes to show you how desperate them boys are to get out of their environments. But like I'm
Right.
saying, I'm sitting up there and they're telling me, and this is before I had dreads. You know, I just had curly hair, just sitting around doing what I'm doing. You need to do this. You need to do that. We
So
need you
so
to post this. I
so
have my
so
whole
before
they want your social media to be posted the same way. There's so many things
right,
that go
but
into
I
it.
got a question to ask you. So when you first started, because this is deep, though, I should have. We got an interview with Maki right now, y'all don't even understand it because I always want to know this. So when you first started, you said curly hair. What was your genre of music at that time?
So
Like what
I've
it
always
got
been a
your
really good
attention?
freestyler. So, you guys may have known of Triple X. A lot of people compare me to him. That was like a brother to me, doing personally. He
Yes.
made alternative. He took the trap sound and put like a distorted sound on it. And that's what I was
Right.
making. I was making like hard trap records. And my first record that actually took off was one of those. Don't you pull up, do this, do that, do this, do that. And it was all like a hype song. You know, my songs talking about mental health and stuff like that. People got with it, but it was never going to be a hit. Let's just be honest. But when I'm going crazy and I'm saying this and that, and when people
Right.
truly believe it, it's going to blow up. So that's the first song that I had. They
Mm,
want me to keep putting more and more of that type of music out. But what narrative does it purport? It
that's
purports
crazy. So hold on.
it
So
purports
hold on.
conflict with other people.
So hold on for a minute, King. So you telling me when you was putting out the ones about the trap and tearing up, they were influencing you to keep going with that, even though you wasn't blowing up. But they say you're gonna get there if you keep doing that.
Yeah, keep doing this. You see, we put your song on this platform. You see what it did? Keep doing that. But what about this? No, keep doing that. That's what they want.
That's deep. That's
Yeah.
fucking deep. So when you and Kane, y'all in the meeting, they're talking to you. They're saying, "Hey, put the tattoos on, fake beef, da da da." What else they say?
Man, just look. Basically, whatever we want creative control. We want to be able to do this. We want to be able to do that, and you'll get this, and basically be quiet. You know, and tomorrow, if you do this, you'll go to Dash Radio and you'll have an interview. And look, we're gonna do the photo shoot. You want to wear that shirt? No, you're gonna wear this shirt. You're gonna do that. It's all controlled. But to the internet, it looks like you're controlling your fate. No, you don't. No, everything's predestined and predetermined. You have no control over that. So I'm cool with taking a longer and harder route rather than another man, a grown, like older than me. Like you wouldn't even understand how they're in powers of position, how they're in positions of power. Because how do they understand what the youth wants to know and wants to hear? Nah, but they have a certain, how do I say this? They have a certain rhetoric that they want to reinforce, no matter what the era is. So you're gonna conform or get out of here.
So
And that's
my
what I chose to
so,
do, is get out of here.
so I got a question to ask you. Is there, like, when you were sitting there talking, is there an old guy sitting there or is a bunch of new
Old,
young
old,
folk?
old, old,
That's what I
old,
thought.
old, and all
Damn.
a part of the community that you probably know what I'm talking about. What I'm
Damn,
saying.
that's what. No, I already know. I always want to know that. Is it an old guy? Because most time, if you hear about it, it's mostly an old guy. It's never going to be the young ones. The young ones are more the interns, but the old guy is the one to make the plays.
And you know it's crazy. I'm gonna save this story for whenever you guys are ready for it. But turning down that deal, I almost lost my life the next day in Hollywood
I believe it. I believe it.
by
Uh,
some stuff where you would say, how did this connect and this end up happening? But it happened because you said no. Wait. We brought you all the way from Oklahoma. We told you we can do
Wow.
this, and you told us no. So that's why I'm
Wow.
not outcome based anymore. I understand that I'm never gonna have a machine behind me. So whatever followers I get, whatever views I get, whatever that is, that's all off the strength of me. So whatever your expectations are, I'm fine with. Because guess what? I don't have a machine behind me. I'm just doing what I'm doing. I'm either do good or I'm a flop. But guess what? I'm gonna keep on doing regardless of the outcome. You win, you lose.
Right, but you keep your life at the same time. You're not gambling your life on your career.
Hey, but you know what? I want to chime in, just look quick, fast, and hear it. What the young man is saying is all facts, and I have said this on my live before. It's two doors you go into success in Hollywood. I got a beautiful daughter. I got beautiful daughters. I got intelligent son. But like I
Right.
told them when I was doing my rapping, back in the early 2000s, it came to a point where you got to decide how far you want to go if you want to get with a major label. And me seeing that and the sign he told me to start hitting up, I'm like, oh, bro, I ain't going to do that. I'm going to stay simple. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I'm going to say Yahweh got a better plan than me, and he got a better plan for you too, man. And this is the plan that this is the plan that he got for me, understanding who I am as a person. What you going to sacrifice? And I said this before. I said a lot of people sell their souls, don't even get paid for it. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I feel like these characters come in, whereas they are really trying to push the agenda, not waking nobody up. But you just got to play a certain song and a certain character to be accepted by Hollywood. I don't want to be accepted by Hollywood. I want to be accepted by real people. And I think Max took that, that leap of faith.
You're a rapper, and I heard, my time was when he went up there and they told him, you know what I'm saying? Can y'all hear me? Margie said his time was when he went up there and they told him and stuff. When do you know? Like, I guess what I'm saying, like, when is it that you like, damn, I gotta go to the next level in order to make it? When do you know? Like, what? Did you know that, Marky, before you went up there that day? Something was different.
Well, do you want to know if someone that's addicted to something randomly gets an abundance of it, and the source tells them that you have to do this in order to keep getting that? Do you think they're not going to continue to do that? I was a kid who, was getting out of high school. Football, I started because all your parents, they all tell you you're special. They all tell you that. And it's great to give you confidence, but they give you this disillusion even when you haven't put in the work to match that dream. So I played football, but I started a little bit later. So I didn't understand stretching. I didn't understand how to not get this injury, how to not get that. So I had the athletic ability, but at the same time, I didn't have it up here. Not the books. I'm talking about when it comes to playing sports. So with that being said, I had to come to a shocking revelation.
No, I'm dealing with that with my son right now. That's deep in saying that, because I think he has the IQ, but like you say, started late and it didn't match up with your thing was you had the physical attribute, but the IQ, but even though you were smart enough, it didn't click all at one time like most people would. Like my son's dealing with that.
And that's just the way it is, when you have a father that's growing up as he's going up, he's not really already that. They're not going to instill everything in you. You can't be mad at them. It is what it is. It's the past. But all you can do is focus on what you're doing. So I decided, man, I'm going to do this music stuff. So I started doing it, in my closet. Like, I knew the people I knew, but man, I had nothing. I had a cheap mic. I was just recording, blind man shuffling, as you would say. And eventually, out of nowhere, some random industry guy comes out of nowhere. We love this record. Next thing you know, put it on the platform. It gets 1 million views. Next thing you know, you're getting all these followers. Next thing you know, all the people that you're influenced by hit you up. Next thing you know, you start feeling like your life is going to change. Then all of a sudden, hey man, come out here, and your life is going to change. It's like the golden ticket in the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. You drop everything just to go out there and experience it. And when I went out there and I experienced everything, I had the gift of discernment, because I watched what my father and mother did. Even though they said they were this and they were that, I saw what they did. So I was able to say, this ain't for me. So when I went to Hollywood, that's why I'm saying being a troubled kid is a superpower. It's not convenient, but it's a superpower. Because when I went out there, I saw what they said, and I saw where they wanted me to go. But I already knew before that I wouldn't go there. So I chose not to, and I had no pressure. And most importantly, I had a right-hand man that wasn't you know what rider. He wasn't a you know what rider.
That's right.
He was he humbled me. I brought Oklahoma with me to LA, and that's what kept me grounded.
So my question to you was, and this is a good question, and guys, y'all getting some great game. Y'all don't even know. Please share this. So the question I got for you, and I might have to segue this later because this is deep. So for these young kids, especially in this rap world or industry world, right? You mentioned something. You said something deep. You said you end up getting 1 million views. Then you also mentioned something, problem child. They can be, superpowers or whatever. My question was, when you hit the 1 million views, Was your family involved at that time, or was it just something that they just told you really didn't even really know nothing about?
My family was involved, but at the same time,
Okay,
you know, when your parents are there, but it's like they're not there.
come on, keep
I
it
remember
real.
when it happened, and my father, because he didn't achieve his dreams of being a rapper. He didn't. The only thing he
You about to
achieved, the
kill it.
only thing he,
Boy, this
only
shit
thing he
deep.
achieved, and I won't do that. But the only
No,
thing he
no, no, we
achieved,
ain't gonna
the
do
only
that.
thing he achieved
Yep,
was a history. So
I
when I
got
sit around and I say, you know, when you go tell your pops, hey man, I did this, hey I did that, and they say, they act like it's nothing. Yeah, yeah,
you.
that's what my people did. Unless they saw money, they didn't care about that. Um, so with
That's
that being
deep. You know,
said,
hold on. I'm
no
gonna
one
stop you.
supported me.
Hold on. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna give you a roll because that's what I experienced in life. That shit deep. You saying that because you said what somebody else achieved. But here's the irony, right? And I want you to continue. The irony is it's a contradiction because your parents tell you they want you to be greater than you, right? Ain't that the goal? The goal is you be better than them. So you actually achieve that, but the reaction wasn't the same. If that make any sense.
Yeah, man. Being a first generation high school graduate, it was like, okay, but now you need to do this. You know, they never took the time to congratulate me for the things that they were never able to achieve, even though they didn't help me get there. So, you know, it made me internalize and it made me look for a new tribe. And with the mistake that I made was thinking that this tribe could be built on social media. You see, the way I am today is because I experienced the facade back then. Hey man, I'm gonna get you. Hey bro, you rap too. Bet you rocking with me, you support me. I'm gonna get you on this platform. I'm gonna bring you to these rooms. I'm gonna do that. Okay, think about it like this. They just try to give me a deal. They didn't say Kane. They didn't say this other dude I'm rapping with.
Come
They
on,
didn't
man.
say my
That's it.
grandma, my
Come on,
cousin, my
man.
dad. They
People
said
don't get
me.
that. That's
So when I
real.
said no, and then not only did I say no, I still got these people that's, you know, they still, man, maybe we can get him to say yes. But not only is he still saying no, he's trying to bring other people in here. Get him out of here. We don't need him. Boom. And then after they kick you out of the door, not only do they kick you out the door, but the people that you try to bring in the door push you out into the street, onto the highway. So that's how I quickly learned that people support you as long as you got something going on. When you don't
So,
got nothing
so,
going
so,
on
so,
anymore, you
so
food.
you think the industry was more into trying to groom you because again, isolation and take you away from the people that wasn't your yes man and surround you by a bunch of yes men?
I think they wanted to make me like the artists that at the time were currently blowing up, but they wanted to be able to control me. Because one thing about X, and it's the reason I think he died early, is because they couldn't control him. He made all his money back from the advance in the first album sale. He dropped music when he wanted to. He talked about what he wanted to. And they didn't like that they couldn't control him. So they wanted someone that, hey, you resemble this type of image, and we can
Mhm.
control you. And
So I
by
got a question.
controlling you, we can use the machine to make you bigger. And these people that
Yeah.
don't want to listen, they're out of here. We'll make up a
So,
story. We'll get them locked up. Well, oh, this girl said he did this. Out of there. But you, we got you. We
so I
did
got a
this to you.
question
So
to
now that
ask
we
you.
did this to you, you can't say nothing because we'll expose that this happened to you.
So I got a question to ask you for with Lil Uzi Vert. Him and that whole controversy with and I know we segue, but I just got to ask you because I know you're in the industry and people don't know this. Him confessing to the whole, you know, the other side, right? We'll put it like that. The other side, and advocating that he got one of the young girls to the other side, or whatever the case may be. That's not him, right? That's the industry telling him to do that, right? Do you think that, or do you think that he's indulged in that?
It's a character. Um,
Okay.
it's a character. Lil Uzi sitting here now. What he believes in a bit of a character. But at the end of the day, that's not who Uzi is outside of all them cameras. But
Okay.
that's what the label wants him to do. So he's gonna keep doing it.
So that was one of the things, like you said, that was one of the things that you knew that could have came with all this bull BS, and that's not what you was with. Because at the end of the day, they was really trying to put you. They would have made you bigger than what you wanted to be, but your soul wouldn't have been. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have been fulfilled. I guess that's the
Cause,
question.
cause. Do you know how disappointing it is? Come from Oklahoma, go all the way up here, and you already get a projected amount of money that you're being told that you're gonna get. So this is why I learned not to count your eggs before they hatch. Because I'm telling my parents, I'm telling everybody, and when I say everybody, I mean everybody.
Right.
This is what I'm finna get. This is what I'm finna do.
So when you ask when you ask your family, and this is what we gotta understand, y'all. Listen to this man. And black culture or any culture or impoverished, not gonna say impoverished, but I'm saying to put yourself above, medium class or whatever the fuck they call it. How many people told you to take that bread, bro? I want to know that shit.
The people that I thought would tell me not to did. Let's just say that.
Damn. So they basically
Salute,
want
salute,
you to sell
salute.
yourself.
Yeah, they wanted me to do that, man, and it's crazy because you wouldn't have expected that. You know when the people that really don't want to fight, but they start talking, and then as soon as the altercation starts to advance, they want someone to hold them
Right.
back. I wasn't. I mean, I'm not like that when it comes to that. But with this situation, I wanted someone to say, "Hey, bro, don't do that," because sometimes you need somebody that you look up to keep you grounded. Otherwise, you won't see there's a problem with it, and nobody else is telling you there's a problem
So
because you
so in
think
the
highly of
industry,
it.
they didn't want, say for instance, I'm using Kane as an example. They didn't want him there, but they would have probably put somebody in his place to kind of waver towards them. And how do they get them guys to agree
Man,
with? Yeah.
see,
I'm going
playing
through.
chess is amazing, but you
I
know,
got to do that.
just like what they do with certain countries, they put puppets there. So they put puppets around you, and you have this false sense of security because you guys have something in common. You both got eyes on you. So you think that because you're both the prize, you think that you're going to protect one another. No, no, no. That person they're looking at you to no longer be the prize so they can get all the attention. So they're going to put somebody around you that comes from the same similar environment that had nothing,
Wow.
went through the worst, and wants to do anything to get out of it. And at that point, it becomes the Hunger Games. Who's going to take who out first? Who's going to set who up? Who's going to do what first?
So
Who's willing to
so
go
what's
there? I mean, even other situations that I had, back in like 2021, getting in the sprinter van and them telling me you're gonna be the next this, you're gonna be a rock star, but if you want to do this, you understand, you're gonna die young. Having people that
wow.
I thought were religious masterminds look
Right.
me in the face and tell me welcome to the Illuminati. Just
Get out of
hearing,
here.
I can't lie to you, and I normally never ever speak about this.
Damn, that's
A lot of
deep.
people, a
Yeah,
lot of people that come from
you on the
like
goddamn
all y'all, most
play.
of y'all don't even know. If you never heard Cross's theme song, you wouldn't even have known I was a rapper because I do not talk about it. If you didn't see my
No,
Instagram, you would not know. Everything I do is fueled by me, not by the machine, because no
that's a
amount of
fact.
money was worth that. And people say, man, that's too good to be true, man. Man, you would okay. Everybody's not a
So,
sellout.
so, so I got a question to ask you. Explain to me, because I always wonder, what's the difference between, you just said somebody that's there. What's the difference between what they call a handler and somebody to agree with you? What is they the same? Like your
No,
handler, I've noticed a handler do a lot more than a person that's just with you. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about.
the handlers, they're in control. The handlers are the end all be all. The handlers
Okay.
get to tell you how to do it. The people who just agree with you, they strongly remind you of certain things that aren't for the benefit of you, but will get more attention and will get more money. So you need to keep doing that. You need to keep doing that. Man, no, bro, but I think I'm gonna just not do
Wow.
it. No, man, no, man. We trying to do this. And they remind you of where you came
Wow.
from so that they can use that against you so that you can get where they want you to go.
Damn, that's game. Damn, I always want to know that. So the handlers are there. I can't say certain people names on there. You know me, I want to go into conspiracy. So certain handlers would be like CEOs. Is the handlers the CEOs, or is the handlers maybe like who the CEO assigns?
I think there's there's such things called a chain of command.
Come on.
And in order for you to work under the CEO, you have to know what the CEO expects of you, because if you don't continue to meet those expectations, you'll lose your job and you're replacing. The CEO isn't. This is how do I say this? This is a bloodline. This is not a resume line. So with that being said, everybody underneath them can go. So that's how it goes, man. And it's a cold world. But the way that they try to make it seem like fabricated now is by saying, man, no, that ain't real, man. We just trolling. There's a
Right.
truth in comedy. So this is a joke to y'all, but this is the truth. And I firsthand experienced it. And for the longest, I didn't want to talk about it
So
because it was
so
traumatizing. You know what I'm saying? I thought that the
so,
Hollywood was different. Hollywood was
so the
different on the
question
movies growing up.
so the right. So the question I got for you, so they really at the end of the day, by your appearance, and then you like you said, the song hit 1 million views or whatever. In your perspective, they really was like you said again. I know you said about the money, right, and the song, but they really didn't want when they saw you versus the song. That's where they made the perception. They said, okay, so with the song, do you honestly, in your perspective, even though it was a good song, do you think your song, if you had to follow that line, of course, it probably would have been number one. Let's just say it was number one. Do you honestly think that was a number one song? Or do you think a lot of these artists' songs that they do are number one or, quote unquote, the machine pushes them?
So I think that's subjective depending upon who we're speaking to. But me personally, when it blew up, I was upset
Okay.
because the songs that I actually put time into,
Come on.
those didn't get
Tell
no
the truth.
views. But this one blew up. So I'm saying, wait, what? This one blew up? And y'all like that? And I got to recreate that? I didn't even like
Come on.
recording that song. I just needed to get a song done. Don't you
You
pull
know
up with
why?
that shit with
And you
that
know
fuck?
why
And
I
I'm
say
rapping
that?
about that. Yeah,
You know why I say that? Because
yeah.
I'm using you and the way you explain it, and I'm gonna use this analogy and keep going. Denzel training day. So keep going. Keep going.
There's
Like
that training.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so yeah, exactly. So with that being said, man, I think music is an expression, and I don't think you necessarily have to be right now doing everything that you're rapping about, but it's in correlation with some of your thoughts that you have within, no matter how you slice it. So, I was making music about a form of expression, and I felt like at the same time, this is what everybody's talking about. So I'm gonna talk about it too, because the people that got successful at it, that's what they did. They talked about it, and then randomly it blew up. So I'm blind man shuffling. And I didn't believe in that song, but the people, they were like, oh yeah, that's another one of them. And I'm like, I don't want to, but I want to drop this. I'm going to drop this tape next week. No, 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 no. You don't need to drop. Quit posting. We'll tell you when to post. And this is when you're going to drop. They try to manage me before we even had anything contractual. They wanted to groom me. So by the way, by the time I signed a contract, this is normal. What? No, bro, this is normal. We didn't want to play on you. We were doing this before. This is nothing new. It's just in contract now. So if you say anything, we got this, we got that. And then we'll use blogs to go and get people or people from your past to say this. I'm telling you, man, it's really a play. And
I
people don't
believe you.
understand that the industry is really another game.
Yeah, I always want to ask you a lot of questions, offline, but this is, for the y'all young folks, y'all need to get this game because at the end of the day, and please share it because, like I said, I know him. He don't talk about that. That's why I said a lot of things, whether it be his channel or whatever it is, he doesn't talk about that. So I respect you because you don't talk about that. But at the end of the day, we need to know that. These young folks don't realize, like I said, I can look at you. Anybody, and I know that you probably get it all the time. Slugger might get it. I get it when I'm out. That people say,
Slugger, bro, little Mikey.
well, what you, Miss Smith? Salute.
Salute, man. I had to come tap
Hey,
in with you boys, man. What
hey,
up, Slug?
Kicking
I
this
was
game.
muted, man. I was talking my butt off, but I was muted, man. And I'm saying, Cross, do you hear me, man? Like you were just talking. I say, but
Nah, we ain't hear you. He was muted.
yeah,
He
I
was
was
muted.
muted. But the whole thing is what he's telling me, and everybody in the world don't understand how close it hits to home. And then somebody tries to grow up to be quote unquote the ideal son or daughter, or just a parent, and you got your shot at it. But it takes, and a lot of people don't understand this. Everybody, everybody, if you didn't sign that paperwork and you didn't agree to this, you ain't gonna be seen. Period, point blank. And how did that happen? They took all of our clubs up, like how we had the Apollo, how we had Motown, how we and they put themselves in the mix where you gotta cross that line and sell your soul. And that's the craziest part because Cross, I told you, man, I didn't tell you, man, but I had other opportunities too. And the whole thing is, when I seen what, like he said, this environment that you in, things seem like it's red carpet. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the carpet rolled out for you. Like, damn, you didn't think you was that important. What's the difference from you and him? You know what I'm saying? Who's easy to manipulate it? So they couldn't manipulate this young man like they couldn't manipulate me and a lot of others. So we ain't being seen on the major tube like we ain't got no talent or we washed up or stuff like that. You always got to ask yourself what happened to this artist. Like they are definitely I'm talking about blackballing. What's that girl? Her. They blackballing her because she didn't want to get slept around the innocent. It's a lot of people they blackball and just falls off the face of the earth. And we like, damn, they one hit of wonders. No, they had an option to sell their soul or don't sell their soul. And that's messed up for this young man to have to go through that. And we don't pay attention. Like the thing is, I think with Hollywood, and I'm gonna let y'all go and conversate, but the game I get out of Hollywood is they do all that and they got the cameras in place and they catch you doing the wrong thing and then you up under this umbrella like blackmail, so you keep putting out bull crap that you know is not healthy to the community, right? Because like Moses say, he say, oh, that's the end thing. This dude hit millions of views like this. Think about Bobby Smurder. Before he got locked up, he was a wild youngster. He got out, and it's just like a realization on how life is behind them walls. You know what I'm saying? He got out. He tried to change his mind, but the world wanted that Bobby Smurder that used to do all that dancing and all that, like on some gangster stuff. But he was gone because a lot of these youngsters gonna have to go through them hard times to understand it's all a game. And if you want to be in the Hollywood scene, you're gonna have to play your part. Like he said, it's a levels to this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let y'all know, man.
Nah, you right about it. And like I said, salute to Mike and Mr. Smith might want to have a question on that too.
Yeah, Mike. Hey, you say they wanted you to make up some beef. That's what them folks told you to do, like start a fake beef.
Yeah, I was actually supposed to go at it with the rapper that I was making a lot of songs with at the current time, and he was actually down to do it. And they told me that, hey man, you know Trippie Red 6 9? That was fake. They weren't beefing. They were on the same label. They came up together.
This is my thing to that, right? You know and he knows it's probably fake beef, but what about the friends? See, they don't look at that part. They don't look at the people you hang with. They might take the beef serious. They might like, man, this ain't no fake beef, man. We're finna handle this fool. So what prevents somebody being like King Von, shot at the club over some fake stuff? I ain't saying that situation was fake, but I'm just saying somebody else might take it serious. So that show you they don't care about your life. They just want their money. They just want the record sales. They want the image, like you said. I'm like, fake beef.
Casualties at war. Casualties at war. To them, they're just pawns. You losing your homie and them losing it to this fabricated situation,
right?
That is the way to seal your deal with the industry forever. They take someone away close from you. They take someone close away from you. They got you now because you're scared they're gonna take somebody else. You're scared they're gonna take somebody else.
Right. It's almost like solidifying somebody. It's almost like, because think about it. Here's the irony. If it's fake beef, it would never get dangerous. But if I created it, this is the power that comes in it. If I create a fake beef and something happen out of fake beef and nobody can understand, bro, that is a different type of level of power.
Like, Cross,
and
I just gotta not to cut you off, but you know, this when you're conversating, I have so much to say because I lived that whole life, and you're talking about it, Mozzie talking about it, Stone talking about it. Do you know who wrote that song, Shake the Haters Off?
No.
Quentin Black, he from my side. Yeah, Quentin Black, he from my side of town. I know that.
So was he ever incarcerated?
I couldn't tell you. I know he got strung out on that dope.
Yeah, only reason I'm saying that, because that's what I was saying while I was in goddamn on vacation, right? And then everybody in there on Ferguson was like, Slugger, they got your song on the radio, but I'm locked up. A lot of them songs come from people not even included in this music industry, and that's where they get their topics from. Sometimes people got to take a vacation just to learn how to be a thug or what to talk about when they talk about it, because that's the inside thing that you don't get on the streets, right? So I said all that to say that, man, I came up with that in early 2000. I said 2000. I said, I'm going to shake these haters off going to the new year. Everybody thought that was my song. I said, how is that going to be my song? I'm incarcerated. You feel what I'm saying? But the words to the walls, you'd be crazy how many music executives and all that is getting their inside information from people that's locked up that got a lot of talent. When I tell people we got a lot of talent, lawyers, everything, people just fell on the wrong side of the road. Hey, that's an understatement. They try to get people like us to sit down somewhere so they can get into our minds. Out in society, we ripping and running, holding all these secrets and stuff like that of success of ourselves, because everybody's unique. You feel me? Right. So I said that to say this too, man. A lot of people do not understand who they are until you see how they come at you. All these problems in the world and all these wankers and jokers, since when you felt like it was cool to approach me like that? When I was young, at my age, ain't nobody gonna approach me like that, man.
But my thing is this too, Slugger. Like you said, again, we're gonna go back. What bothers me about cultures, right? Yeah. Like you said something earlier. You said they can see that. They can see. Listen, what you're saying. They can see the talent. They can see how to get the money off us. The problem is when it comes to our own culture, and we ask us to invest in us. We got 1,000 questions why we can't. But guess what? Another culture come behind. If you notice, every culture has not. It's only been like what Master P. I'm just saying, as far as people that say he's worth it. Master P. You got what was it? Hot Boys. With Cash Money, and then you got like Puffy, whatever you want to say. Even though they brought him to those people, my thing is the fact is. Ain't too many people that like if they looked at you and say, hey, man, what you got going on? Man, I got this and I'm trying to build my channel on this. Hey, bro, I see talent in you. Like, we don't do that. Only other cultures do that. That's why when they came to Mikey, they said, you're talented. But here's the thing. I want you to look like this, but we'll put whatever money in you. Instead of us going back and say, bro, don't sell out. We'll match that money. When are we going to do that? When are we going to match what they're saying for us not to do? You can't get mad at a young man. The only difference in Maki was he was raised different and had a moral value. But you can't talk about the other hundreds of them that wasn't raised that way. It's easy to tell him, don't take that, man. You talking about killing violence and all that. But then guess what? He's looking at you like, so are you going to match it? If you match it, I won't do it.
Yeah, and that's part of selling your soul for a jelly roll. A lot of people do that, man, because I'm going to tell you one thing. If you give a kid...
But listen, Slugger, is it selling your soul if I go to you and ask you to help? If I tell you, hey, listen, bro, like Mikey said it earlier, he said, you will be amazed of people that was based off faith that say, hey, take it because of the money. Now, if you had faith and you had money behind that faith, guess what? You wouldn't have taken it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. And then this is going to really elaborate because in 4 hours, right, we've been on this. And I hate that the conversation is what it is and it's meant to happen. But we're going to have a part 2. But we're going to close.
I think it might segue here about, once we get on, probably about 5:36, man. We need to get on it. Because I want to know about Mikey, bro. Like,
So Cross, this is what I'm saying. It's through history that people pay the blind eye to. They pay attention to that what makes sense to them, and that's so off the chain. It's they don't want to think it's real, right? So this 1017 with Gucci Mane, what happened to him?
Well, he's still around. He just dropped a new song. He dropped a new song with 2 times finesse.
Okay, but what happened to him?
He went down for a murder.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? What happened to Pooch? Like everybody that these elders are saying, you got the talent, but it's just a pocketbook. What happened to Mo3 when he got with Enterprise and Boosie? Like you just see the trend. But people say that's the streets. It's not the streets.
Yeah,
They
but
got
what
hitters
I'm
out there.
saying, but what I'm saying is the only time. Okay, let me give you an example. The only time the streets came involved, and I'm gonna give you an example when Megan Thee Stallion had her manager. Everybody hated dude. Dude had to apologize at the end no matter what. But he was a street dude. Everybody else, dog, listen what you're saying. Mo3 went to a record label, right? He went to what is his name? Kaz or Guys or whatever the motherfucker
Guys,
name is. Right. My thing is this. It's not us. You can't get mad if a person comes to them and say, listen, you like Marky said it before, and I said it as a clothing line designer and as as a creator, right? How many people you probably Slugger told about how you was gonna have a channel in the last year? You probably told hundreds. Now ask yourself how many came on there. Now guess what? Like Mikey said, somebody comes to him. The only difference was morally he didn't take that, but he just one out of hundreds. My thing is where we go wrong is he morally said, I'm gonna get it from the ground up. But ask yourself, would he have been wrong if he had took that route? But we will blame him for his actions, but ain't nobody put no money up for him.
And you know what? And that's true to all nature.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's true to all nature. And I understand your standpoint. I understand everybody else's standpoint that makes that decision for the betterment of their life. But then they got to look at themselves in the mirror and say, am I a better person now or then? Because money is just materialistic.
Man, not if you got roaches in the refrigerator.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay, because we all come from the projects. We all had opportunities like shit. We can rob any bank and then come out with thousands and millions of dollars, but it's a consequence to that, right? So I understand him making that decision for the betterment of himself, right? And everybody that was trying to be having, I know this person, and it's crazy because these same people are around him right now and around us. They say they got our support, but we ain't showing them no money. So guess what? Their support is limited. You know what I'm saying? And that's what a network is. A network is to start socializing with authentic people, and then your blessings gonna come. When it's gonna come, nobody knows. But you knew you wasn't gonna sell your soul for a jelly roll then, because you gotta ask. It's a lot of people in the projects that would have took that offer. That's what's wrong with the industry now. These people ain't got no characters, and they can't stand on nothing. They can't fight. They can't do nothing on their own. So guess what? The government's supporting them for the rhetoric that he put in our community.
But that's even right. But that's even in, like I said again, and I carry over to the internet world, right? Even in the internet world, the same way when I did Maki, you know what I'm saying, respectfully, and you allowed me on your channel. The thing about it is, it don't cost no money to salute somebody. And that's where we go wrong in our community. Like it doesn't cost them. Like, you know that if you come on my channel, as long as you ain't on no BS, bro, come on there. But when you come on there, the people that I respect and I salute, you can't, because again, we have enough hate in the world. Why would you take the time in the hour that I'm on there to talk about some more? Like right now, you're talking on there, and it's for us kings on here. Why would I not salute them? I'm not going to talk about, and I'm not going to congregate together to speak on another man. We already have problems when we walk out our house, and then we got to control what's in our house. So that's why I have a hard problem. That's why I try to stay general with a lot of stuff. And you know me, in the background, I don't get into all the politics, because at the end of the day, I think we're all kings. So if we're all kings, there's not one flaw in the king. That's it. That's the way I look at it. So I don't care what they look like. Like when I look at Maki, I don't look at Maki as, saying, oh, he's trying. I look at him as a king, because at the end of the day, he's accepting who he is as a man. It takes
Yeah,
a
man.
lot to accept that and walk in that. Like I couldn't even him. Not only let's go deep. Not
You
only
ain't ready
him
to go
being
deep.
a
Look,
like,
look, look,
not
look.
only
We got
him being
11 minutes. We can't go too deep.
right. Okay, and I'm gonna get off because I'll segue. My thing is not only the fact that this man is of color. Do you really realize? Because I see the people that's around him that respect him as a person. Do you realize? And I'm gonna keep it real. It's our culture that don't like him, and that's fucked up.
No, no,
Real
no.
niggas
That's
shit.
just what that's expected though. Our culture
No,
was
it's
smashed us
not.
before the other
No, it's
culture.
not. No, it's
No, no,
not.
I'm saying no, it's not expected from the real, but it's expected to criticize each other.
No, it's
How
no,
many
it's
examples?
not. He's
All right,
still a
explain.
black. At the end of the day, if he get okay, and I use this analogy, if I drive off, me and him go to a bar, and I drive off and go one way, he drive off and go the other way. If the police pull us both over, we are both looked at as black males until he says he's otherwise. But until then, that's the way the culture looks at it. So it hurts me. I don't give a fuck if he came in here with a goddamn wife beat on. What's the difference with a wife beat and your hat turned? What's the difference between a do-rag? It's the fact that he's expressing himself as a man. He's comfortable in his skin. It's not warranted for a bunch of people that don't got nothing to turn around and point the finger at somebody who's trying to get something.
All
It
right, so
doesn't.
I guess the communication goes because you're saying no, it's not, but it is, right? Is it right? No, but we critique our own culture like we're the
Why?
only ones that critique our culture. Look, you
There you
screw up,
go.
guess what?
There you
You
go.
screw up, guess what it is? You fucked up. Like
So guess
you
what?
can't, like
So we are the worst of the worst because
we
not
are the
only do we
worst of the worst for
listen,
that.
that's right, because we not only critique our own culture, we critique everybody else. That's
Exactly.
sad.
Like we got the power to do so. Now it's inside of us to have the power, but nobody really people ain't tapping into their knowledge, right? So I'm gonna say this. Oprah Winfrey, how did she blow up? Color Purple. We really supported her, right? What did she do? She abandoned the culture. She started talking more to them other people, other humans, right? And then start making our household break up, making these quote unquote liberation type bull
Right.
crap.
But what happened, I feel personally, like I said, you're absolutely right, but I feel personally that what happened was she depicted what was going on back in those days, right? And what happened was everybody, and when I say that, empathy and sympathy, everybody understood her pain. The difference was she couldn't just select one group to understand her pain. Right. So then, therefore, everybody understood it. What we looked at it was the fact that, oh, you ain't with us. But the problem was everybody accepted her. You realize, like I tell people, one thing about, and I always tell everybody, I call it the Snoop Dogg syndrome, right? And the reason why I call it is that when you can be to the point where you smoke weed, you was a gangbanger, and you was a hood dude. But even the white person that's in the business room will smoke a blunt with you just because you who you are. That means you broke every color barrier in the world. Do you understand that? Like Snoop, those type of people break color barriers. That means you have reached a level. How can he break where he's with Martha Stewart?
Okay, let me break it down to you. You know why?
Yeah.
He's not a threat.
No. What it is that everybody identifies. It has nothing to do with threats.
Listen, it's
Nobody's
a
a threat in this
bro,
world.
It's a difference. The theology that you're trying to use is not a universal theology because them folks know who a threat is. So just because they do it, that don't mean I can go in there and do it and I smoke the same shit. Now my whole character is different than Snoop Dogg because how I present myself, carry myself.
I'm not saying what I'm saying is I'm not saying the way because he smoked. What I'm saying is when you get around people that you're like, again, I use Maki because again, universal, right? Like I got my son over in Canada. He's universal. When I speak universal, I means I can put him in any room and he will excel. It has nothing to do with race. It's the fact of the character. It's the character where if he got the rapping or he lit up a joint, nobody said, "Oh man, that's him." Like, think about it. They got to the point like, "Oh, that's Snoop Dogg." That's nobody. He that's what he do for it. He smoke weed. It has nothing to do with a stigmata. It's past the stigmata. That's what I'm saying. We put stigmatas on our culture so much to we have to prove that that's not a stigmata. That's all I'm saying. Like when you go around a bunch of black dudes, not a bunch of stigmata is a bunch of black dudes might rob you. That's not true. Most of them niggas got money. They ain't thinking about you. They trying to bang or they fucked up. See, we all know that. But the stigmata is, man, black folks make a bunch of black folks make us nervous. It's us that perpetuates that to make it seem like at the end of the day, it's truthful. That's all I'm saying. It's us that do it.
I got you. But think about this. If you go to another city, being a brother, are you going to be cautious or are you going to walk around like, quote unquote, them other humans do and just be shopping? How you going to carry yourself?
Listen, the question would be is why?
No,
why? Listen what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
how you will present yourself walking in an environment.
Right, but listen what I'm saying. What will be the difference if I get off a plane and get in the car and get a hotel room in Montana versus why do I have to alter the way I move? That's what I'm saying. So who is the accountable person? If I get off a plane in Montana and I go to a hotel, do I got to look over my shoulder and see if anybody gonna rob me? Or if I go to Colorado, or if I go to Montana, like I'm just, what I'm saying is, it's what we put the stigmata on at the end of the day. That's just the way like I said, I'm not right or wrong. That's my personal opinion.
Dialogue.
Right. Because
you know
I can go.
I'm gonna say this.
I can go to. Whatever I go to Amsterdam? Do I go to Amsterdam? Do I got to worry about a nigga gonna try to shoot me?
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm always on go. So I'm never comfortable because the environment I come from, and I ain't gonna play like I'm just because I'm in the suburbs now that I don't know about real life, right? I tell my family, you can't get too comfortable. So everybody, quote unquote, in this world, because we're playing that silly game, it's crazy to get relaxed. You can go to any community and look behind your shoulder because you got to pay attention to your awareness. That's how half of these mass shootings are getting away from these. Everybody thinking it's the safe zone. Everybody thinking that the law is really pertaining to them, bro.
But this is where we have to be real, right? So I'm gonna give you an example. Like you had the video, or you sent me the picture of it, and salute the Slugger because again, all the shit he been through, he was able, like I said, like Slugger lives very well, nice house. His daughter, he purchased her car. She's a college student, all that stuff, all this. So my thing is, we have to be in reality. Reality is where you stand at. Could you be able to buy the cars in the neighborhood? Who will put the stigmata on you? Not the police. Who will put the stigmata on you if you bought your daughter that car that you bought her, knowing that in certain areas that car will be a very nice car? Now in the area you live at, that's a common car, right?
No, yeah, but listen to me, man.
Yeah,
I swear to God. I'm sitting in my garage about a month ago. Now my daughter got some nice rims. I stopped doing that rim stuff, you know what I'm saying? But because I got travel cars now, but she got rims on her car. Now in the hood, they just nice rims. They ain't flashy. But these people come across the street, make their way, walking their German Shepherd, talking about, man, where did you get those from? And I knew I was far from the hood. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you one thing, two things for sure. You always gonna get that, bro. It's just one of those things. And to be honest with yourself, you always gonna get people to second look at you. You know, where's that stigma coming from? It's embedded in the culture of everyone. Right now, we got that stigma. Think about the stigma they got. You see somebody out of place, instead of thinking that it's a dope fiend, you think it's a mass shooter. You see how that transition?
Right, but I'm gonna say something to you on this right now. This is where we go. This is where we go. I'm gonna tell you,
no,
white
man,
dude.
look,
Listen what
look,
I'm saying.
look.
White
Man,
dude
I'm
I
said,
told
enjoying
you
the
4 o'clock.
show.
You
Keep
gonna
it
push
up.
the hey,
no,
hey, we ain't even got Stone talking yet. We're gonna push it
Hey.
to
Stone, you
4:30,
listen.
y'all.
No,
Look,
I'm just,
we're gonna be
no,
on here another 30 minutes and we're gonna call it
right.
quits,
No,
guys.
I'm just saying this. You know, a white dude told me one time. I said, man, you know, when I was on the West Coast, I said, man, somebody went in my car and blah 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 blah. And I was like, man, I live over here. You know what he told me? Why do you think people don't steal everywhere? So when I say that, I'm saying this, right? And I'm gonna use this. Go and look down. Just because you moved in that area, your way of thinking still might not be the same. The reason why they ask you, because most people don't have, you don't look at it like that. You have worked
Look at it
hard.
like what? Hold on. Look at
That's
it
what I'm
like
saying.
what?
That's what I'm saying. You have
Okay.
worked hard to have those certain items. So when most people walk up, even if they're in a nice neighborhood and they see rims on it, bro, they can't just because they got a nice house don't mean they can afford what you got. So when they walk up on you, it has nothing to do with culture. They looking at you like, damn, I done worked hard to get this house over here. And then you pop up and you got a foreign whip and then you got all these other cars. Cause that's in our culture
It's hard work
is what
dedication.
right. We look at it like that's acceptance. But to most folks, it's just like if we walk around with $300 pair of shoes, tennis shoes. I just had a dude earlier today tell me, he said, man, my son, I was at the school. He said, my son wanted a pair of shoes almost, I kind of felt bad, almost like how your shoes is. And he's like, yeah, those shoes you got. I said, yeah, those is like in 98. He said, those cost a lot. He said, we went in the store. You know what he told me? He says, he told his son, those are just for browsing. This is what a white dude told me. Those were for browsing. Now, in our culture, we would take that. I told him, no, you should invest in that because you know what he told me? I did that last year. That's what he told me. Because every culture don't look at it. So I'm using shoes because I'm saying I know what kind of vehicles you got. And the average person, even in our culture, don't have those vehicles, bro. That's why I give you roses. We look at it like you live over here in this nice ass house, but the average person on your house, I saw the video, they don't have the cars you got. So of course they're gonna ask that question. That's the way I look at it.
Okay, appreciate you, man. Hey, Max, you still there? All right, just you mute your mic. I know you
No, I
probably
haven't
walking.
timed out too bad. I'm getting ready to head home, but I'm still in the build though.
Okay, Stone.
What's up with it though?
Man, gonna talk to Max while we had his attention. While we got his attention.
Yeah, go ahead, Stone. Break it down.
Ah man, Mikey already know, man. That's a little bro, man. But shit, I'm just tripping
Okay,
out
I'm
on that
still
beef
back though.
stuff
If
they
you
were
can
talking.
hear me, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, bet I'm gonna go back on back on mute so Mr. Speak. I'll just make sure y'all can hear me.
But I'm gonna say this though, look, P gang, because y'all was talking about the suburbs and stuff like that. I'm gonna tell you, when I was in the hood, I never got my car broken into. Now that I live in the suburbs, like every 2-3 weeks, breaking in my car in the suburbs in Arlington, Jerry's World.
You said they broke in your car?
Yeah, they stay breaking in my car in the suburbs. The
That's what they're
suburbs,
gonna do.
the
That's what one
suburbs
dude
coming a
told me.
new hood. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's what
becoming the hood.
Yeah, that's what the white dude told me. He told me one time, I said, man, broke my car. I live over, I'm going, you know us, we going to detail. I live over there on the hill. He said, well, why would they not break in your car? Because
Yeah,
what you
man,
mean? He said,
bro,
that's the
I'm telling
easiest
you.
spot to break into. I said, damn, man. I
Yeah.
felt stupid. I
And
ain't gonna lie.
you ain't supposed to feel stupid because we thinking in our mind, we thinking, okay, we moving out here now. We ain't gonna have
But
them issues.
but guess what? Other coaches don't think that. We the only ones. That's what I'm telling you. Like, think about what you're saying. We the only
Yeah.
think about if you lived in the hood right now, knowing who you is. If you lived on your block, do you think anybody would break in your house, break in your car?
Nah, heck nah.
It would be
I
like
don't know.
suicide, right?
Yeah.
I don't.
That's why I
I
feel
experience different things in that. I experience different things with that one though. Like me personally, living in the suburbs, I've never ever had to worry. You know, like back in the day, how you could leave your bikes on the neighborhood,
Right.
and like older people tell me they used to be able to leave their doors unlocked. Where I live
Yeah.
at currently right now, I don't have to worry about anything. But when I was in the streets, reputation is one thing, but at the same time, man, people be trying to get credibility. So I feel like I was always on guard when I was in
Mm.
when I was in the hood. I would even when I go back to my hometown, man, I'm still on guard, man, and I'm more worried about my own people. I'm gonna be
Why
honest.
you think
One of
that?
my
Why
own
you feel
people,
that way?
Yeah, that's a good
because
question.
my people envy. Like, there's a lot of people we envy each other, and we have these microaggressions for no reason. I feel like someone like
Mm.
me would take me out before a white man would. I'm just being. I
Mm.
don't feel like. I
Facts.
don't feel like.
I
I feel
love
like my own
that.
I
people.
don't
I'm
think.
gonna be
That's
honest with
deep.
the way
That's
that I
deep,
speak.
dog.
I will die about. I'm going to die by one of my own kind. That's 100%
So,
fact.
so the way Stone said it, so elaborate a little bit more, because I like that you said the envy part, and Stone said, "Why you think that?" So,
Okay, envy.
why do
So we're
you
talking
think in
about the
our
rims, right?
hold on? Why do you think in our I want you to I don't want you to speak about in your situation, but in general, because most of the time it hit home for everybody. So in general, why do we hate on our? That's why I was trying to explain to Slugger earlier. We hate on our shit, dog. Like
Let me
why?
say this. Let me say this before he say that. I get what he's saying it like that. I mean, to me, you ain't different at all. See, if you was in my neighborhood, you would be protected. We would be
Yeah,
happy that you ain't like us. We'll be happy that you didn't walk our path. So you being different, different is great. That is news in my ears. When I hear
right.
somebody trying to be different, you ain't following what we doing because it's easy to follow in this life. So where you came from, you feel like they will hurt you for being different or try to kill you
Right.
or envy. They envy you that much to where they want to bring physical harm to you. My thing is, why do you feel that way? Because every black neighborhood now, one thing I will say, we might fight, and it ain't no fighting for as somebody picking on you. Hey, let me look at
Mhm.
you real quick. Y'all get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's
Right,
more of
right.
a respect
Facts.
thing. Long as you fight, it don't matter if you win or lose. I mean, yes, that's in our culture, all right, homie. But that's in every culture. I ain't saying they might not do it the way we do it, but it's some type of initiation in any neighborhood, whether you're a
No, but
gangbanger or not.
but you said something deep, and I'm gonna piggyback off Mikey once you get done with the answer, because that's what I deal with right now. So go ahead, Mikey.
Okay, so the thing is, they envy you not for really whatever you necessarily have because they feel like they could take that. They envy you because you're being an individual, and a lot of
Tabernacle.
times when I was in these streets whenever I was doing what I was doing, like I told y'all, man, I was doing things at 3 years old. You know, there's no mystery in my history. I don't brag about it. It's not cool. It's nothing that my father should ever
Right,
put me on. But what I'm telling
right,
you is, I witnessed that these people traveled in packs, and when they were never by themselves. So when they see you doing what you're doing, and you working towards something, and whatever career path you're pursuing, but you're not a part of what they doing, they don't look at it as well. From what I see, Mr. Smith, respectfully, they don't look at it as like, oh man, he doing what he doing, man. I salute to him. No, they look at it like, man, who he think he is? Think he can
right.
do what he doing all by himself, and oh, he don't got to do this and he don't got to do that. Oh, man, I'm telling you, I just where I came from, specifically, that's what I witnessed. Now, Mr. Smith, I mean, Cross asked me to speak from a general standpoint. So here's the general standpoint. Like I
Yeah,
said, it's they don't want you to be an individual, and then at the same time, they're like, man, he thinks he's the stuff. Where I saw in
yeah,
other cultures, they just look at you like, oh, well, this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. You know, I've seen them gather together. One person could work at McDonald's, and the next person could be a lawyer. Do they look at each other like, oh man, I can't stand them? No, they might have
yeah.
little smart things that they say under their breath, but they're not thinking, man, I'm gonna get rid of him because he's a lawyer. Like I
Mm.
don't see it like that. But I see it different in our community. I'm not saying all people, but like
Right.
uh, anytime I go to my hometown, I'm on guard because I know those people are envious of me because I got away. They didn't get away and they can't get away. They feel like they have to stay because that's all they ever knew.
Nah, that's deep because even when Mrs. Smith, like you said, being in the hood, like you know that. Even me moving here, a lot of people hated on me just because I moved here. Why you move here? Why would you want to move here? I'm like, bro, I'm here to help the community. They hated on you. It's like almost like that's why I said with Maki, I want to know how it was when he speak general because he's telling the truth, right? Like at the end of the day, like I even told Mr. Smith, hey, we're gonna do something a little bit different. He gotta realize if we do something different, they don't cause the hate. That's just what it is. But you have to be prepared for the hate. You see what I'm saying? Like with Mikey, that's why I said one thing about it, and I give Mikey his roses. He's different. And before he said anything to me on the phone, he said, well, people hate on me because the way I dress, they already don't want to talk to me. When he said that, what that made me do is like, damn, I'll be a bigger hypocrite because if I assume that, then that's messed up. I ain't giving him opportunity. So when I gave it to him, it made sense. And sometimes you just gotta do shit different. That's why I said I'm on something different right now. I think doing stuff different is not different. It's just normal. I know that sounds crazy, but you know, him expressing the way he feel and like Mikey, in our world, it would be abnormal. Oh man, he trying to do this. Or most people say, oh damn, he clout chasing, bro. He just right. He just trying to get on anybody's team. How about give him a try? The actions speak louder than the words. If he say he gonna do something, see if he gonna do it. If he do it, then he can't be BSing, right?
Right.
No, for real. But nah,
That's the
Mikey,
way I look at it.
you growing up around me, you would have never felt that way. Whatever neighborhood that is, I ain't gonna talk about it, but they lower than well shit. If they ever
But you
made
know
you
what?
feel that way.
But even like I told him, Mr. Smith at first, and respectfully, everybody, when they first met Mikey, they had their own way of looking at stuff, right? And
But it
then
wasn't a bad way. He just
no, I never said that. I told him everybody came to me and was like, man, this and that and the third. And I even said with Slugger. But I said what happened was over time, it said, oh no, he a good dude. I said, see, you give everybody. It wasn't like they came out and said nothing crazy. Nobody said he wasn't a bad dude. It was something different. And that's the transition we got to go. When something different comes up, we can't knock it.
You want me
We knock
to?
it.
Sorry to interject, but let me tell you something. In Hollywood, when I was in Hollywood, see what a lot of people don't understand is they think it's all glitz and glamour. No, there's a lot of the streets involved in Hollywood, and they patrol the cities and they wait till nighttime to take advantage of people. Guess what? There's a lot of people walking away from buildings, clubs, whatever the case may be, drunk, and guess what? They don't get approached. Me, I'm walking around, and you would think, hey man, I'm gonna associate with this type of girl. I'm not gonna say because I don't want to sound a certain type of way, and I'm not
right.
But I'm walking around with this certain type of girl, so I'm good, man. I don't have to worry about nothing. No.
Yep.
Guess what? The people who look like me, they ain't gonna say nothing to that dude that's that color. They're not gonna say nothing to that dude that's color. But hey, you right there, man. You think you this? You think you, man? You ain't gonna do this, man. You would this, you would that. And I'm not in native territory, so what would I look like responding to that?
I
So
get
like what
it,
I'm
but
saying is that's what I had to deal with, man. My own people will they'll go for me before they'll go for anybody else.
Because you got to remember, dog, and
I don't
I
know.
watch people like, but listen what I'm saying, Stone. Like, people got to understand, like, even with Maki, right? His presence, like, from his thumbnails, people don't realize from his thumb, he's very confident. So it's very strong. Everything is strong. So automatically, just like if you went out, Stone, if you like you told me before, man, I go out, you might be with a bunch of homeboys, but if you went out with a bunch of jewelry on or whatever the case may be, people are going to approach you. That's it. It's not necessarily positive all the time. It's negative. His thing is he ain't got no jewelry on. It's his appearance. So his appearance or his aura, whatever you want to call it, is so strong. It's causing negative. Bro, that's crazy to me. To me, that's crazy. Because when we grew up, everything was about cars, all that. But that new era tell you it ain't got nothing to do with cars, jewelry, none of that. It's the hate comes, like you just said, I might be with a girl that might not be like-minded like everybody else, but the people that look at me will test me because she ain't like-minded.
No, I get it. I kind of had that problem I used to anyway.
Yeah,
but man, that's cold though that your own people make you. I mean, I ain't never really experienced that. Or maybe I did and didn't know what it was. But that's cold though. It's your own people.
Yeah.
But then again, we are some hateful people, but we the most forgiving people too.
Come on, man.
You did what I'm saying? So I mean,
Yeah,
it's like a
double-edged
it's like
sword.
yeah, it's a double-edged
Whoo!
sword.
I like that. I like
You
that.
can't
And
you
that's
can't
why.
win.
And you know what? And to say my piece on the matter. That's why we got these guards up, right? It's not so much when Chick say, Chuck D say, and everybody on the panel say, we hesitate on different, right? People that's different, because through our life, it's like if we haven't seen that type of character, but then you give it's not no giving people the benefit of the doubt. It's like everybody's gonna critique it from the get go.
Right.
Let me say it like this: we're gonna hold high alert. Like we're gonna be very cautious. That's just from the life that we lived,
Right.
and not to say anything derogatory about the matter. It's like, bruh, when I hear something, I react on something. You know what I'm saying? And more to the point, it's nothing against the character, quote unquote, person. It's more of what I'm known to throw up my guards to. You know what I'm saying? And that's quote
That's
unquote.
respect.
Huh?
I said that's respectful. And that's
Yeah.
what we got to be honest to say. Instead of generalizing, we say what I experience versus
Exactly.
what generalization is. Because what happens is it puts a lot of people, like even the controversial when people talk about race, right? One person can say how they feel about that. But just because, let's say, 5 or 10 or 15,000 people follow them, that's not everybody's viewpoint. So
Yeah.
you see what I'm
Shout
saying?
out
So we
to Dwayne Parker.
salute Dwayne Park. You
Dwayne
already know
Parker.
Dwayne. Salute
Salute,
King.
salute.
So
Hey,
my thing
Mikey,
is
but it's
this.
oh go ahead.
Go ahead. No, all I
But
was
I
gonna
was
say is that this is my thing is that this is what we gotta understand is that everybody's unique and different. The problem is if we self-identify, and we gotta understand everybody just because they look like you ain't for you. And just
Exactly.
because they
heck
don't look
nah.
like you don't mean they ain't not for you. Because that would be crazy for me to say, or for Mr. Smith to say, is he in a relationship knowing many times that he done been in financial situations, and I can promise you, anybody you know, they didn't look like him when they helped him.
Oh no, heck no.
See what I'm saying? So that's reality. When you in real critical, it's not saying that nobody that look like us would. I'm just saying we quick to say some shit, but actions speak louder than words, bro.
And
That's
you know
Oh
all I'm
what?
no,
saying.
for real.
I'm gonna piggyback on that, man. Do you see? I try to explain this way. Okay, America. Just because they put us in America, they don't mean we from the same tribe. I
Right.
had an old school cat ask me, when are we gonna get along? And I told the old school, we can't, because we from different tribes. All through our life history lessons is gonna be rivals. Differences
Oh yeah.
in
But but
belief,
but
differences in
but
culture. This ain't no greenback world. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Everything
but
got
we can get
base.
but Slugger, we can get along. Because if we didn't, the people that we hated the most wouldn't exist. That's the irony in it. That's a personal feeling that we can't get along. Bro, it's like saying Asians, I'm just using Asians, right? Saying
Hold on,
we
hold
don't
on, hold
like
on.
Asians.
I ain't trying to get blocked.
No, no,
Shows.
no. I'm saying,
No,
okay.
that's what I'm talking about, though. They got rights and we don't. Go ahead.
No, okay, that's what I'm saying. Let's say ethnic diversity, right? If we say we don't like because of that, all right? I'm just being honest. The fact of the matter is that has nothing to do with us. At the end of the day, when you look at statistics show that the killings when amongst black on blacks, that's our fault. That's our fault, bro.
It's our
Like,
fault.
yeah,
It's
it's our
blacks
fault.
killing blacks. Shit,
Yeah, who
maybe that black person was trying to harm me. Maybe my life
no,
was in
no, no,
jeopardy.
no, no, no. I understand it in different situations, but what I'm saying is that we have more hatred towards us than anybody else. I don't care what nobody say.
That's just my personal opinion because at the end of the day, like you said, ask yourself, Mr. Smith, when you went, and we ain't gonna go in detail, and I told you I don't like that. We ain't going in details. But my thing is, when you went through your situation, did anybody that didn't look like you try to harm you?
They all look like me.
No, the person that did the harm damage to you and everybody else, he looked like you, right? Anybody
Yeah.
else that tried to put harm to you and could have, did they look like you? They did not try to do harm to you. The person that looked like you, we are our worst enemy. I don't care what nobody say. We are our worst enemy, and we gotta fix that.
I
And
agree
can
with
y'all see
that.
this? What Chuck just said. I did an episode of that before, man. We can have a dialogue and talk about, a lot of things, but at the end of the day, when a person came out positive, you remember Hollywood used to be all positive and it was really for the culture and blase blase. Let me show you how it changed. And y'all
But you
didn't
asked
witness this
what
change.
culture though?
School
It
days,
had nothing to
hold
do with
on,
our
hold on,
culture.
Cross. School days, why did he go all out his way, Spike Lee, to say that one episode said, wake up, right? So to understand that we're at war and this piece of harmony that people are looking for, you're living in a delusion. Or trying to ask why people act a certain way is like a misinformation, a misguidance of time, is what I'm saying. Because everybody in our culture that we have pushed, Tyler Perry, I remember he came down here to Austin. He was doing his plays at the church before he got big, right? Then what they start doing, making bad of our culture, thinking our culture, we thought it was just a skit, but this is part of the agenda of putting everybody in a dress. This is part of the agenda of really going into the schools, manipulating everybody's mind. Then we ask why? Because we're trying to make sense of things that don't make no sense. We're trying to put a period in the sentence ain't even completed. You know what I'm saying? We really don't have all the answers. We're just coming up with a dialogue and discussion to try to get understanding, right? That's why I'm like, okay, why is Cross coming in this angle? I'm figuring it out and I'm hearing it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, in his world, that's how it's looking. In my world, this is how it's looking. In Mac's world, in Stone world, and everybody in the chat, we are unique people. And at the end of the day, we understand when it's not raining outside, nobody can tell us. I hope everybody got a common sense thought of that, right? It's not raining, or if it's cold outside and somebody say, "Oh, it's chilly," you're not bringing a spoon and a bowl out there thinking it's chilly outside. We can't follow, man. It's a lot, man. And I wish we had time to see it.
No, you're right. And my thing is this: is that the whole saying is, if we knew better, we do better. That's my whole thing. Like you said, nobody can convince us if it's cold outside that you grab a spoon and they say it's chilly or whatever the case, the analogy. My thing is this, is that we got to be smart enough to know that, like you said before, if you said it before, and we all said, man, we know they doing this to us. We know 400 years. I want to ask everybody the question. If you said, think about what you're saying. If you said, man, they've been doing us wrong for 400 years. Think about what you said. You get on a platform and say they've been doing us wrong for 400 years. Who is the slow person and who is the smart person at the end of the day? If you're advocating, who is I just want to know who's the smart mother. If you tell me you've been running game on me even if you told me you've been running game on me for 6 months, you say, bro, honestly, I've been getting you for 6 months. And I get on a mic and say, man, my man been robbing me for 6 months. And I say it all the time. Who looks crazy? The man that robbed me for 6 months or the man that's saying it for 6 months?
Well, you know what? When you say 400 years, really, honestly, I'm gonna tell you some real conversation, and everybody have real conversations, right? It's their perspective. But my philosophy on a lot of matters is it ain't been 400 years. That's the first part of that lie. And then
Right.
the other part.
I'm not. I'm just using the number
No,
for.
I'm just saying.
Let's say 50 years. Let's
Yeah.
say 50 then.
Say, but then
Let's
that's
not
what
say
I'm saying.
4.
No, Cross, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
when new people come in the network, right? We watch them. Don't accept them. That's real life because you've been
Right.
burned by somebody else's friend that you say was cool and down there, and all these guys got RICO cases now. You know what I'm saying? So it's in our culture to keep the antennas up. Don't never get comfortable. Like it don't even matter me being in the suburbs. The highlight on that, man, shoot. More stealing goes on in the suburbs because people are more relaxed. If you're gonna do a heist and steal cars and Cadillac converters, that's going to the suburbs. The hood people are paying attention. So it's more dangerous trying to do crime in the hood than the suburb. So yeah, I probably put my whole family in a whole situation, but me coming out my situation, I know how to handle it. You know what I'm saying? I have been seen with one of my neighbors say, man, we heard your alarm going off, then we seen you, woo, woo, woo. Boy, we got a Rambo for a day. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know the word perceive me like that, but I stand on something, man. I don't like, say for instance, I understand it's a mixed up world and you know, a confusing world. But then all of a sudden you got these distractions out there. Even when we on page and we talking how we talking, something is going to happen 5 minutes from now. Something might be happening right now. Would you lose focus on the dialogue we had right now to understand everybody got their own problems in this world and how they handle it best suits them? Can we agree to that? Hello? Y'all lose Mike? I'll probably be just.
I can hear you still.
Okay, cool.
Must be having connection issues, but I agree with what you just stated.
It's like, bruh, like when I'm with my family, I move different than when I'm with myself. It's like every situation is not, I don't understand it. Like, that's why these kids are feeling like when they go to school, it's a safe zone. You know how many people don't care about no safe zone? You know how many people use that? You know how many people use that for political, to take away this, take away that, and get people to start feeling a certain type of way about protecting your rights as a human being, period. And nobody got a judgment on that but yourself and God. Like these people are actually trying to be God out here. And this is what we facing when I talk about they poison in the water, they poison in the food, they poison the education of the minds, and they win it all the way around. So when you say, how do we stop this? Man, say each one teach one, right? Iron sharpens, steel sharpens iron, correct?
Yeah, and I go back to saying accountability, because like you said about when it comes to the schools and what's going on in the schools, the question is, you ask the average parent, how many times, and I ask every parent this, because I go every day. I just left today. I just left not 2 minutes ago to do volleyball practice. I ask every parent, regardless if your kid is in college or in high school, if you're a parent, how many of y'all have been to the school? Even if you even ask from previous time, how many times have you been to your kid's school? I'm telling you, I can count on one hand how many times the average parent then been to the school. Now, if there's no problem, you'll never see the parent. But that doesn't mean that the parent don't know that something might happen at the school. It's not aware of it. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying in our culture, if we know that there's violence and young kids are carrying guns, I ask you and I ask everybody else, when we say we're for the culture, the first thing I say is, how many times have you went to the school? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, and it's no disrespect to nobody. Even my wife, I tell her, I got to make her volunteer for it. The fact of the matter is, if your kid is doing good, the average parent won't go to the school. They don't change what's going on with the bad kids.
Yeah. And you know what though, on that, you know, what changed my life was, you know, being a family man, right? So I was all at the school. And then my kids was like, Dad, won't you come up here? Because they say you could be a good watch dad. You know, when they ran my record, they say I shouldn't step on that because my criminal background, not pedophile, but
Yeah,
you know,
we
my
do.
criminal
Yeah, 'cause
background.
yeah, I already know.
And,
Yep.
and the craziest part is you get these pedophiles and go be around the kids all the time. They ain't got caught. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you can tell, like a person from the street can tell somebody weird, and don't let that go unnoticed. Because if you feel like he weird, man. If he looking at that child too long, he weird. So yeah, I would love to go up there. I've made every event that they had.
But you're absolutely right. And I had a situation like that. What happens is you might can't go to that particular school, but guess what? Again, it has to go with if you're more involved in the school, there are people that would like even with us, right? I mandate people, but based off when I go, if they don't lie and say, "Hey, man, I had this situation right here," most schools now I can't speak on when you went. I'm saying now, if you go the average school, it'll blow their mind the fact that a man that look like you want to go and participate in schools. I see it every day. Like I said, I just went to school today. I had to leave and do some other stuff and go to another school. But my thing is, it's not necessarily, it's the fact that just trying to see if there's an end result, right? That's all I'm saying. Like, because you can't get mad if the principal don't look like your child, the vice principal don't look like your child, the guidance counselor don't look like your child, but the in-school suspension and the police look like your child. It's not a balance. Somebody's going to lose. And I see it every day. So what happens is when they call us as our people, because we're used to, don't call us unless they're in trouble.
Right.
Guess what? When they in trouble nowadays, they really in trouble, bro. Like, it's like really in trouble, some really messed up stuff. So what does the average parent do, especially in our culture? What they do is they say, "Man, why didn't you call me before then?" And you know what the teacher gonna say, or the principal? You said don't call unless it's major.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking somebody in somebody else's culture to pick what's major and what's. That's what I'm trying to say. It'd be different if the principal looked like you. They'll know what's major and what's not major. You're asking somebody that don't know what you look. Half of them don't even got kids, and you're asking them to measure the major of what you would think as a parent. That's crazy to me.
Mm-hmm.
I see it every day. I swear to God, man. And I was just like everybody else. I said, you know what? Damn, they're hating on the parents. Blah, blah, blah. They don't want the parents to do it. But guess what, bro? Imagine, I'm gonna give you an example, and I said this on my live. Imagine getting up and you're talking to a young lady, right? In the sixth, I'm gonna give you a scenario with me. You're talking to a young girl in the sixth grade, right? And she's over in the section and she's by herself because she got in trouble. But then she's telling you, yeah, they talk about me, blah, blah, blah. They hate on me. And I'm like, hey, you know what? Just don't worry about them. Don't let them say nothing about you. You need to be smart. You're, young, beautiful lady. You're smart, right? And she says all that, right? You get up and go over and talk to somebody else. As she gets up, right? This shit crazy. As she gets up, a vibrator falls out. What do you do then? So now in the lunchroom, a vibrator falls. The questions you got as an adult is, one is, who gave that to you? Two is, did you steal it from somebody else? Three is, who are you dealing with? And why would you give it to a 6-year-old? And why does she have that? See, this is real life. This is in real life. I dealt with that a week ago as a sixth grader. This is sixth grade girls. What do you do then? See, this is what I'm trying to tell people. What do you do when that happens? A vibrator falls out.
Man, that's crazy. That's gonna be a discussion. Hey, you gonna go live?
Yeah, I'm about to go live here. I'm gonna go live. Matter of fact, 5:45.
5:45. Okay, give us.
Up here in a minute. I need a thumbnail.
Appreciate everybody coming on the channel. Appreciate everybody showing homage, man, and keeping the networking going good real conversation, real dialogue, real human beings. You know what I'm talking about? If you want to close off, I'm gonna give y'all a couple of minutes to sign out how you want to, man. I appreciate y'all. Starting with Cross.
Appreciate you, King. Hey, already, man, I want to say thank everybody who sat there and listened to us spit that game. Also Mikey, also Mr. Smith, also Slugger giving us a platform. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go live here. What is it? 5:35. Give me 10 minutes, Mikey. I'm gonna use you as a thumbnail. And I want Maki back on there. I think we got something great to talk about because at the end of the day, like I said again, I tell everybody, my kids and their experience of them being in other cultures, the fact that at the end of the day, we don't know nothing about this industry, dog. We assume, but we got somebody right here, a young man that really know game. So I'm gonna get with you, Maki. Once we hang up, I'll call you, tell you what I'm gonna do, and then we'll go from there. Salute to everybody.
Make sure you call it part 2, Cross.
I got you. Already.
Because I'm going to be over there too, man. I'm going to be over there.
Already.
All right.
Salute, man. Slugger, first and foremost, thanks for having me on your platform. I really appreciate it. Anytime I'm in here, if I'm available, I'll come up and build upon things, man. I do a lot of listening. The minute that I start talking more than I listen is the day that I know I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'm going to just keep sitting around and listening to y'all, man, getting good game. And I'm going to share my experiences as I feel comfortable. There's even a situation in Hollywood separate from that I could tell y'all that I witnessed at a mansion of a popular rock band from the 80s. I have learned a lot of things being in this industry, and it showed me why exactly I don't want to be in the industry. I want to keep building with you guys, build a unit. We don't need them. They need us. So thank you for having me, man. Slugger's the truth. And yeah, man, we're going to keep on keeping up the good work.
Hey,
thank you.
And FYI, Slugger, I'm about to put the title. The title's going to be Maki in the music industry breakdown. So
part 2.
Why?
Because he part 2.
Yeah, I got part 2. Yeah, I'm gonna put part 2. All you in there, and we gonna get the rocket. Yeah. We gonna get the rocket because you know what?
Guess what, Cross? You put part 2, they gonna see where part 1 at.
I got you.
Make them grab it. But yeah, I appreciate you coming through, Cross.
Already, I appreciate you too, man. And again, man, y'all subscribe to Slugger. Also follow him on Instagram, Slugger_IKIR TV. Everybody subscribe to him, man. Like I said, he got his own lane. I don't hate on his lane. Nobody hates on his lane. I think he needs to stick with his because he got it.
Appreciate
and that's all I got to say, bro.
Thank you, man. This your boy Slugger. Ain't no other, man. Say, man, hollering at all those that kept it trill and kept it real and blessed the station with their presence, man. Hey, y'all could have been doing anything, but y'all chose to kick this afternoon for a minute, man. We did. I think this is probably it's not too many this long, but we're talking about something. How can you end it, man? It's like we're going to have to continue on my boy Cross Station, man. Go cross your heart. You know what I'm saying?
The Plug Podcast by Cross Your Heart.
Yeah, the Plug Podcast. Go ahead. And let's go over there and do a round 2, man, on all this information, man. It's going to get deep and deeper. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to let y'all go out with this one song. You already know.
What you want.
This
ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. Nah, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. Well, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. No, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. Well, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. No, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. Well, this ain't what you want. This ain't what you want.
Ain't what grew me to pen, what schooled me, leader from the start. So y'all niggas already know me. So try running game on the real G. Without you packing the heat, y'all niggas can't see me. From the city where you know them G's don't play that. Organized, this is marked up with the toe tag. Throw away stub up on the fucking flow, man. Pushed out, hurt, smoking, cow shot. Yes, it's going eyes, dropping fingers, twitching, chest move. Marathon running, dress cool as a motherfucker. Drake 5'7", tuck tight, hood pass out good. Checking is mandatory, get caught leaking in my neighborhood. Family over here, do you hear niggas speaking? Knuckle game tight, flow to the left.
go out, man. Another a good episode, man. Everybody come to the panel. Cross. You got Stone C, Max, and then all those in the in the back room. You know what I'm saying? If you want to know who's in the back room, you need to come on through. But they know. Salute that way. Holla.